Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us right here at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts for our annual Research Day. I'm your host, Colleen Douglas. I want to start by just sharing from researcher Henk Borgdorf, who distinguishes types of arts research, whether it's research into art, research for art, and research through art. First introduced by Christopher Frading in 1993. Borgdorf shares research on the arts is research that has art practice in the broadest sense of the word as its object. It refers to investigations aimed at drawing valid conclusions about art practice from a theoretical distance. Research for the arts can be described as applied research in a narrow sense. My apologies. In this type, art is not so much the object of investigation, but its objective. The research provides insights and instruments that may find their way into concrete practices in some way or other. Research in the arts concerns research that does not assume the separation of subject and object and does not observe a distance between the researcher and the practice of art. Instead, the artistic practice itself is an essential component of both the research process and the research results. The Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts Annual Research Day is an initiative of the School of Arts Management and Humanities right here at the college. Initially, it was an opportunity for faculty to share their work with our students and each other. In 2017, this was expanded to include the work of our students and non-teaching staff. The aim is to continue to build a culture of research among faculty and students with a specific affinity to the frameworks that facilitate discussions and presentations of practice-based led research. I pause to acknowledge the Director of Studies at the School of Arts Management, Dr. Anthea Octave, who is primarily responsible for this, and to say congratulations, Anthea, for a well-planned research day in this format. 2020 no doubt threw us a curveball, and it was especially hard for artists, and our community pivoted, made it work, allowing us to explore other ways of being. Some of it we will share today as research in the arts, for the arts, and we want to also share with you that Research Day forms a part of the college's wider Founders Week activities, where we pay tribute to the founders for the respective schools. In the School of Visual Arts, we honor Edna Manley. In the School of Music, Vera Moody, Nay Manley. In the School of Drama, Henry and Greta Fowler. In the School of Dance, Barbara Recco, Bert Rose, and Sheila Barnett. We also salute significant players in our development as Professor Rex Nettleford, Dennis Scott, and Mr. Edward Seago. It is now that time of the morning when I kind of transfer for a few minutes. And so I invite the Dean of the School of Arts Management and Humanities, Dr. Kina Senior, to bring us some brief remarks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Douglas. The Honorable Marigold Harding, Chairman of the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts Board of Management, Dr. Trudian Barrett, Acting Principal, Ms. Kerry-Ann Henry, Acting Vice Principal of Administration and Resource Development, Mr. Roger Williams, Acting Vice Principal of Academic Affairs, Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks, College Orator, members of the College Board of Management, Dr. Anthea Octave, Chair for Research Day 2021, colleagues, students, friends of the college community, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 Celebrating Research in the Arts Day. It is my pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of the School of Arts Management and Humanities as Dean. Celebrating Research in the Arts Day highlights research being undertaken by Edna Manley College for the public and students. The presentations are arranged around works completed or in progress through lectures, workshops, panel discussions, and exhibitions. Faculty members are recognized and respected for providing excellence in arts, arts education, practice, and research that is characterized by a spirit of inquiry and collaboration. As professional artists and researchers, faculty members bring their research expertise and dedication that is diverse and contemporary. The arts represent the ability of human beings to work intuitively, symbolize, think, and express themselves through dance, music, theater, and visual arts. Each art form contains a distinct body of knowledge and skills that embodies the power of each to expand the perceptual, intellectual, cultural, technological, and spiritual dimensions of the human experience. It is this capacity for persons to create and appreciate the arts that gives reasons to teach the arts at all levels. The study and practice in the arts refine students' abilities to perceive aesthetically, make connections between works of arts and the everyday lives of people. I note the diversity of this year's program, incorporating a panel discussion on dance and the moving image, a segment on surveying the echoes of laughter in Jamaica, a historical perspective, a roundtable talk on the Masquerade traditions, to looking at approach to community dance in COVID-19 and beyond. The day is therefore envisioned as having the following overarching objective: to engage participants and presenters in shaping the narrative of EMCVPA's engagement with community. Community here operates on several levels: school community, local communities, as well as the regional and international communities which we have encountered by the students and faculty who have passed through our doors. Special recognition must be given to Dr. Anthea Octave and her expert team for amply putting together a well thought of program. Thank you and have a productive day. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Senior, for your paper on research in the arts. And I know on behalf of the Edna Manley College, welcome everyone to our Research in the Arts Day. We are going to start shortly. As Kina mentioned earlier on while he was speaking, the day is meant for those of you who are just joining us on YouTube. We want to say a very special welcome to you. I know I've gotten some messages from some friends at the University of the West Indies. Thank you for joining us. For the students from any high schools across Jamaica who are in, I'm not looking at YouTube at the moment, but thank you. We anticipate a great day. We are very, very pleased to be able to share in this kind of way with you, in as much as we regret what some of what COVID has thrown at us. We are actually very, very happy that we're able to reach an even wider audience because we have this platform. As I said before, my name is Colleen Douglas. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications right here at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, and very, very pleased to host for the day. Do forgive me for those who are in because I'm not seeing, for perhaps not regrettably not acknowledging you, but to all the members of our board of management who joined us, thank you for joining us. To our principal, vice principal, college orators, faculty, staff, friends of the college, friends in the arts, welcome, welcome. And as they say in the church I grew up in, thrice welcome. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce a sister and a colleague. Her name is Neela Bangs, who will lead the next conversation for us this morning. The theme, Dance and the Moving Image, Video Screen as the New Stage and Studio. And I'll share with you that 2020 has ushered in, through the prism of COVID-19, the shifting of dance training and presentation to largely online and virtual formats. The screen has now become the new proscenium and training ground, and choreographic and teaching processes and methodologies have had to shift dramatically. This panel seeks to discuss lessons still being learned about this change in the landscape based upon the presenters' experiences, and will posit directions in which the world of dance must shift in order to remain relevant and transformative. My very engaged sister and friend, Neela Bangs, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Neela.
My colleague, my friend, Colleen, thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. Welcome to everybody in our virtual world. This is exciting. This is exciting. Every year we meet to speak about what it is we are doing in the arts in terms of research. And it's very important because a lot of people don't associate the arts with research, especially practice-based research. But that's what we do. Everything we do is research. We're always experimenting. We're always theorizing. We're always hypothesizing, proving and not proving. That's what the art does. And so as Director of Studies of School of Dance, I am really, really pleased to have been able to pull together a panel that is comprised of School of Dance graduates and faculty who are doing very, very interesting things, have been doing very, very interesting things in terms of the arts and dance in particular, and film and screen. As Colleen said when she was reading the abstract, the screen is now the stage. The screen is now the studio. And for an art form that is highly dependent upon touch, dependent upon being in person, dependent upon sharing energy and passing energy back and forth in a certain kind of way, it becomes really, really challenging to now be in the mode of screen for almost the entire time. So I have a panel of about 5 persons. There are 3 that have not yet joined us that I can see, but it's okay, we will speak. And we have quite a bit of time to talk about the work that they have been doing and the knowledge that they've been gaining, particularly having to pivot in these in this last year. So I have with me first, and I'm going to show something from the work first, and then I will have our little conversation with each of the panel members. So I have first Dashawn Prince. Now, Dashawn Prince is, and let me share my screen. Now, this is one of the other things about the screen becoming the stage, becoming the performance and everything. Learning to share screen and all these things. Everybody has become the technician. But we're going to work with Dashawn Prince because Dashawn is a recent graduate of the School of Dance, having done her BFA, as you can see on the screen, her BFA in Fine Arts, BFA of Fine Arts, sorry, Bachelor of Fine Arts, what am I saying, in performance and choreography. And Dashawn got caught in the pandemic push or the pandemic pivot, because when the final year production was to have been done last year, she had to be in St. Martin. So whatever was supposed to have been done live had to be done via film and done outside of Jamaica. So I'm going to show a bit of her final year production, The Forever That Never Was, an excerpt.
Pray 'cause I'm spray, blow your problem straight away. Pray 'cause I'm a spray, blow your problem straight away. Eat your liver on a plate, I'm a savage, shit to pray. Zigga, zigga, zow, jigga, blow. Hold the trigger to your mouth, just to count all the lies of this amount. I don't mind that you're in ping, 007 in a rickety wing. Lasers with a Mario team, hips that tweaking ring.
La 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 la, she looked like a sugar and a plum, plum, plum.
Wow, okay, Dashawn, come on camera. No, I don't know about anybody else, but these live captions are giving me life because they're not necessarily culturally relevant, right? So instead of sugar in a plum plum, I saw Trump Trump. Anyway, that may be too soon to make that joke. Dashawn, it is great to see you once again. Dashawn, guys, Dashawn was my student last year. So I was kind of had to be the midwife of this project. Please, Dash, talk to us. Tell us about, you know, what was the process of I don't like to say pivot again, but pivoting into having to do an online film project for your final production and outside of Jamaica. What was that like for you?
For me, initially, as you know, Miss E, because you said you were our lecturer, it was a lot to think about, especially in the early stages of lockdown, because like there were so many ideas, but it was kind of restricting. There was a lot of hesitation with what we could and couldn't do. We were very unsure about what was allowed and what wasn't, because you know traditionally for Fanny show, the choreographer isn't really supposed to dance, so you had to navigate around restrictions of lockdown, then what was allowed and what wasn't allowed, based on the standard of technically what a Fanny show should entail. So we had I know some of my other classmates as well, we had a really big struggle. For me personally, I just really wanted to think of different ideas to get it done. Although it was a little bit hard, thankfully for me in Martin, lockdown didn't really last as long as it did for you guys in Jamaica. We were technically open because I was able to use the studio at my dance school that I came from here. So I was really grateful to that, because I know initially I was going to use my yard in right here at my house. That was the initial idea, as well as if I was going to be able to actually get somebody to dance with me. That was another here and there situation. But after St. Martin opened up, I went to Masquerade and I told her my ideas. I asked for some assistance, just helping me out a little bit, and I was able to make it happen. I talked with my dance partner, and he was completely down with it. So grateful to him. His name is Jonathan. I'm so grateful to him, because any idea that I had, any kind of suggestions or anything that I threw at him, he was really willing to take it. And I'm so happy that we could work together so well.
Listen, I'm so proud of all of you, your entire group, because you all had to engage in the pandemic push and just jump into something that you would not have had much idea of. I mean, you are the generation that deals with TikTok and so on. So you're used to making videos for different for a different kind of platform. But this is an exam platform, you know what I mean? Tell me though, because I remember that your film now has found success in other spaces. So your work in dance that is now translated through film is speaking to some other things. Other people have asked you to show it. Give us some information about that.
Yes, so my final year piece is based on toxic relationships. Personally, it's a autoethnography, meaning that it was based on a personal experience, and I chose to showcase that through dance and film. I use kind of like this image, movement, sound, emotion of doing that. I think November, was it November or December? November, if I'm correct. I think it was November, I'm not sure, forgive me. But was a women's mental health month here in St. Martin. And they focused on abuse in women here specifically, and how they had different activities, different seminars for that entire month. And I did a showcase for my final year show here because people here really wanted to see what I was working on, what I came up with. So I did kind of like a showcase for it, and various people came out. And one of them was one of the leaders, even the prime minister came out and actually saw it here. Yeah, that was really big for me. But she wanted to kind of have me talk about it more, talk to other young ladies. If I had other people ask me if I was open to talking to other young ladies about being in a toxic relationship, and just having open conversations with people. So I was able to do those things. I was able to showcase it to them as well. So that was really nice.
You know, Sean, I think what is exciting, and it's not to throw any kind of shade on working with theater, but when you're working with film, when you're using film as a medium for your dance presentation, you can reach more people. You know, I mean, it sounds like a no-brainer, but that's the truth. You can reach more people, you can connect more. And then look now how immediately your work has become like a channel for healing for other people to speak about things. So, I mean, you know, do you see yourself using this medium deliberately more? The last time you got pushed in it because of Miss Rona, but is it something that you want to continue doing, or are you really more interested in, you know, the brick and mortar theater space primarily? What's going on with you?
Definitely more interested in doing more film work. I know that I talked to you about doing some work on androgyny. Initially, that was what my final year show was supposed to be about before I changed it. That was the idea, the first idea. I kind of got a head start because there's at my dance school here, Nia, they're doing like a black box series, and every 2 weeks is a different show. So the first show that they showcased, the first initial show, it was based on androgyny. So I was able to do it live, although it was filmed. So for me, I think I want to kind of use that footage and use what I did, kind of edit it and make it into something. I've been thinking about it a lot. So because as you said, it's a really good way to reach more audience, further kind of involve everybody in the artwork that you're doing, your dance, your presentation. So I really want to do that.
Yeah, you got a baptism of fire, but you did really excellently with it. Some comments here, you know, people are loving the cinematography, you know, and your skills in collaboration worked well in that because you were able to collaborate with somebody who that is their primary skill set. So that's awesome. Keep it going, keep it going. We are proud of you. And I can't wait for the questions to come in so you can answer other people's questions besides mine. So thank you, Dashawn, very, very much.
Thank you.
All right, my dear. So audience, we're gonna go next.
Nilo, I'm not hearing you. I'm not sure if the audience is. Can you hear me? I think somewhat you've muted yourself, so could you unmute, please?
You know, we need to have classes in Zoomology, I think. and Zoom rehearsal, lology. Seriously, but as a dancer, this is interesting in terms of the fine movements. Yes, I am. My video is on and the thing was not. Anyway, sorry about that, everybody. We are moving next to speak to Lee Rose. Lee Rose is a maker. Lee Rose is a maker of a number of things, not just artistic, production-wise as well, and that comes out in the work. I'm going to share my screen so you can get a little bit more information and see what Lee's presentation will be today. Lee is a full-time faculty member at the School of Dance in the Department of Performance and Choreography. Lee works with somatics, Lee works with healing. And in 2019, Lee actually won the Jericho Prize, an international prize for visual arts, for their film Stand in Still, their dance film. So I want you to just take a look at it, and then I will jump into conversation with Lee Rose.
What is it to be lost? To be lost is the first step on the journey to be loved.
Wow, really riveting, really, really haunting. Stand in still. Lee Rose, come and join us on the screen. And you are surrounded by the green. Awesome. I'm sorry for those of you who are watching who are in cold climates right now. We have the sun, we have the green, we have the warmth. Lee,
Hello.
welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, even though it's a long time ago, on winning that prize for your work in dance film, in visual poetry. It was a visual arts prize you won as well, and it was international. Could you tell us more about your process in making, coming from somebody with dance training and a production background? You know, what was that move like to make a dance film?
Yeah. So to be honest, I think I've always been a researcher at heart, and researcher of the body, researcher of the mind, researcher of the connection of spirit and how that manifests itself through the body. And so I've always been investigating, even in production. I was always seeking to understand why we perform, how we perform, what we perform, and what we think about performing. And so it was more about trying to see the layers of myself. I'm always talking about the colonial gaze. And so I was like, I want to remove people from being my audience, like physically being in the proscenium, standing there and just feeling uncomfortable, and watching people somehow witness this aesthetic perfection. That is what I started to understand in my body, and how people perceive this high rise and a hierarchy of what they want to see. And so I started to strip back on my own trauma around being seen and how we weren't raised as Black folk to take up space. And the space that was and is often made for us really isn't space at all. And so I didn't want to be the backdrop to somebody else's performance, and I wanted to live longer than a moment. And so in my performance, like in my production background, I said, I've always been a PA on set. I've always been a talent. I've always done this kind of thing. And so I got interested in photography and seeing the stillness of that being captured in a moment, but wanting it to last longer. So I got into film. And I started to write my own character sketch, dissecting for myself storylines. And what better stories to tell than my own? Because digging around, it's so hard to see Blackness from a Caribbean perspective in film in a diverse way. So movement, I just think the body is profound. And I think in all that I experience within my body, I wanted to share that with people in a way that only I can understand. So it became more of a process and wanting to see that process living longer than a product. So I threw myself into this improvisation of capturing myself having an experience. So it's structured, definitely. It's a lot of structured improvisation that's happening there. But the realness of the moment being captured for me became very important. And I think that just kind of meshed both my experiences together, and it became this experimentation of, visual.
This award-winning experimentation that cannot be forgotten because it was over 1,000 people who applied and entered, and you won.
Around the world.
Yes.
It was definitely something.
I'm wondering, because I described you as multi-hyphenate earlier, how many of the things within that production were you responsible for making and creating? Talk the truth.
Wow, all of it.
Tell the people.
Yeah, definitely. It was baptism by fire. And I'm just capturing that because you just used it with Dashan. But it was this burning sensation to do something that was seen as having a certain level of quality, which is often put on our backs because I don't have the luxury of access, to be honest, when it comes to having the right equipment, so I literally had to pull on favors of a friend of mine that just had the right camera. It wasn't a film I could make on my phone necessarily. I didn't even understand how to do that. I didn't understand post-production. So really and truly, I called in help. I wrote the poem myself because I'm also a writer. So the text that's used in the work is also mine. I sat with my composer at the time, bless his heart. And I can send all of this after, but sat with friends basically who also were students at the Edna Manley College, talents who are just my friends, who weren't even dancers. But, I was like, we're going to do this movement experience. And because I wanted it to be this realness of capturing people in, real time. And of course, the backdrop, all of it, the working through what we're going to have as costume, I had to pull in favors from friends who basically guided me in the entire process, coming up with the shot list. I've never done a shot list in my life. I didn't even know what it was, to be honest, and just writing down and learning on the spot, having to get the PA, because usually I'm running around on set and then I'm like, well, if you're in the film, you can't be behind the scene making sure everybody's okay, makeup. There was just a lot of parts that I didn't even understand because I'm always in it. And then having to get people to come and join that process, set design, costume design, it was really a lot. It was really a lot. But we did it,
You did it. You did it excellently.
Huge experiment. We all learned right there on the spot. So it was really beautiful, the experience itself, behind the scene.
Listen, Lee, thank you very much for sharing that idea of the layering, the fixing of that moment for a longer time, and also the importance of the collaboration. I think that's one thing that working in film is teaching a lot of us who work usually in dance and in person with body. We have to collaborate with others even more so now. We have to network with others even more so now to make that film screen really feel like, you know, the kind of intimacy, for example, that you would get in a theater space. Thank you
Right.
so much. I'm looking forward. I mean, people are saying, Ms. Kwamina says that your work is so evocative. You know, awesome work. You're getting a lot of big ups as well. So I'm hoping now we're going to get some more questions when we get into the question and answer a little bit later. But
Okay.
thank you so much, Lee.
Thank you.
All right. Let me just make sure everybody's hearing me. Okay, good. So we're moving on. We are going to speak next to Janoy Johnson. Now, Janoy Johnson is a recent graduate of the School of Dance, has his AA in dance performance, and Janoy has always been a lover of dance history. That's how I met him first when he was a student at Capeen High, I believe. He had come to go to drama school and ended up at dance school. You know, these things happen. But he had articles, information about the history, the people involved in dance, and this has carried all the way through to now. He is the driver of a very important documentary that's going to be coming out. It's called Dance Dreamer, the Ivy Baxter story. Now, for those who don't know, Miss Baxter is the matriarch of concert dance and studio dance in Jamaica, of modern concert dance and studio dance in Jamaica. Many of the people who are heralded as stalwarts, which you will see in the trailer, come from Miss Baxter's teaching. So without me talking anymore, I am going to go into the trailer for this wonderful documentary coming out shortly.
She was revolutionary. With her Ivy Baxter dance group, she wanted to take off the shoes off the dancers' feet.
Ivy was a brilliant dance teacher. She was very, very particular that you did everything just so. Just so meant perfectly, or as close to perfectly as was humanly possible.
So many persons were impacted by her. Sheila Barnett, Barbara Recroix, Barry Moncrief, Professor Nettleford. They all had her as their teacher.
Her pieces are historical and open the road for everything we're doing now.
Her contribution is and will remain magnificent.
What has been your greatest joy? To see things develop and to see that when you have an idea, you share it, people take it and they can use it.
Collective breath. Wow. Donna, I beg you, come on camera for me, please. You know, every time I watch this trailer, my eyes get a water in the various corners and I can't stop smiling. You know, audience, I am gonna just state my positionality here. I'm extremely biased about this entire panel. Okay, I'm not speaking from an objective space. I have watched all of these persons' work. I've worked along with them, and it's just beautiful work that's going on. Amazing work that's happening through the School of Dance. I tell you, Janai, this work makes me so proud. Talk to us about that spark. Why Mrs. Baxter? Why Miss Baxter?
Well, it started when I was a student at Excel. I was in a dance history course that was taught at the time by Michelle Patterson, and she was comparing Isadora Duncan to Ivy Baxter. As you mentioned earlier, you know, I like doing research. So after the class, I wanted more information. So I went and I started to dig up, and you know, I was getting a lot of information on Isadora. I'm seeing her dances, I'm seeing a book that she wrote, I'm seeing movies that were produced on her. And I said, okay, let me start to look at Miss Baxter, and then I realized that, oh, there is no information. When I started, I'm seeing a lot of the founders popping up, like Sheila Barnett, finding stuff on the record, Professor Nettleford, but I'm not seeing I wasn't finding any information on Miss Baxter. After Exit, I kind of put the idea on a pause, and about, I think it was 2018 Research Day here at Edna Medley, the college brought in Alma Muckian, who is a founding member of the Ivy Baxter Dance Group, and they were having a treasure hunt. And as fate would have it, you know, I was guided to Ivy Baxter's name again, and the interest re-emerged, and I started the project.
Listen, unsung heroines, very, very important. This is also Women's History Month. So it's a brilliant time also for you to be launching. And, you know, you've been working on this.
Ivy Baxter's birthday.
Happy birthday, Miss Baxter. YouTube, let us just say a collective happy birthday. People put in the work, not knowing that decades later they will be remembered. They do it because it needs to be done. And she was one such person. So what I love about your story is that you have this lifelong interest that has manifested into something. And sometimes with film work or video work, things that people say on screen, particularly because of, as I mentioned before, something like TikTok that makes it seem so easy. Others cannot understand the journey that takes you to that particular space and place. You've had to change, you know, the team that you work with. You know, you've had to be pausing because this was before the pandemic. You were going in film from before. You were interested in photography from before, and so it grew from that. Tell me now, what did the pandemic do to your process? How have you been able to hold on to doing it, even though I'm sure it has been made much more difficult?
Yeah, one of the reasons why I changed team was because of the pandemic, and the first person I was working with, you know, they had problems commuting and all of that. So in terms of that, I had to put a pause on production because of that. Thankfully, a beautiful soul came on the team. Her name is Maya Wilkinson, and Maya really, you know, came on and has been a tower of strength for me. And you know, so I really have to give a big shout out to Maya, and also Desmond
Dennis,
not Richard, Desmond Dennis, who came on to assist with script. Initially, I had Dr. Amina Blackwood Meek. I also spoke with her. So both Desmond Dennis and Dr. Meek were assisting with script.
You have some all-stars in your team. Whoever comes on your team, that's just who's supposed to be there at the time. YouTube is blowing up, you know, Miss Campbell, Jeanette Campbell, loving it, bigging you up. Renee McDonald bigging you up as well. Doreen Reed, Miss Reed is bigging you up. And persons from the outside of the Edna community. Angela Christine Samuel says, this is what dance needs. Documentation of those who have contributed to dance in our countries. Great job. That's what's really important, because at the end of the day, we need posterity, and you're helping to do that. We need unsung stories to be told. You're helping to do that. As Lee said before, we need our stories to live longer than a moment of being on stage. Dance is ethereal. So tell me now, what is your plan for it? What's the next steps? What's the big reveal, like screening and red carpet and those things?
So a section of it, another section of the film will be showed at the Jamaica Dance Umbrella this year, which is coming up at the end of the month. And I'm also thinking of premiering it on June 6th. The reason for June 6th is that's the day of that's the birthday of my mom, and for those of us, who know, over the Christmas, my mother transitioned, so she's now in the ancestral world, and so I wanted to bring my mother and the dancing mother together.
Listen, what a purpose. As Mrs. Wunchin said, you are the true example of perseverance. Do not forget that. You knew yourself before anybody else knew you, you know? Keep it going. I know questions are gonna come in, and I'm going to segue to the next person. Thank you, Janoy. Man, I'm so excited. I am so excited, people. All right, so now we're moving into the space that is not just the screen as stage, but the screen as studio. In the full-time program, in the evening school programs, in the junior programs, all around the world, dance schools and studios and teachers have had to figure out how in the world do we teach these kids and children and young adults and older people? How do we teach them even to teach others in this whole new space? Now, virtual teaching is not necessarily new, you know, but it would have been done when you had no other alternative, right? Or as an option. You know, you want to link with a site from afar. I know Beam, for example, had linked with a site from Scotland, I believe, through a program, and they had a screen and so on. And we're like, wow, that's great. Chris Walker has taught somatics class to Dr. Curta Brown Johnson's class here as well, way before anybody could have think about a coronavirus pandemic. But now we have been pushed into it. And so we have coming up Sophia McCain, who the School of Dance is blessed to have as head of department of dance education. And Miss McCain is not just a dance educator herself, but she is a trainer of dance educators also. That's her specialization. And so she's connected to even the high school system, which has been thrown into disarray. We're gonna see from two students from the Junior Academy, their own views of having to, Lord, if I hear this word one more time, pivot to online learning in their ballet class.
Hi, my name is Jenny Deslandes and I'm 16 years old.
Hi, my name is Erica Manning and I'm 17 years old.
When the pandemic started in March, I think we stopped having classes, like completely, no online, no nothing. It's kind of crazy because we weren't active, weren't really doing anything, you know, no school is going on. It was kind of a little lazy time. And then Auntie Sophie, she started having ballet classes online. It was hard at first because the floor at home does not compare to the studio at all. The bar, I had to use a chair and it was very unstable.
We thought dancing was like a way to, you know, relieve some tension and stuff like that. So we thought it was kind of weird. So when Auntie Sophie started ballet, it was kind of like a rejoice moment, but like I did not know what would be in it when being at home. So when we started doing it at home, it was like really frustrating because timing was off, the music wasn't working good, Wi-Fi problems, like go away, miss class and stuff stuff like that. So it was pretty hard, but then at the end of the day, we learned different stuff. We learned how to adapt to different environments if we are placed in them. We learned how to make sure that we know our own timing so we can work with it.
No one says it truer. They know the real deal, you know. Miss McCain, it's so great to see you. You know, your former students, Kai Douglas, your present student, Shireen Davis, bigging you up because they know the struggle. Kai had to finish in, oh, hold on. Colleagues, we're sharing the same space. So we have to do like a tag team microphone thing. Right. So I just want to say that Kai had to also finish in the Corona time. So she knew the struggles and the gray hairs and the pulling out teeth. And Shireen is going through that now as a year 3 student with you. So I want you to talk honestly about this shift, that this push into this new world that dance education had to take.
Neela, my heart's so full, it's full up. I'm sorry for the captions if they're live captioning, but my heart full. I mean, I know how else to say it. Wow. I just want to take a moment to say congrats to the panel. This is just amazing. I just want the people to feel that. And I think that's the biggest takeaway I've had in this situation so far. A lot of times they talk about the pandemic and there are a lot of cons associated with it. And the biggest thing I found, the most important thing in teaching and learning for me, and that came alive, was connectivity. How are you was the question I always started the classes. I think the pandemic helped to show us that humanity is where it's at. The whole issue of what we are learning, that's important, right? But the truth is, we could somewhat learn on our own as we go along. I think what helps us in this world, helps us to survive, is connectivity. The common experience of a pandemic. A lot of classes, especially at the outset, for instance, Kai, who you mentioned earlier, that year group, they were in the middle of teaching practicum, and immediately the rug was pulled from everyone's feet. So all schools were closed. They were concerned about completing their degree. We know how to use a new modality. We had to learn about Zoom. We had to figure out how to, and the first class literally had us connecting. It literally had us going, all right, let's figure out how we use Zoom. What happens if I share? Okay, we're going to screen record it. We're going to show you. And it was just a fun class of not so much dance ed content, but just connecting with them. How are you guys? Some were on Hall of Residence. Some had to go back home, finding out what they were doing during the days. And that was a common thread throughout all the teaching. I believe that connectivity, that I am here and you are here and we're humans, because that's important, because the screen sometimes makes it seem like it's another world. You seem so far away, you can't touch, but yet still what connects us is our experience. So connectivity was the first CON word, that connectivity in terms of internet, Wi-Fi, devices, data, everything was about connectivity. So we were trying to get with each other. I was connected with my students because I was let into their homes and they were into mine. They were seeing my bookshelf. They were seeing my chair. I saw students, the little ones, of course, showing me their dogs and their cats. I saw grandmas, watching persons dance, I saw sisters and brothers in the background taking class as well, so there was that connection, and it was helpful because it made me feel less isolated. Yes, we're in quarantine. Yes, we have stay-home orders, but we are connected. I think that's the biggest one. But there's a question of content, because now how do you teach an embodied subject, a subject that involves moving, a 3-dimensional experience via a 2-dimensional type of frame? You're only seeing a flat surface. So there's the issue of content. How do I teach? The biggest thing is that we're learning together. So that had to be established from the outset. I am not a pro. You're not a pro. You have to tell me, communicate what's hard for you, what can't you see, different things. I mean, teachers, as you know, we had to learn how to use Zoom and other modalities. I'm in the chat, I'm muting students who forget to mute, but students in the learning process are also figuring out how to do these technical things with their computers. I mean, one class I had a student showing me, but auntie, you can do the virtual background like this. And I was like, okay. So we had tutorials and all of that. So I think the biggest thing though is content. How do we teach dance? Teachers have to know, be very keen with the eye. You literally have to pay attention to the screen. You don't have the option of tactile stimulation, you know, to touch a body part. The demonstrate and do, you have to be very clear in your demonstrations because they're looking at you through a screen. So different production elements that Lee possibly would have been familiar with too, like lighting and sound. There are certain drawbacks. Timing and being in unison via Zoom is an impossibility because of network and data and how that travels. So there's a lot of constant learning, but it's really zeroing in on what is the content. Less is more. In this time, I feel the biggest pivot that's needed is to maybe look back at curricula and figure out what are the key things that's needed. Anything else is an application. So what's key? What's paramount? And then we kind of build that foundation, and then after we can go into it. And the last CON, so there was connectivity, there's content. Mm-hmm. The last CON is the contemplations that we need to have going forward. I think we need to really look at the fact that the world will never be the same again, but it will not be totally virtual. So we're in a hybrid state. How do we combine the online and the face-to-face? I found that students, bless their heart, Jenny and Erica, they've been troopers, right? Because they talk about space limitations. The smaller the body, the more space you possibly can have in a living room with a TV or this or that. The taller the body, the bigger the body, the less space you have, right? If you're working with the same dimension. They had the opportunity of being able to come into studio later down with masks. And the growth I saw in the time they had in studio compared to, because the foundation was set at home, there was even college students, there was a special appreciation for space. Yeah. And for that level of focus that they knew they didn't have during March last year. I think even that can change how we possibly look at certain things taking so long. If we build a foundation and then we have a focused time together, we possibly can achieve certain things. And I think the last thing, because you know I could go on, is that we are our own first world. And I don't say that.
Yes, Lloyd, I have to say, Lloyd Best, from Trinidad, thought leader, that's where I heard it first. We are our own first world.
For sure. And I think I also heard possibly, I like to call her Auntie Mia. Don't know if she knows that she's my auntie. But I heard her say something to that sentiment. We are our first world. It's not a statement that is, yes, it's prideful, but it's important because we have specific realities. We keep looking to externals to tell us what the mode is, but we are all in the same boat. I think, Neela, you and I had that when we went into certain conversations about dance ed online. We are completely thrown because everybody's thrown, and we're like, we are feeling the same pain. And so we can write our story. We can know what our challenges are because we have, like Lee was beautiful in the greenery, right? We have the summer, we have the bush, we have the issues with the internet, but what else do we have? We have the drums. So we don't necessarily need the power in a certain kind of situation. We have the live instrumentation. So there are things that we have that we need to zero in on, collaborate, talk to each other. It's important to talk to the learners, right? If you have issues with teaching, brother, the people that have issues with learning as well. And teaching and learning is a partnership. And so I believe connectivity, we need to remain connected. Yes, this is a strange time, but we are same blood we bleed. You know what I mean? We're connected. Content, dance, what does it mean? And how do we effectively teach that and learn that via the screen and prepare for going back to face and combining it. And I think 3 contemplations, it just has to keep going. But we need to not be afraid to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So yeah.
Nina, if I may, through you, Nina.
Is Colleen, sorry, you're speaking?
Yes, you can hear me?
No, man, you're on mute.
No, I can hear her.
You can hear her? Oh.
Yeah, I could hear her.
You should check your sound. You need Zoom lessons. That's
Zoom
fine.
Lessons. I thought I had it covered. I thought I had it covered.
We all do. I've been trying to get the screen, your virtual screen, up for quite a minute, and I've failed miserably. But
my computer doesn't support it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I wanted to use the opportunity to say hi to our Friends of the Arts tuned in from St. Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago.
Brilliant.
Thank you all for sharing. I'm seeing a question from YouTube, Neela, that could go to all of you, including you, the moderator.
Yeah.
Pamina is asking, what lessons are we taking beyond COVID-19? Could we all share our own responses, yourself and your panelists?
But I'm wondering, because we have one more panelist to go, and we do have until about 11.
We could perhaps wait, yeah.
Yeah, man, because that's a juicy question, and all of them have something.
All right, so I'll make a note of those, because the questions are moving quickly.
They're moving,
so
rapidly,
I will make a note of them for our Q&A section.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you to the 90 people on YouTube, and because we know you're coming in one after the other, we do like we do in TV. You are tuning in to the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts Research Day. Our panel right now is being moderated by Neela Bangs, a lecturer and director of studies in the School of Dance. We've heard from 2 students, and we've also heard from members of faculty, Lee and Sophia McCain. So over to you, Missy Banks.
Thank you, Colleen. So hold on, Sophia, your mic. Okay, gotcha. Tell you now. So I wanted to point out, so Denisha Simon, who is one of our students who is now in Antigua because of Corona, was saying she totally understands and sympathizes, empathizes with the students who spoke about having to do the home studio thing. It's a whole reimagination of the studying experience. Camille Komina from the School of Drama was saying physical distance doesn't necessarily mean social distance. Tuning into what you said about humanity is where it is at. And I absolutely love the three turning the cons into positive things. The contemplation. You see, once a dance educator, always a dance educator, you're going to find a way to make 8 minutes count. Nice. Kai Douglas, who completed last year, says the good thing about our class was that Auntie Sophie already exposed us to the online learning before the pandemic. You see that? Vision. So we were somewhat prepared, and it was easier for us to transition. Big up my teacher. Yeah, we'll never tire of those kinds of feedback, right? Or that kind of feedback. So thank you. We're going to move to our final panelist. Now, our final panelist is also faculty member, adjunct faculty member here at the School of Dance, and also a graduate. Everybody who is on this panel has studied at the School of Dance, has come through the School of Dance. And Orville is principal dancer with La Cadco, a United Caribbean Dance Force, and has moved into choreography. Okay, he's been pushed, we've been pushing him into choreography, largely stage-based. But then after the pandemic, he bloomed and blossomed into the film, dance on camera space. Lots of experiments being put on IG as a major platform. And I'm just very excited. I'm trying to push him into doing that in terms of postgraduate. So let's see where this conversation goes. But before that, let us look at Lantec, which is Lantoinette technique coming out of the La Cadco experience from Dr. Lantoinette Steins, Lantec and Afrobeats.
let me kill them with the new flow. K down with the Zulu pose. You know we take it from the ends to the globe. Any stage, any dance, any show. This one is swaggy, everybody say rah. When you hear it, you just want to dance. It's kinda jiggy, call it boom boom ta. Just flex, turn the whole room up. To the left, to the right. You see our vibe, no be light. We bring the vim every day, every night. Come alive, no stress inside. Drop down, go low, shut down, new flow. Me and Ez, we run that road. K swear down, me I run that show.
International, mama, Africa, DJ, play that song. Ay, 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 ay. International, mama, Africa, DJ, play that song. Ay, 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 ay.
Another collective breath as Orville turns his camera on so we can see the choreographer, director, visioneer behind all of this. Orville Mafalin, welcome. Listen. Now, choreography on camera is not a new thing, right? Oh, and by the way, you're getting one bag of fire sign on on YouTube, like a lot of emojis, which is right. You know, I see a whole heap of angles. I see a lot of, thought and visioning in terms of what you wanted it to look like. And I see you jumping straight in, like before this, how much did you consider the way dance was filmed?
Quite frankly, I was never, I've always just concerned myself with the performance aspect of dance. So even when I choreographed, I was just like, I just need to see everybody and everything that's being done. If it's a full-on frontal view, I'm fine. So it was never really something that I concerned myself with a lot. But of course, I'm on the social sphere, so I've always been seeing dance films and stuff like that being produced, music videos, it's a big inspiration. And I've always seen how they play with different angles. But for me, especially with the music video industry, it's kind of like, okay, you're not concerning yourself so much about the dance because it's just an additive.
Exactly.
So unless I'm watching something that's specifically dance film related, I'm not really getting the dance content. So I think that's where my interest sparked, but it's never something that I like acted on, or it was just something that was in the back of my brain.
I mean, well, if you are in the dance industry and you're observant, and especially if you see things like music videos, because people say people always dance in a video. What's so new about this? You're quite right. The kind of angles that we choose because of what we know. In fact, some of the best music video directors come from some kind of dance or movement background, because you can understand how the body can say what it needs to say best. How do you get that 3-dimensionality, 4, 5-dimensionality, even though it really is a screen? So you're on your way in terms of intuitively sensing that, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to ask you similarly, as I asked Lee, how much of what was required did you do? So you choreographed it. What else did you do?
Well, initially I started with a few smaller projects before. So it's before I used to have somebody do my editing for me, and then I realized why am I outsourcing? And it just so happens that one of the videos I had to do a mock-up, so they could see what I actually wanted, because they are overseas and they don't know what I want. I'm not there with them, so they don't know exactly what I want. So I had to do a mock-up for them to get sense of what I wanted for the video. And when doing the mock-up, I'm like, but I can do this myself. It's just like I can do this myself. So I for this one in particular, I did the choreography with the help of Shanika Gibbs and Yakim Reed, two other principal dancers with Takatko. The videography, uh, the editing, the everything else is just me. Yeah, I was just really hands-on with it because I had a particular vision that I wanted to get across, and I definitely tried to make sure because I'm somewhat of a perfectionist. Don't tell anybody.
You know.
But I really wanted to be hands-on because I wanted it to look a particular way, and if it didn't look that way, I wouldn't be pleased. So I made sure I was very hands-on with everything.
You know, it's interesting because that's one of the things Leighton Giles says, that we may not be able to direct this pandemic win, but we can try to adjust our sails, right? And that's one of the things that we've had to do. We've had to learn to become very self-reliant if we still want to be able to make things. We've discovered a number of things. It sounds like you have discovered a number of skills within yourself, and that is going to change the game in terms of how you make going forward, even if you're making for the stage. So what is next for you? You're on an international platform now. You're going to be held accountable. What's next for you in terms of, and is dance on camera a part of that? That's next for you?
It's definitely something I've really taken an interest in, and I'm even looking into it as a part of my postgraduate studies. I was gently nudged by Neela in that direction, and I've really been enjoying creating during the pandemic. Seeing that we don't have a stage, I've really been enjoying because I wanted to create. I wanted to put stuff out there. I was just sitting at home and I was just like, if I do this continuously, I'm gonna go crazy. So I wanted to create. I wanted to put things out there, and we didn't have a platform. And I, with my company Lakatco, which I'm the creative associate, I saw an opportunity. I was like, well, I work with this company. I do a lot of the social media work and deal with a lot of content creation. How can I tie the two together with me creating and then creating content for the company? So I really have been enjoying doing it. I am self-taught, but it's something I really would like to master and have under my belt as another layer of myself. Because you never know what can happen in the future. So I want to definitely look into that and have it as something else, another aspect of myself.
Good. Your colleague, Renee I. McDonald, choreographer extraordinaire, says Orville has made the internet his stage. Brilliant and inspiring. We need to get the flowers while we're alive and know what we're doing, so we are on target with our purposes. Orville, thank you. And as we segue into our Q&A, man, we could talk about this all day, everyone. I invite all the panelists to turn their cameras on, so we can feel like we're in the same room. And I'll start with a question from Elizabeth Montoya Steeman, head of department over by School of Drama, our sister school. And it's for Orville particularly. She'd like to know more about the particular visions that you had when you were thinking about what you wanted and how you had worked with them and how did you transform them for the screen? Or were they even screen visions? Like, what was that transformation like? How did you do it?
So definitely, I wanted to create because, as I said before, I'm been inspired by dance films that I've seen and music videos, and I definitely wanted to capture the best angle, the best viewpoint for specific areas in the piece. So yeah, I practiced. when I was choreographing and I had the people in studio, I was like, okay, let me just grab my phone and let's do a quick practice of, okay, maybe this angle will work, maybe that angle won't work. How best can I make sure that the content is impactful and engaging? Because you have videographers that might video dance, and somebody get cut off over here, they're videoing the feet, they're videoing somebody's close-up of their face while other things are happening around. So I went into it first as a choreographer. I was like, okay, I want all my work to be seen, and what's the best way for my work to be seen. So I went into it first with that mindset, and then I kind of trial and error played with angles and viewpoints and stuff like that. So that's how I really came about coming up with that work.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Panel, this is a question from me to all of you, and I mean, I do remember that Ms. Kwamena also had a question. Everywhere you look now, dance is on screen, like seriously, right? I mean, and for free. This is something that kind of concerns a number of people, because I was in another meeting that people were talking about that. It's for free everywhere now. You can see some of the best companies abroad, some of the most wonderful filmmakers have just pushed themselves, like push themselves onto this internet stage to remain relevant. It's a double-barreled question. I wonder, one, what niche does Jamaica or does the Jamaican perspective have in terms of separating ourselves or distinguishing ourselves in terms of dance that is going to be put on screen during this time? And two, do you think the freeness of it is going to have an impact on our being able to monetize? So anybody can, choose any part of it that they wish to jump in on. So it's primarily about how do we distinguish ourselves as Jamaicans? Is that even necessary? Because there's so much dance online now. Anybody?
Let me just go first before I forget. Yes, it's the internet is saturated with dance. It's always been saturated with dance, especially with Instagram, all of these new applications coming out. It's just saturated with dance, but there is nothing like a live performance. The energy is different, the feel is different when you're there, a part of the experience, it's different. And for film, you kind of have to try and create that atmosphere by adding different elements and stuff into it, and it's a bit, especially from the performing aspect, it's you have to push more because you're dancing for a camera. You want people to feel what you're feeling and experience through a camera lens. So it's a bit more difficult. It asks a lot more of you rather than in personal live experience. You're there with them experiencing it. So for one, I try to create in a way that I know that I'm just creating this for an Instagram platform. So it's not like I'm overselling, for lack of a better term. So you want to keep the content compact so that you still save a little bit for when the live shows start happening again. So you just give them a little taste of something, add in different elements and make it engaging still. But you still want to save a little bit for live performances. You don't want to give everything away because then you're what's the purpose of live performance if you're just gonna put everything out there?
I agree, because it feels that if sometimes there's this rush to make sure you have content, you have to put it out there. And a lot of people weren't thinking necessarily about the platforms. It's just like if you're live, you can't put a dance that is intended for a large stage on a small stage without making adjustments. So I guess you're saying for Jamaican dance creators who want to go on into this space, really think about what your platform is and hold back a little thing, because we know that the world is going to open up in a certain kind of way. It will change, but it will still open back up, and we must be ready. Anybody else, or would it? Lee?
Hello again, everyone. I'd just like to say, yes, Orville, I agree with you. The space is and has been saturated with dance, right? But that's the virtual space. I think the beauty for me in all of Corona makes me think about dance very differently. And I would say, there's the industry of dance, which I've never felt comfortable with. I've never fit into it, but I was born in a system that placed me there. And I say place me there because I then had to turn this embodied experience, my lived experience, into a career. And this lived experience, this dance, this movement, and it really, really makes me question, what is dance? Like, can we revisit what that is? Can we think about what it was, the purpose of it, how we engage with people? Because, the industry created audience. The industry made the audience believe that they're there to consume us, consume our bodies, consume our spirits, or energy, or sweat, or lack of breath, or breath itself. And therefore, there's an aesthetic. There is a gaze, and there's an aesthetic. And there's this consistent pushing in industry, which is capitalism, right? So I'm not going to say we're not to make money. We're not to survive. But I'm thinking there was, let's say I don't really understand the difference in terms of the I don't believe in evolution. I think COVID is asking us to slow down because we too often have believed in evolution. I'm really a diffusionist if I were to choose something for myself, because I believe that we've been existing. You have spaces across the globe that don't have a dance industry. And I think it's the same with the Caribbean. We keep thinking that we need to chase this white supremacist way of thinking about the way that we use our bodies as tools, as machines, that we're not seeing them as the canvas that they are, that we are bearers and like of culture, and that we who choose to go deeper into embodiment, it doesn't make us special. Everybody has a body. Everybody has breath. Everybody moves. And the industry has told us, yeah, you're the 2%. Yeah, man, you choose to be creative. Yeah, and I'm like, no, we are a fraction of the 150%. And we chose to take on our vessel, not as a vessel, but as a home, to return home to it. And we want everybody to return home to it. We're not there for you to say, yeah, man, that's not me. We were never, our bodies were never representations. Someone had to lead. In all of our revolution, this is a body revolution right now. That's what COVID is reminding us in these spaces of the arts. It's reminding us that life has always been about the body revolution. The freedom of taking up space, of feeling one's breath, of feeling one's, like, how are we living? It's asking, and how are we just existing? And I'm not gonna not making capital. I live in a capital. I was born and raised into this society. COVID has shifted it for us in a way that I am grateful for. I'm like, yes, let's return to self. Let's go home to self.
Yeah.
We are at home with our bodies, and our bodies in silos. And I'm like, that's great. Now we will be seen differently. I don't want people, I turn to film not to have more people look at me, but to have more people look at themselves.
That's a word.
Into the theater and stare at me. I'm not on the auction block.
Yeah.
None of us are.
That's a word.
So this idea of the gaze is what we need to challenge. Right? I use film as a screen to separate people's idea. This, it's this romanticizing, this fetishizing, like you're looking onto as though I am. And someone created that.
Yeah.
You know? We
Yeah.
embodied, we inherited that theory, that thinking.
And now is
And
the time for the revisiting.
Yeah, and I'm
as
like,
you rightly said. Yeah.
what are we saying dance is here? What is the conversation we're having?
Thank you, Lee. Like that's amazing, because just in line with what Sophie remembered in terms of being our own first world, even the concept of first world is false because there's no second. And you know, we were given the label of third. So we really have, you're quite right. This is a moment to revisit everything we've inherited and get down to like what is the real central nucleus thing that needs to be destroyed. I mean, when I speak of decolonization, and somebody mentioned decolonization in I think it was Patreon from Trinidad, Patreon Edwards, it's real. And now is the time where we have to unpick and unpack and regroup and do that in as you say in the home of the body. That is what we have to do, because without that we cease to exist. And dance is primed to do that, because body is what we deal with, and body is always what is on, not just display, but is made unsafe. So we have to make it safe. Everybody, not just dancers, and dance can lead the way for everybody else. Thank you for bringing that up. Wow, we could do for the whole day. Okay, Sophie, I see you want to jump in, but there's also a question that's particularly for you, if I can find it. It was from Renee regarding teaching. Oh boy, it gone. I think it had to, yes, it says, how do you as teachers and choreographers intend to navigate dance after COVID, whenever that is? When we head back into true normalcy, which is going to be different, Ren, is there anything learned from this time that you will maintain? Sophie, talk of, you know, pedagogy or teaching or sharing.
Definitely. I think the idea of the one size fits all is thrown out the door. I believe, because let me start from experiential information. As a student doing dance classes online, it's totally different, and it kind of ties back with what Lee was saying in terms of you have to really connect with self. There's no way to be in a class and be at the back when you're taking it online. You can't necessarily follow persons on screen because directions are shot and persons' videos are mirrored. So there almost comes a time when you have to own the content for yourself and embody it and perform it in your space by yourself, because that class setup is not around you, whether it was a support or whether it was for some people, a negative kind of space, a space of comparison, a space of saying, well, he looks this way and I can't do it as good, and so forth and so on. I find that when you take class online, well, for me, for sure, there's no way I can get caught up with that while trying to execute and do. I think returning as a teacher, for sure, there is the idea that it's really tied to similar kind of things of what Lee was saying in terms of why are we dancing? What are we trying to achieve? You see, as a dance educator, yes, I train bodies, but I also believe that all should experience dance, because we all have the body. We all have the perfect body. There is no, this is a typical body, right? Your body has bone, muscles, joints, sinews, all the things that exist in your body. It's your body and your frame because it is what it is. And so pedagogy has to go beyond that thought of, oh, this person has a great body for jazz and this one has a great body. Even those divisions of genres, like all of that, because dance is an expression of who we are. So I tend to fall in it's a little funny state because I teach ballet, but of course I teach ballet as a Jamaican dancer that started ballet late, that also I'm teaching ballet really as a training tool per se to pull it apart again, because I know what ballet was when it was started and what we can do, and that ballet is not the end all of it. Also giving everyone a space in something that was maybe said that it's for a certain set and set apart. So I think when we go back to that normalcy, which will never be what it was before. It's going to be a mixture of what we have now, which is screen option and in-person option, and the mixture of both. I think we really have to look at those. It seems kind of esoteric, but it's really the philosophical issues that drive the actions, right? Why are we developing these dancers that can get their leg over here? Because somebody who is looking wants to see you pull a trick of putting your leg over there. No offense to a leg, but what is it to communicate? And the fact that all dance is not necessary. There's dance for enjoyment. There's dance for release of emotion, and there's dance for different things and all things. There's dance like how I felt when I heard the presentations. I feel like I want to dance. It's emotion, it's living. And I feel like this pandemic, I agree, it's causing us to go back to what is important. Living, being present, the fact that life is a gift and it is here for a time T, and then it evolves into something else. And it's less about meeting a standard and more about fulfilling a life's purpose. May we preach. So I feel like when we go back, educators need to be armed with this. And need to empower students to understand that it is an individual experience. We're in a collective, just like all of us going through COVID. We're going through it. It's a general thing. We all feel the strain, but we're all going through an individual experience of COVID-19. But the power is in the fact that we can come together and say, yo, the mask, and somebody go, yeah, the mask. We feel differently in it, but we connect because we're going through it. And I think that's where dance will get, or should get to, if we learn the lessons we need to learn.
Thank you. May we learn those lessons. We have to really use the opportunity to do the slowing down, as Lee mentioned. A number of us, we are so used to going. We're used to, as Lee mentioned as well, the body being a machine. Emily Conrad says, no, the body is not a machine. The body is a process. The body is organic. It's always in motion. It's always healing itself, no matter what it looks like. When will we learn that? Or for some of us, remember that now is the time. And this is not throwing anything to say it's not a tragedy. The moment is a tragedy for many people globally, but it's also an opportunity for us to really, really reflect and contemplate. Colleen, I want to find that question from Kwamena as the last question, because the time is running and we are enjoying this conversation so much, but I didn't write it down. That's
fine. The question is actually connected to the question Renee McDonald asked.
I see.
It really was, what lessons are we taking beyond COVID?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There was a student who was asking if those of you who are working in the film making space, she called you pioneers. I love it. Are you all self-taught? In a manner of speaking. So maybe there's some lessons. John, I know you did some photography lessons as well, but in terms of filmmaking. So it's interesting what can happen. Well, Dashawn, certainly when you key into what you have. As you know, capitalism will tell you that you have to buy everything that you need, including information. A lot of it is right there if you can sit quietly enough, and if the need is strong enough for you to be able to figure out how to make it. Like I figured out how to deal with captions by YouTube. I can teach that now, not Zoom, but I can teach that. So we're gonna round off. I don't know if anybody else has anything they want to say that they're burning to say, because Afire is the theme. And so, I'm hoping that what we're saying now is really echoing backwards and forwards, because time is a construct. It's just echoing all around. I hope our ancestors are grateful and happy and glad that we are the dreams that we are. As a present ancestor, I am extremely happy to be, because I am my own ancestor. Hey, I'm happy to be witnessing what you're all doing, who you're all being, how you are all being present. The prism of the Creator is like just shining through all of you, the multifacetedness. Because we're so hard at work at the School of Dance, we're not always remembering what we're doing, who we are affecting. Some of our students are even on YouTube right now, just gushing. The same ones who give you the trouble in the class, but they are also recognizing, that's their multi-dimensionality, right? They're recognizing the moment that we are in right now. Is there anything anybody wants to add before we close off? Sophie.
Yes, Bernie, one thing I just want us to, if this panel has encouraged me, that's an understatement. If this experience has encouraged me, that's an understatement. But that's what we do at the college. The Edna College of Visual and Performing Arts, a lot of persons tend to question, then you go dance school, where you go to after? So for those who may not understand, so you're going to dance school, what is your plan for after? You know, because they're seeing, okay, you don't fall into a mold, you know, you don't study finance and then work in a bank, you don't study medicine and then work in a hospital, you study dance and then what? And we may not have the industry to say, as soon as you finish studying dance, you'll automatically get a company, automatically get a job as a full-time company member with a dance group, right? What the education at the Edna Manley College does, which is evident in all these presentations, it allows you to take your learning and then do what you are called and needed to do. And so I want to encourage those on the YouTube, those watching on YouTube, all of us here, that there is a space. We are to take up the space. We create that space. There is no mold. Who says that you cannot be a dancer and a scientist and a psychologist and a filmmaker and a singer and a media person? And who says you have to be even any of those, but create your own thing? And that is where I mean, some may argue that, yes, but we need to go more into entrepreneurial skills and therefore, but we need to connect with who we are. And once you pull out those giftings, then you'll find out that these are amazing things. When I heard this panel and saw this panel, I was like, we could do the entire research day. And then when I look at the panels that are to come, the one on Masquerade and the one, and I'm just like, we could do several research days. That's not the point. It's not just to show off. Yes, I like to show off, right? They don't mind the college, Visual and Performing Arts. But it's also to say that there is space. And this is where the world is going, transitioning out of the strict 9 to 5. Everybody now have a side hustle, so that's the new talk. Everybody monetizing something, which can be tied back to, you know, that whole capitalist belief. But the truth is, it's the fact that we have the gift. We are the gift. And so we need to just use the information as information and live. So that's really the encouragement I found by just doing this.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you. Listen, we are the gift. I want to wrap it up. My colleague O'Neill Price said, it's time to undance the dance, and we are the ones to do it. What we have received as dance, now is the time, we are the place. We're gonna create an ecosystem, not an industry. And I mean, if the world wants to follow, let the world follow. We're leading ourselves. We're doing what we need to do to bring our dreams to fruition and set up a nice foundation for those who are coming after us. Oh, blessings abundant to the platform. Congratulations to the team for the research day. It's going to be excellent from the way through, all the way through. Congratulations to this particular panel. Also coming from my mother, who actually left some comments on YouTube for you guys.
Thank you, Anita.
And thank you, Colleen, so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know how to say thank you, but want to remind everyone that our first panel, ably moderated by Neela Banks, Dance and the Moving Image Screen as the new stage and studio, was really a very rich exchange with students and faculty. We take the opportunity to thank you, panelists, students Deshaun Prince and Janoy Johnson, and of course our faculty, Lee Rose, Sophia McCain, Orville McFarlane, and as I said before, moderated by Neela Banks. If you're just joining us, welcome to Research Day at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. I'm your host, Colleen Douglas. We would have just shared with you our first panel, and just to assure you that it will remain up on the college's YouTube page. We also remind everyone that there is still time to view unlike the 3-minute challenge, and that the person with the most likes gets the People's Choice Prize. The link to the college Facebook, IG, are all in the YouTube comments section. So remain tuned in as we will play the pitch in the intermission. To remind those who are just joining us as well, that the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts Annual Research Day is an initiative of the School of Arts Management and Humanities. Initially, it was an opportunity for faculty to share their work with our students and each other. But in 2017, through the efforts of Dr. Anthea Akhtar, big up your Edna Manley self, Anthea, this was expanded to include the work of our students and non-teaching staff. The aim is to continue to build a culture of research among faculty and students with a specific affinity to the frameworks that facilitate discussions and presentations of practice-based led research. By the way, I have to do this because it's my job too. We are still accepting applications for the 2021 academic year to 2021-2022 academic year. All of these people you see on the screen are available. If you apply to the School of Dance, by the way, you must do an audition and they will be available to guide you through that process. If you're applying to the schools of music or and drama, the same process applies. So we encourage you to apply early so that you can actually have an opportunity to do your auditions. The School of Visual Arts does have their own intake. You are supposed to send in a portfolio with your application, and the School of Arts Management and Humanities does an interview. We also have the School of Continuing Education and Allied Programs. I did see some questions in YouTube. Someone actually texted to ask whether or not they can join ballet classes. Auntie Sophie, you're never too old, you're never too young to join. So yes, you may. You may contact us at 876-619-EDNA. That's 876-619-3362 for the college and ask for the School of Continuing Ed, or just simply click extension 2040 or 2041. You may also send any queries you want for the college at info@emc.edu.jm. Must big up to the people behind the scenes who make it happen. The people behind the scenes, the technical people in multimedia. Forgive me if I'm forgetting some of the names. Jesse, I know we spoke this morning, so I suspect you're there, Jesse Golding, Kimberly Hyatt. Anthea, I'm putting this all on your lap to just send me the names of the tech team so that we can big up who forget big up and we can move smoothly into the morning. We're going to take a very short break. I'm very conscious that this kind of audience, it's important that we breathe and we come back, but we want you to return with the same energies that you brought to our first panel. I have to take the opportunity to publicly say, Carol Hamilton, I celebrate you in Women's History Month. I celebrate the work that you have done for the college all the years you were here and the support you continue to give us. Nicolene DeGrasse Johnson, big up yourself wherever you are and join us. You have been doing tremendous work for the college and I know your heart is with us. Lantonette Steins, thank you for the work that you are doing for dance. Thank you to all the women in dance. Thank you to all the women in the arts. And wherever you are, know that the work that you're doing is completely appreciated by us. We give thanks for the energies. We invite you to stay tuned in for the rest of the day. We return at 11:30 with a lot of laughter. And I will share a little bit of that with you very, very soon when I return to your screens. We want to big up Amelia. Thank you for the sign language. We cater for everyone, all of us, everyone, no matter where you are, you need to either hear our voice, see what's on screen, or the transcription is not doing so very well. It's really not connecting to our language so much, but yes, we give thanks and we return in a few minutes at 11:30 with our next panel.
K. Hines, a final year interdisciplinary studies student from School of Visual Arts, and this is my project for Research in the Arts Day 2021. My project is entitled Black Women's Oceanality in Popular Visual Culture, the representation of Black women's sexuality in the media. Colonial stereotypes of Black women's sexuality includes Mammy and Jezebel. This project, however, focuses on the label of Black women as Jezebels. These negative stereotypes trickle down into society and affect Black women in real life. In history, these representations supported the rape and abuse of women, and it continues today. The focus of my paper, however, is to reclaim Black women's sexuality in popular culture with the use of African spiritual concept called oceanality. Black women's sexuality remains understudied, especially within an African context. Female sexuality continues to be misrepresented through a colonial lens, even by Black men in the media. So we're not going to use the master's tools because the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. So we're going to use Black feminist discourse on eroticism and sex. And this leads me into the grand topic of oceanality. Oceanality, however, is a post-colonial feminist term that encourages sexual diversity among Black people and provides a lens to view sexuality from an African spiritual context with references to Oshun, the Yoruba god of sexuality. This concept of oceanality will be used to analyze the way how Black women in popular culture choose to represent themselves erotically. Black women will embrace and promote themselves erotically every day through social media tools and are in control of images of themselves. The method of analysis I'll be using include contextual analysis on the theory of oceanality and scholarship surrounding the issues on the representation of Black women in the media. I'll be using images and videos from the internet to analyze and basically get a deep understanding and compare them to African spirituality, right? And then I'll be using discourse analysis to get understanding of how people are reacting to these images. Then I'll be using all this information in my final year project, which is basically an interdisciplinary experience, photography, projection, sound art, and it's all been encapsulated into an art installation. The project doesn't aim to just re-represent images I've seen sexually, but provide a safe space for Black women to heal through self-representation, eroticism, and spirituality. Currently in Jamaican art, Black women's body has been used negatively to critique dancehall popular culture using the male gaze. These negative stereotypes and systematic biases has created challenges for Black women that they will struggle with their whole lives. By interjecting positive representation into society, it not just helped the upbringing of confident Black women, but also helped to destroy racial, gender, and sexual biases worldwide. Thank you for listening to the project.
My name is Torian King. I'm a fourth year student at the School of Drama, and today my research is on institutionalized oppression and the effects it has on one's perception of self and others. And so to break this down, the three main institutions that we will be looking at today are the school, the church, and the home. And what is oppression? Oppression is the social act of placing severe restrictions on an individual, group, or institution. So basically what we're saying is that these institutions have the possibility of indoctrinating individuals, which basically means to force them to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. So if you look at this image representing the educational system, it goes from right to left. So we see these beautiful young women going into the educational system, and they are disciplined. They have creative juices flowing through them, and they're intelligent. And having gone through the educational system, we see how they come out almost robotic. We see that the life and the fluff that they had going in is sucked out of them. And so look at this one, which represents the church. We see that this is using the Bible. This is how they view the world, and they are fully forcing this child or setting these views on him so that he can also see this way with them. Did they ask him if he wanted to believe these things? Well, we'll find out. This image represents the home. And so we see mom and dad, they are strolling, and these halos basically represent their mindset. And we see that it is this same mindset that they are holding this child accountable by. This is what is guiding him. This is what is leading him. And it is on a chain around his neck. That alone speaks a lot. So if we ask ourselves what the big question is, the question is, who am I? How much of who we are is actually determined by us? What are the effects of institutionalized oppression in these institutions? What is the effect that has on how we perceive ourselves and others? How can society effectively socialize us without negating a fully conscious human experience? And this image on the left is of an automaton, which is basically a machine that is made to imitate human beings and to function like a human being, but without the aspect of being conscious. And so how is it that I'm planning to do all of this? I plan to use mixed research methods. So the quantitative and the qualitative will work hand in hand for me to gather my data. And so the quantitative will ask the questions, how much and how many? And the qualitative is where I will gather experiences and thoughts and use that to fully inform the drama, which is the ultimate aim, to come up with a piece that will portray all of these things. So why? Why is this research important? It is because, like the picture says, the oppressed of today often become the oppressors of tomorrow. And that is what we do not want to happen. We actually want to come to a place of understanding and distinguishing the difference between education and indoctrination. So through the arts, through the drama, a mirror will be placed before us so that we can critically look at ourselves to truly answer the question, who am I thank you so much. These are the works that were cited today, and thank you for listening.
Good day. My name is Owen Lloyd, and I'm a fourth-year painting student, and I'd like to introduce you to my research. My research topic is the body in orientation to technology. Jamaicans are becoming heavily dependent on high-tech gadgets to accomplish things in many aspects of their daily lives. This project will focus on the complex nature of humans' relationship with modern technology. That observation gives the sense that Jamaicans are like cyborgs, combinations of biology and technology, hybrid entities whose minds and bodies are increasingly exposed to the use and misuse of technology. The critical question is, where should humans go from here? The cyborg is a new manifestation of being human in the 21st century, and how technology is used will determine the quality of life for the future. The focus of my research. The focus of my research will be on paintings, cyborg images specifically. No genre of the arts better reflect how technology is imagined, celebrated, and resisted better than the cyborg. According to Bio, the cyborg epitomizes humans' deepest and most intimate technological aspirations and fears. This work will analyze a number of artworks within art, science, popular culture, and reflect a conscious or subconscious recognition of cyborg. These artworks are Neil Arbison, A Cyborg Synthetic Pedicure, Stellarch, The Third Hand, and Wangeshu Muta, Untitled and Unbeaten. Examples are my method of analysis. The concept of the cyborg is a relatively unexplored area in art history, and as such, this research will employ a multidisciplinary methodology. It will explore a number of cyborg ideologies presented in Neil Postman's, Dana Haraway's, Martin Heidegger's, and Andy Clark's writing to create a theoretical framework through which to analyze the artworks that will be discussed. My studio work. I will create a body of painting, and this research will function as a critical theoretical framework that will inform my creative process. My work will portray the negative implications of integrating high-tech gadgets with the human flesh, specifically the brain. Hence, I will paint grotesque representations of the brain motive to play on the idea that the brain and artificial objects are incompatible, and this will allude to the potential dangers of integrating high-tech gadgets with the human body. This is an example of one of my work. It is a cross section of the brain motive, and it's rather grotesque and sort of repulsive, and that would question the nature of why it is so decadent and, you know, repulsive, making one want to question the potential dangers of using technology. The significance of the research. The purpose of this research, therefore, is to reevaluate humans' perceptions, and not just the technology, but how they have changed human lives. Society is at a point where technology is becoming more sophisticated and the scope of things that it can be applied to is expanded. Many critical thinkers have argued that human lives are at the mercy of technology, but there is even a more provoking thought. Like intoxicated addicts, they continue to immerse themselves into the very thing that led to their subordination, and this may lead to further impoverishment. Thank you.
Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Hello, my name is Kiza Smith, a fourth-year drama in education student, and I'd like to welcome you to the pitch of my research. My topic is exploring the use of Gary to enhance the teaching and learning process in the blended drama classroom. It is my aim to prove that the inclusion of this cultural form will aid drastically in students' personal and academic development in the blended drama classroom. My main objectives for this research is to outline how can Gary be used in the drama classroom to promote collaborative learning and demonstrate the use of Gary to develop public speaking, critical thinking, and communication skills in the drama classroom, guided by two research questions. How can Gary be used in the drama classroom to promote collaborative learning? And how can Gary in the drama classroom develop public speaking, critical thinking, and communication skills? Gary is a cultural form that is practiced mainly in the Caribbean country, Jamaica, in the parish of Westmoreland. It is an African-originated dance which is performed the exact night after the death of an individual. This cultural form aims to cheer up the bereaved family as it has an upbeat and cheerful nature. In implementing Gary in the drama classroom, which is a space for students and teachers to engage, explore, and create new materials through the use of drama strategies for their own benefit, students working together in groups, whether face-to-face or online breakout rooms, will be able to critically assess the songs used in Gary, transform them into their own, and even developing their own storylines, adding rhythms from the drum beats, graters, spot covers, etc. All these are materials found in the home, which will aid in enhancing their communication skills on how they can relate to each other through distance effectively while using body gestures, facial expressions, and characterization. In collecting data to support both research questions, through the use of lesson plans, I will design my lessons to incorporate this art form to test if the effectiveness in being able to achieve the objectives. Throughout that process, I will document based on observation and students' reaction to the art form, content, and intended aim I'm trying to prove. Students will then be tested through in-class assessment and journaling of their experience to help in formulating a conclusion if they felt and experienced what was intended. The significance of this research, observing the characteristics of online space now, such as exclusion, self-isolation, social distancing, and lack of interaction. Implementing this art form in the classroom will allow students not to feel as though they don't have a space to explore and express themselves. Gary is an art form that consists of dance, music, and drama, which the nature of the drama classroom facilitates just that. The other significance of this research is to enrich a school's performance, promoting interactive learning environments, and produce critical thinkers, excellent communicators, and innovative individuals. Also, to demonstrate that the arts is still of value and can be used to solve current issues of students' participation in the online classroom. Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Ricketts, a fourth-year student studying a Bachelor of Music Education. When music hits, you feel no pain. An exploration of the effects of listening to music on depressed students during COVID-19. The current student cohort for primary to secondary level is facing challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, where persons are now being forced to do online learning, which has taken away from social interactions of students. An informal survey has shown that students are very depressed. If left unresolved or undetected, these students may suffer in their personal and academic studies. They may become suicidal and at the least not perform at their best academically, particularly in the music classroom for students not to develop musically. As a student teacher, in some of my interactions with these students, I have recognized that I played music at the beginning of the class and at the end of the class, and students' mood changed dramatically. For this research, my objectives are identify the preferred genres of students, explore some of these genres that affect students' feelings and thoughts, suggest the incorporation of music activities into students' everyday life to lower the causes of depression. Questions. What are students' preferred genres? What are some of the feelings and thoughts identified when students listen to these genres? What are the social effects of engaging in musical activities among adolescents? My current literature is based on studies that have already been conducted that looks at musical preferences and depression in adolescents, the effects of music therapy on depression among students, the impact of group therapy on depression, mood of college students. It is something that has already been done, but is even more critical in the COVID-19 pandemic. Within all these literature, the main focus was on students who displayed signs of depression, and what was used is not necessarily music education, but just listening to music and discussing music. These literatures found that there have been positive effects on musical preferences on depressed students. I have recognized that people are not really looking at depression as an effect of this COVID-19 online learning platform, and the severity of this issue is being taken for granted. Yes, these studies has already been done, and I strongly believe that this particular situation is being overlooked because of other issues that are being taken for that aren't being taken light. Finding the resources for students to be able to go online, right? This emotional issue is being neglected in favor of academic performance. Methodology. The main activity in this methodology is having group and individual listening session using several genres: classical, reggae, K-pop, dancehall, and heavy metal. The assistance of a psychologist will be engaged in some of these sessions. So the data collection method that will be used for all these questions: interview, group and individual music listening sessions, observation, journaling. The data analysis, content analysis. Content analysis is the study of the study of documents and communications, which might be text or various formats, photos, audios, or videos. Discourse analysis. Discourse analysis is the approach to the analysis of writing, vocals, or sign language used in any significant semantic or emotional events. Music analysis. Music analysis is basically students are given music to analyze the lyrics or the rhythm. This is an example of what students will be able to do or should do. Listen to the song selected by teachers at certain points or certain times of the day. Write down their thoughts and feelings. Listen to music before certain events. Students will analyze the lyrics and the rhythms of these songs and state what they understand from the lyrics and how it makes them feel. Significance. Contribute to the dialogue of pedagogical intervention of the arts in online learning, particularly in music. Also to continue to show the value of the arts in academic, even in this online dispensation. Expose and expand students' musical literacy in relations to their mental health, have a long-term effects on the nation and the population. I am interested in this topic of research because I found that while on teaching practice, the students displayed signs of depression, such as feeling of sadness, loss of interest, and having negative outlook on life in general. Having been exposed to music for over several years and acquiring both the knowledge and skill, I will be testing the pre-assumption that music can and will have a positive impact on students' mood while going through COVID-19. Thank you.
Is that it, Anthea, for the student presentation? Yes. Greetings, everyone. It is 11:30. We are so good with time. Big up yourself, the tech team, Jesse, Golding, Kamo, Daniel McPherson, second-year students in the School of Arts Management. I want to pause for a moment to just say, Black Heartman, Dan Dada, Soul Rebel, Jabby, Bonnie Whaler, Neville O'Reilly, Livingston, Original Whaler. May you find your brothers Peter and Bob in your dreamland. We give thanks for what you've given to Jamaica. I want to also use the opportunity to, of course, to pause and acknowledge that one of our own students, a first-year student, Jalissa McGowan in the School of Visual Arts, lost her. We lost her recently, and we just want to send our condolences to her family, and especially you students in the School of Visual Arts who would have met her as a first-year student. To the faculty, we stand with you in this moment and offer you comfort that the arts can give us. It had to be this time when that happened to me, so forgive my little watery eye moment, because this day has really been a blessing for my soul in particular. Sometimes we forget, and I, like some of you, may have forgotten what the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts is about. The first and perhaps still the only one of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. We're very proud of that. We are celebrating Research in the Arts Day right here at the college. If you're just joining us on YouTube, an initiative of the School of Arts Management. We've been doing this for a couple of years, kind of changed it around in 2017 so that we can include our faculty, our students a little bit more as they share their specific affinities to the frameworks that facilitate discussions and presentations of practice-based led research. I also want to welcome any high school students who've taken the time out to join us, and our own students here at Edna Manley. You can send the fires up The School of Dance, thank you for staying. DRAMA, thank you for staying. School of Arts Management and Humanities, thank you for staying and for all of this energy that you're giving. School of Visual Arts, thank you for staying. Of course, my people them over the School of Music, thank you for staying. It is my pleasure to introduce a brethren, a colleague, writer, educator, performing artist, and scholar, Owen Blacker Ellis, who is a senior lecturer in our School of Arts Management and Humanities. Him not, me thinking over drama sometimes, so forgive me. He's also the president of the Optimist Club of Trenchtown. And when I mention Bonnie, I smile because I know Blacker, you're from that space that has really given Jamaica so much and the world so much through our beautiful music of reggae. Blacker has worked all over the world as an actor, musician, motivational speaker, and workshop facilitator. He's one of the powerhouses behind the success of Jamaica's most popular TV comedy, the IT and Fancy Cat Show, which is a project he has worked on as principal writer and co-producer, as well as making cameo appearances in some of the skits. He is known mostly for his over 3 decades of onstage work as a leading stand-up comedian, working either as a solo act or as a part of the famed Bello and Blacker duo. Ladies and gentlemen on YouTube, in this virtual land, welcome to Research Day. Welcome to our second panel. And I'm pleased to introduce Owen Blacker Ellis and his presentation, Cooking Up Comedy, Surveying the Echoes of Laughter in Jamaica, Historical Perspective and Comedic Reflections. Blacker, big up yourself. Over to you.
Greetings and salutations. Thank you for a very wonderful introduction, Colleen. And greetings to all those who are joining us all over the world in this global virtual space as we look at the place of comedy in the cultural and creative industries in the Caribbean, in the world, on this Celebrating Research in the Arts Day. So comedy, and I must have to pause and just acknowledge that we had a very wonderful panel earlier on dance, that among other things, it did something for me. It sort of reinforced the idea of giving light to the myth that that dancer is just a brainless body. These dancers are deep thinkers. And I want to say it's a very nice way to segue into comedy, in that comedy is not just about a bunch of hapless fools giving laugh a pea soup, but comedians are really intelligent people who are making a very impactful and valid contribution to the arts fabric in the Caribbean, in the global space. So, comedy. There's much that we can learn from and learn about comedy and its place in the Caribbean cultural industries. Research, therefore, is vital. And I want to make a pitch in this presentation for more research on comedy, for more documentation on comedy. Where's that documentary on comedy? Where's that book on the history of comedy in the Caribbean, in Jamaica? So there's no denying that there's a value of research-based creative practice and education. And part of what this Research Day activity does is underline the value and importance of that idea. Now, beyond their entertainment and aesthetic value, the arts are generally often lauded as being important tools for advocacy and vehicles for raising consciousness, among other things. But for some reason, this acknowledgement of their wide-ranging functions appear to frequently preclude the art of comedy, particularly the genre of stand-up comedy. Somehow it is often cubbyholed as just for laughs. The truth is, though, comedy is not just about making people laugh, and comedians do generally do a lot more than just evoke amusement. But for some reason, even when we laud the great cultural icon, Miss Lou, for her work and her role, we focus primarily on her pioneering role of validating our mother tongue. We very often don't give a similar value to her phenomenal work as an evoker of laughter, as a purveyor of comedy. And we very often ignore the intersections between comedy and a range of other areas like politics, like economics, like advocacy work. So I wanted to share some of that and to make some points about comedy and to underline the request for comedy to be given a more valid space as we look at the value of the cultural and creative arts. Comedy does a lot more than just make people laugh. Comedy deflects animosity and anger. Comedy reflects feelings and opinions. It's also an effective means of confronting oppressive systems and structures. Of course, on the negative side, it also has the potential to perpetuate prejudices and stereotypes. You know, we all know the culturally inappropriate and politically incorrect jokes that draw on stereotypes on sexuality, stereotypes on race, size, and so on. But above all, comedy is really hard work. Fulfilling, fun, but hard work. You know, a very renowned Jamaican psychologist, Dr. Lakin Simaj, is famous for saying that comedy is the second best way to relieve stress. Let me say it again. Comedy is the second best way to relieve stress. If you're wondering what the first one is, you need more comedy in your life. That's all I will say. So I want to make the point that the reluctance to validate and value comedy for its role in the broader, larger cultural dynamics is really unfair when you think of the important work that people have been doing in comedy. I mean, the contemporary work of people like Christopher Johnny Daly and Ian I.T. Ellis, who are cultural entrepreneurs who are doing fantastic work keeping comedy alive. I will say this without any fear of contradiction, that Ian Ellis, for example, is a manager for a company, a director for a company that's 15 years old, that produces comedy for stage and for television. And that company has given more work to Edna Manley College graduates and students than any other entity in Jamaica. So there's some validity in comedy. And for his part, Christopher Daly's work through the Comedy Bus TV series and through his Johnny Life Comedy Bar has provided an avenue for the emergence of many, many new talents in comedy. In fact, all the current new crop of comedians have come up through Johnny's initiatives. So these guys, IT and Johnny, are doing fantastic work as entrepreneurs, investing time and resources in keeping comedy alive, in validating the work of comedians, providing work for them, and keeping Jamaica laughing and keeping Jamaica relieved. But let's just look back a bit of some of what has happened before the contemporary setting. If you can go back to the 1930s and look at a range of comedic duos that have been a very important foundation in the Jamaican comedic framework, starting with Slim and Sam, who were urban street performers who provided hilarious commentary on topicalities and parodies on popular personalities in the 30s. They found their stage on the street of Kingston, and they had a ready audience. They would make up songs, make up jokes, and then sell scripts with what they could go home and sing the song that they produced, Slim and Sam. And then there was the iconic duo called Bim and Bam, who were really Ed Lewis and Aston Winter, who came to prominence later on after Slim and Sam in that same decade. Then there was also a less known comedy duo called Ike and Mike. And here I want to pause and look again at the intersection, because Ike and Mike was Eric Coverley, who later married Miss Lou. And Ike was a then accountant who later on became Jamaica's longest serving Governor General, Floresville Glasspool. So there you had a comedian who was an accountant and who became Governor General. So comedy is not a place for people who are silly, who laugh at pea soup. These are intelligent people who have chosen to use laughter as a way of relieving stress and providing entertainment and earning a living. So Ike and Mike, remember those names, Ike and Mike, Slim and Sam, Bim and Bam, Ike and Mike. And then there was, of course, the famous Miss Lou and Masquerade duo. And we all know about Miss Lou. Miss Lou's work had been documented and celebrated. We very often, though, ignore or forget Masquerade, Ronnie Williams, who was a very integral part of that duo and several other duos. He was Masquerade in Miss Lou and Masquerade. He was also Amos in another duo called Amos Andy with Lee Gordon as Andy. He was also a part of another duo called Margie and Putus with radio pioneer Alma Makian as Margie and him as Putus. And here's another interesting fact. When Ronnie Williams launched his career as a comedian in the 30s, his producer and promoter for that first set of shows at the famous Eloise Park near Crossroads was a Jamaican icon who became our very first national hero, Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey was a producer of comedy. So IT and Johnny stand on very great soldiers as comedic producers because Marcus Garvey was a promoter of comedy shows. I'm sharing those factoids to underline the point that comedy is a valid and viable area of work that certainly could do with much more research, with much more investment, and much more respect for its role in the Caribbean cultural dynamic. Recently, Christopher Daly and others had the privilege of being, for the first time, comedian performing on a very famous Rebel Salute reggae stage show. The fact that people would in a very large setting like a big reggae festival, pause and listen to comedians underlines the fact that comedy is serious business. Making people laugh is serious business. It's not just for jokers, it's for serious entrepreneurs. And I want to pause there, and then, because comedy is indeed a disruptive field of work, and to just invite and introduce my comedians friends to join me in this conversation. There's a very long lecture by Blacker. So I want to invite Johnny, if you're on yet, and IT, and I think we expect Curly Roberts as well, and Diego, the cross-eyed villain, with one of the newer acts, Diego, the cross-eyed villain, who came up to Johnny Live Comedy Bar series, and is now creating waves across the globe. And thanks to COVID, he's now performing virtually for people all over the world. So, Johnny, IT, Diego, and Curly, please feel free to interrupt, disrupt, deconstruct as we open up this up for conversation. And also, if you want to jump in, Colleen, and share any questions or comments from our viewers, I'm prepared to answer it becomes a conversation rather than a boring presentation. Comedy at the play.
So I don't know why you think you must direct the host. Me know so me must jump in with the question them from the people. I just put Jamaican for those non-Jamaicans on the platform. Yes, sir. I'm monitoring the feedback from YouTube and will definitely share those with you. I hear a comedic voice somewhere a while ago. So I see this. Yeah. Are we able to pin them to the screen? I see IT as well.
Come in, Christopher Daly, and come in, IT.
I'm gonna turn on the camera and ready for your video live.
And there is Diego, the cross-eyed villain. It was a new look on comedy.
Big head, Chris.
Greetings and salutations, family and friends. It is always a pleasure to discuss comedy and to just have this warm kind of camaraderie about the topic. Blacker, thanks for the invitation. And yes, I agree with you 100%. It seems like you've already started the research. I suspect that a PhD might be coming out of this somewhere. I wouldn't put it past you at all. But certainly there needs to be much more research about stand-up comedy or comedy generally in Jamaica. And Slim and Sam, very interesting. That must have been before the 1930s.
Early 30s.
Early 30s, because I know that Bim and Bam occupied that space in the 1930s coming up. I've been compared to the great Bim. I think, yes, somebody compared me to Bim years ago. And I really found that to be a huge compliment, because even though Because when you listen to what they've left, which is a lot of audio songs and some of the audio recordings that they left, very, very wonderful, intricate comedic work, rich, culturally laced with all kind of innuendos, sexually and otherwise.
And Johnny, you know why the comparison is valid though? Because like Bim and Bam were comedians together, but Bam was like in IT and Fancy Cat, Bam was Fancy Cat. Bam just turned up and performed, but Bim was the investor, was the promoter as well. So both you and IT kind of cross in that intersection where you're a performer, but you're also an investor, an entrepreneur who's saying beyond just turn up and turn on, I am also investing resources in ensuring that this genre keeps valid and keeps visible.
You know what is interesting, and it's a period that yourself, IT, and I can really speak about, which I think it was a time when we were doing what I call some of the real groundation work for where we are now. And I'm talking about Backyard, Krakow.
Yes.
Yes.
I was a director at Backyard, one of the directors at the company, and we clearly wanted to have the venue be one of the premier venues in Kingston for entertainment. And of course, being a lover of stand-up comedy at the time, I was going to say a stand-up comedian because I really wasn't at the time. I was a student of comedy. I still am, but certainly at that time, I was very curious about the genre. I was more doing theater than anything else, but I was very curious. There was the duo that I was a part of, which was the Johnny, Iceman and Johnny duo.
Iceman and Johnny, yes.
Right, and that interest in comedy from the duo perspective led me to invest in my energies into creating Backyard Krakow. And Blacka and IT can tell you that I gave them early, I contacted them early because I knew that I was out of my depth at the time in terms of producing comedy shows. I was not a producer. So I leaned on their knowledge at the time to get the thing rolling and to get the comedy rolling at Backyard, Krakow. And we saw tremendous success while that series was going on. In fact, I think it may have surprised even me in terms of how large the numbers got after a while.
Yeah, man, it got to a point where even when there was no ads, people just turn up every last Wednesday.
Every last Wednesday of the month, it became a thing. It became a thing. I mean, we had the celebrities coming through. That's when you know that you're hitting the top brass. When you have the Shaggies coming through, when you have I think Buju Banton had walked into Backyard at a point as well. And when you see the top brass of the comedic, the entertainment fraternity coming to your event, then you knew that you were making real waves. And what that did, Krakow did, I think, was.
Do you want to jump in with some numbers and some figures and some data, if you have any?
Well, before I get to numbers and figures, I mean,
I'm not hearing you.
Interesting. Can you hear me?
Not hearing you.
Not hearing me.
Our device.
I am hearing you.
We are actually hearing him.
I'm hearing you. I
hear you. Talk again.
Blacko?
Good morning.
I see him out of move, but then I hear nothing.
Blacko, I'm gonna ask.
Are you hearing me? Johnny is hearing me.
Yeah,
we are hearing you. So Blacko, start out your team.
Every Jamaican event.
Blacko,
we're not special.
Blacko, if you can hear me,
in Jamaica,
if you can hear me, have Blacko be quiet for a minute. No, you need to be quiet.
I see Diego now say a word, but in face I give enough joke.
Blacko, just
somebody need to pause, Blacko.
Just pause.
So we would ask the technical persons to have him stop for a minute because we are actually hearing our panelists in the Zoom. And so I'd love to give IT an opportunity to speak.
All right,
so Blacka, if you can see me do this, thank you. IT, you may go ahead, sir.
All right, I'm hoping that Blacka's the technical glitch that is happening right now will be eliminated and removed quickly so that Blacka can hear what I'm saying, because it was an interesting factoid he shared, Marcus Garvey being producer. That's that I didn't know that. So that your presentation, unlike what you said earlier, wasn't at all boring. It was informational and I was very informed. But thank you, Johnny. I kept quiet because everything that Johnny said, I concur completely agree that the seeds were planted early. And of course, many of the experiences that we have had and is having these days or over the recent years is essentially because of those seeds that we planted early. So backyard cookup became an avenue for that. I mean, the capacity, let me jump to numbers. The capacity at backyard was, we would say, around about 1,000, but we were bursting the seams many times.
1,500.
Over, yeah, to 1,500. Something. I mean, people were standing. So we placed some seats down, but there was a hangout spot at the back. People just hang out. Some people didn't come to stand. And yes, so Johnny said 1,500. We were doing that a lot of times over the last Wednesday each month in those early years, particularly in 04 and 5 and thereabouts. So those were foundational experiences for us to start that. And as Blacka said, I'm sure that experience would have instructed and informed Johnny's own initiatives, our own zeal and drive to start the Johnny's Life Comedy Bar. We ourselves did a comedy cafe at South Beach too. So the offerings and the entertainment events that continued thereafter were because of those seeds that were formed. So even, and I think it multiplied, because whilst we were working together there, no, we had different offerings and therefore employed different comedians. And I think about it that comedians want to have more comedic producers, because it would mean that they have more shows. So they perform at a Johnny Life Comedy Bar, but there's an opportunity to perform at a Christmas comedy cook-up, you know. I mean, I must mention Tango too, who came in the comedy game in the recent years, but is no newcomer to production, who has produced a huge event inviting all the way from Nigeria, what we would now call IG or social media comedian, because that's where we met with the young comic who brought a team here.
Yes.
Emanuela, who brought a team here and put on a major show there inside and outside of Kingston.
A tour, in fact.
A tour, in fact. So there's a lot of truth to what you have been saying, Blacka. We can substantiate easily with the different events that are happening and have happened in live and of course on television too. But you omitted Bella and Blacka, which I think is just because of your own modesty. But Bella and Blacka are integral to the story, the research, huge, because they were our early influences. And it's interesting to, as I mentioned, Bella and Blacka, to say that when you mention Masquerade and him being a part of the different doors, I remember Apache Chief too. Because Apache Chief, he was Apache Chief and Sarge, Apache Chief and Freeman, Apache Chief and Question. I mean, it is a history of door. And in fact, Sarge became Sarge and Apache Kid, who continued to do Apache Kid being the son of Apache Chief, which is a unique experience in and of itself, you know. And of course,
that's family in comedy or generational.
Family generational comedy. Yeah. And of course, the brilliant Iceman and Johnny, who I still remember their offerings. I mean, you know, so the history of those cannot exclude mentioning those other doors.
I want to jump in as well, IT, because I think a lot of people tend not to, because I think we can't escape talking about television and how television propelled Jamaicans, you know, curiosity about comedy and just sensitizing us about laughter generally.
Yes.
So the series that jumps out at me obviously would be, and I mean you guys, Blacka can probably call someone that was some series that was previous to Lime Tree Lane, but also Oliver Samuel's series, the Titus series.
Yes,
the Claffy series.
Titus in Town.
Those Titus in Town. Those helped to propel a comedic energy, Tiny's Place. Yes. I remember, for instance, at the age of 11 to 13, being a part of a tour touring the island with Kenny Salmon. Them time the Kenny Salmon Productions was a big thing.
Yes.
And I think it was called Circle Drama that we were doing.
Yes.
So they had members of the Lime Chilean cast mixed up with people that did contortionists and people who did different skills with their bodies. And we toured the entire island. We went to Negril, like first time traveling out of town to Negril, St. Elizabeth, touring different parts of the island at that young age, and just learning more about how much you can translate or what celebrity life was about, and moving the economy from just being a person on TV to really producing and promoting a live show based on the star power, the star quality of those persons that you had on the show from television. Here's an interesting thing to note, Blacker, as we mentioned, Marcus Garvey and his huge legacy. My very first scholarship was awarded from the Marcus Garvey Foundation. To Miriam Samad. So Marcus Garvey's legacy is right here. This has touched even me. And that's the scholarship I used to go to drama school, which is the same place that you know
that we know called School of Drama.
That's correct.
Yes.
So I went to drama school
college.
Because I got a scholarship.
Before you continue, Blacker, as Chris and IT joined you in the reflection, I wanted to engage the YouTube audience who's been sending comments in the through the platform. But before I even throw one of those questions to speak to you about archiving, that's something you all can address. The importance of archiving for Johnny, you mentioned the TV. And who has those archives? Who are the owners of this? Where is it located? So that some of these young people who are tuning in now to this, they have no clue what Oliver at Large is. They have no clue what Lime Tree Lane is. So where is all that documentation? Who is responsible for ensuring that we pass this on to future generations? And quickly, just throwing the question so I can shut up. How can more young people become involved in the comedy space is one of the questions from YouTube. So if you address those two issues, the issue of archiving, as well as how we get young people more involved in the comedy space. Thanks for those joining us on YouTube. You're tuned in to Research Day at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, and our second panel being moderated by Owen Blacker Ellis. The one who is only short in stature is absolutely not short of anything he said.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Blacker?
Loud and clear, bro. Loud and clear.
Excellent. I want to just jump in quickly to just emphasize and highlight that we learn in school. There are no barriers for entry for comedians right now, particularly because we live in a technological age, and there is a new birth, a rising, a development of persons who just offer themselves up on the various platforms, IG, YouTube, and comedy. And there's an audience for them. People like them, people comment, and people are following, people have several followers on these various platforms. And they just go on. They have a natural knack and a natural aptitude for comedy, natural talent for comedy. Now, specifically though, there is a space, a genre called stand-up comedy, which is not the same as these performers on the various platforms, because when you're in front of an audience, it is a different experience. And we would have known firsthand because we have had some events at South Beach Cafe, through Comedy Cafe, and we invited some hugely popular persons to perform on the events, and they discover very quickly it's a different experience. So
them flap.
You don't know words.
Them flap. They flapped in the transfer from IG to live audience. Let us be clear here. Them flap.
Okay. It's a difficult challenge.
You not hear me, right? You not hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Them flap. See them so Blacker.
It's a difficult challenge. So I don't want to discourage. I want to raise the point so that there is a distinction that is made between what they are doing and what exactly is specifically the art of stand-up comedy. I'm sure Johnny has
and
been a
even
champion.
Jamaica's biggest name in comedy, Oliver Samuels, will tell you up front, he's not a stand-up comedian. Stand-up comedy is a particular genre, right?
Yes.
And
Special gift.
I've been doing it a gift, and it's something I was doing from 1985. But yeah, people like Diego, who's recently emerged, and whose growing popularity is just amazing. Diego, how much followers do you have on YouTube? Subscribers.
YouTube, I think 2,400 or something like that.
Subscribers.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Page monetized and something.
But let us be specific. The question, I was being specific, but the question was a broader question. It says, how can young people be involved in comedy? So while we compartmentalize a particular part of comedy, stand-up comedy, let us not forget that's not the question.
Yeah.
Let us look at the other eras.
Yes, because comedy is a broad thing, you know. But as you say now, we make up of different compartments, and then you have some where I forgot stay in other part. There's some give them a script and them can do that good in front of the camera where you have editing and everything. But when you have the crowd right in front of you, which is stand-up comedy now, with no editing, no fix up, no two take, it's just one go. You, the mic, and the stage, and the people. It take a different level to do that. And then what pain me the most now is that in Jamaica, stand-up comedians get the least respect in the comedy game. Because if you check our social media page, we have the least amount of followers, we have the least amount of views. And then when we put the work out there now, and then other vloggers and other people take our work and post it now, their page get all the excitement and everything with our work, but we don't have the platform, the followers and everybody to give us that kind of support. So when we keep a show now, we don't have that amount of people. So we have to put that extra work out just to get even 300 people to tune in and watch what we're doing. While some people who they are not the real stand-up comedians, but they have the following and they have the everything on the social media platform, and them can pull the crowd, but them can't deliver. So some people, the name good enough to pull the crowd, but then to deliver, can you deliver for that crowd? But we have the delivery, but we're still working on to get the amount of followers now that they have.
So
I want to say
Curly and Diego can talk about how they emerge. You could also partly answer the question about how do you get into the space. So
right, that's true.
Yeah, so Diego and Curly, tell us how your boss, Curly.
See him there right here, so Johnny Daly.
Greetings.
Oh, Curly first.
Greetings. Thank you. Let me tell you, first of all, let me tell you this. I was on the road doing some business, Blacker, and I actually borrow somebody's yard. So me practically they're roadside right now. So if you don't hear the bus them and things in the background, no watch nothing. Me borrow somebody's yard, one stranger. If they run me out, but I had to come on live. Listen, for me, and answering the question that was asked about persons who want to come into the comedic platform, you just have to put yourself out there. You never can tell. And I not only speak for comedy, I also speak for theater, because we need people and good support in the theater arts. I run a theater company in Montego Bay, and believe me, a lot of persons, they come, everybody have ideas, and I tell them all the time, look, you can't tell me no ideas when me not here already. It's about putting yourself into it, getting into it. You have to get yourself involved. Come at the theater, if I even sweep a floor. Come at the theater, if I even serve somebody some water. How I started, it was Douglas Sprout. A friend of mine connected me with Douglas Sprout back in the days, and I was painting backdrops. I remember painting a backdrop for Mobe Vibes. Johnny and Daly were performing on that show. I was the artist in the background painting them backdrop. I painted backdrop for for Bunny on one couple of his Shabada shows. I did backdrop for Delia Harris. I did backdrop for David Tolo. And I remember watching Delia and Chris, and I was like, I could do that, you know. And I said to Dougie and David that one day I want to grace the stage, but I don't think they took me seriously until it was David did a show he wrote a show called Risky. And to this very day, I don't think it's because he really trusts me as an actor why he called me to do the part, you know. The play itself was so risky.
You were willing, Curly.
I don't think, yeah?
You were very willing to reveal yourself.
I don't think some of the more known male actors wanted to play that part. And I said to him, I'll do it. Pardon me? Yes. I did it, but the response was phenomenal. And persons, as you know, some very big actors were coming and they were like, man, they came backstage, they were like, Curly, I felt that character. And I was like, man, may I do this thing, man? And David was very encouraging. He said to me, you can try and produce one of the play one at a time, because what I did was when I came in, I didn't just go on the stage. I was inviting a lot of people. I drew a nice size crowd, and he was like, maybe you can produce it, you know. So what I did was I tried my hands at producing it. I don't know, any producer in here can tell you, once you start produce a play, man, it's sweet. So I found myself acting and producing. It was about 2016 that I was, somebody called me from Canada and said that it wasn't Rotary, it was Kiwanis wanted a fundraiser for one of its members who lost a limb. And I said, you know, they said, what do you have, Curly? I said, well, we're rehearsing a play now, but we've been toying with the idea of going into stand-up comedy, and we're working on something. Ask them what they would want. And they say, you know what, let's try the stand-up comedy. I was like, wow, man. We went and we sat at the footstool of persons who we knew at the time had a little experience in stand-up comedy. And we put on a show. The response was overwhelming. It was me, Marlon Adobs Brown, Lexi. It was Tony Rodney, and what's her female name, Johnny? Malika. Yes, Malika was the host. And it was phenomenal. When we did that show, persons started coming to us for other shows. And it was around that time now that Johnny also got wind of my performance and stuff, and you know what I was doing. And Johnny connected with me. I connected with Johnny. And Johnny, it was about that time Johnny was taking his show here in Montego Bay. And let me tell you something, man. I made sure I sat at the footstool of the man who is running stand-up comedy in Jamaica. And I make sure I was there every single night that was possible. I make sure, sometimes you go on the stage, people, I may tell you, you know, get the rave, you know. In my eyes, me flop, but me take it and move on. Persons out there were enjoying me, you know, but in my eyes, I wasn't getting it. Just put yourself out there. I keep telling people, remember Beanie Man, them Shandy Backlim when him sing for the
Mandela.
For Mandela. But where is Beanie Man now? He put himself out there. In almost anything that you do, you have to put yourself out there, prepared to get some backlash, prepared to get some punches. But that's the only way you're going to step up. Right now, when people like Johnny and Sir Blacker Ellis and Sir IT Ellis called me on a show, it's not just a show for me. I feel honored that these gentlemen can call me or trust me enough to entertain their audience. And basically, that's where I'm heading right now. I'm telling you, Johnny always said, Curly, your comedy has a different level. He's been so encouraging.
Intelligent.
And the only way that could happen is because I actually put myself out there and allow myself to, quote unquote, I'm going to say fail, but I don't really fail, if you get what I mean.
Learn,
You have to
learn.
put yourself out there to learn and get the experience and get the jobs.
Yes.
To this date, I'm going to mention just this one last point. One of my biggest shows, I think I flopped. And it wasn't because these were jokes that were tested and proven. I know they were good jokes, but sometimes you have to know when and where. That's why our genre is so important. You know, just, this is not an opportunity for you to edit and clip and then you put on any of the social media platform and everybody rave over it. It's like one mic, one stage, one opportunity. And anything you say can either make you or break you. Yes. One of the biggest shows I performed at in Jamaica was, and Jermaine Edwards called me to do his album launch. And man, I was like, yes, Jermaine saw my clips and he was impressed. And I said, yes, I'm gonna go out there and do it. And people, for those persons who know my comedy, sometimes my comedy borderline, I do have some slackness, if you should put it. I'm gonna just be straight with you. My audience, my adult comedy I have, but I do know how to do comedy that is, you know, should I say churchical, straight churchical. I know I have comedy can fit any genre. But on that particular evening, man, I don't know what took me head. I was on the stage and I started working it. I mean, I tell you, you know, people were raving, man, and I enjoyed the joke, you know. And man, I take the joke to a different level. The people would not have it. And man, they start clapping. They never boo me still, you know, but I consider that clapping almost close to boo.
But you know,
yes, man. And then start clap. And, you know, when I came, and then, yes, IT, you were there, man.
I was there, let me say to you, when I watched that experience, and it's something that we must emphasize before we close this thing about collaborating, about learning from each other. Because, I mean, I think a part of the research and the documentation has to be a collaborative effort for us to recognize that we are so much stronger together. Because when I watch you perform, I was there alone. It was a rare performance for me to perform as a solo, because I am newer as a solo than Blacker and Johnny, who are part of those. Blacker has long been a part of, been solo, and Johnny follow. You know, I am third in line in terms of solo performance. So when I watched it, I was on last because someone they said.
So you were mortified, IT.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, you know what? And then I watched another duo at the time was Mr. Handsome and Zazan, who was very vibrant and you know,
man, and them teared down the place.
Teared the place. I'm saying, you're gonna put me last.
But you tore down the place too, you know.
That's what I'm saying. So
you did.
I had to just be innovative on the spot. I didn't start on the stage, and you were very far from the crowd. I start in the crowd. You know what I mean? Which I thought I would connect. So the point is, while I watch you struggle and you highlight that experience, I have an experience that I have to share with the fear and the trepidation that I felt backstage. I must say, I'm an experienced performer, even though I perform in a door. Right. So it is a learning experience for us all, and I'm hoping that the young persons listening will take note, careful note, how we learn from each other in research each other.
I'm glad you went there. You guys have a dental appointment. So I'm going to set that straight up for 1 o'clock. So we'll have to leave at 12:30. But I wanted to go back to Colleen's initial questions about where things can be found. So Colleen, I know that, for instance, the Institute of Jamaica does have quite a bit of cultural, historical collection under their belt, including perhaps some of the series like Oliver, Lime Tree Lane, and so on, because those were produced for Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation, which was government owned at the time. I also know that PBCJ, which is a public broadcast corporation of Jamaica, also has episodes of Lime Tree Lane for sure, Miranda Hill, and other locally produced content that was done by JBC back in the day. I'm not so sure about the Oliver series because I think there was some business deals about those, but maybe Oliver Samuels could answer those questions. One of the things I'll say to, obviously, Blacker's introduction and things you've heard from Diego would tell you that there was a point in my comedic, well, let's just say in my comedic journey that I became a scout. I literally used to, and still do to some extent, look at the new talent coming through and contact them. And I did that because I'm not sure how many, I was seriously becoming a producer of comedy. So I had a stage, at a space to expose talent, and I really wanted to do that. And having gone out and traveled, because of the competition I entered about 5 years ago, big up to Tony Hendricks, Paleface, a great Jamaican comic, who was not afraid to give a helping hand to a brother like me to say, try this opportunity. So when I tried for the competition, international competition, funniest person in the world, put on by Laugh Factory, that journey, I was in a pub in Finland, sitting down with 4 or 5 other comedians drinking beer. That's all they do in Finland, by the way, you drink beer in a pub. And we're talking about stand-up comedy in particular. And one of them asked me, and this guy was from, Umar was from Pakistan. And he said to me, if I come to Jamaica today, where would I do my work? Because and when they said work, he felt like he was talking to me as a nurse or a doctor, somebody would, like get up and go to work. And I never saw it quite like that because I was always so busy doing other things to make a living, So we, as comedians from the Caribbean and Jamaica in particular, we do other things because we have to make a living, because we don't do comedy every day. There's not a place.
I'm going to pause you for a minute, Johnny, right there, because it's important for us to state the artist thing, the comedian thing is not a hobby, it's a real job. It's a real job.
Real job.
Some burning questions, Blacker, with your permission, that I've been getting from YouTube. And as Johnny pointed out, to showcasing new talent, I want you to consider, where are the women in this? Where are the young women who are coming up in comedy? Is there space for them? The panel here tells me a lot about the comedy space in Jamaica. And I also noticed that, Dale, you haven't had a chance to say anything. I don't know if you wanted to share anything specifically, and then we could speak to that question in this Women's Month of how we find space for our girls and our women, but to be mindful too that it's 12:21.
Yes.
So it means on the kind of have 9 minutes. All right, Johnny, we know you're going to clean your teeth and we know the rest of us are go, but we're going to wrap this section at 12:30. But I'd love for you to pay some attention to this concern on YouTube for female in comedy. But if you, with your permission, Blacker, if Dale had anything specifically to this point or anything that he would want to share at this moment.
Sure, go ahead, Diego.
Well, Johnny and Curly said it all, and even IT, because at the end of the day, me know you see when Tony Rebel same one comedy for the first time on Rebel Salute. And where the Gleaner end up brand Johnny Daly as the bounty killer of comedy. And from you hear that, you know what that mean. It mean that the man this way a boss the man them in a comedy, just like how bounty killer boss the artist them in a music. Yes. And from day one, Johnny look for me and tell me, say, Diego, I now come here to fight now, you go me, I go left, I come now, And Me remember my first performance. Me did nervous. And even up to today, Johnny them can't tell her because me ever tell him or Sophie that Johnny wife say me nervous before me perform. Not even eat, me can't eat before me perform.
That's a good thing.
And it's a good thing because him end up showing me that and say, no man, I know nothing. Even me feel that too. The love where you have feet and you don't want to feel. So therefore, it will make you feel the nervy feeling there. But me end up, him tell me a thing to say, just be truthful to the crowd. And me end up find out, say, by being truthful, that end up become a joke too. Because me remember Mikey V do a performance at Comedy Bar. And Mikey V, the joke, flappy, flap. He mash up the joke. And then Mikey V look on the crowd and see the people them now laugh. And Mikey V say, you know me F up the one of people. And at that alone, the man say, and that was the biggest joke for the night. Just by being truthful. So sometimes I go up on stage and I just say people, me not tell a lie. Me just look pound in the crowd and just looking at them, me nervous. But you just give me one laugh and me pick up from there. So, and so you see, at the same time, even though a joke we I give, if you listen, Dave Chappelle and Cat Williams, them, even though they're giving comedy, but deep down there's something where you can learn from because it's still truth we are bring out in a comedic way, or dramatical way, theatrical way. But at the end of the day, I just to be truthful. And Johnny, as me say, set a platform because me was just a barber and see me eye them there. Nobody never that trim with me. Me never damn it no money. And somebody bring me to Johnny Daly and say, come try comedy, man, because you're funny. I mean, hilarious, sorry. And from that, me start do the comedy. And the platform was there, 100 Hope Road, till it moved to Ian Avenue, till now it's at 35 Dunrabin Avenue. And him even provide a settings where we because me keep a show there. And him give me a reasonable price. The place was there for me to do it. Good backdrop, everything. So this man doing it for the comedy, and just for we as the young guns them, for just remember where we are come from. I even do sometimes, because me not gonna tell no lie, me through me young in the thing and the ego and everything and your hungry feet. The hunger when me have now, you're not gonna expect a IT, a Black or a Johnny them to have the hunger there again because they've been doing it. But me, the drive that we have sometimes we make you and the elder them in the think they on the same part. But once the elder them understand, say just the young driver and remember say when them did young, I saw them the one drive to, and if you look like you slow me down, me might think say a bad mind or you want push me. But once we come to an understanding and know say yo, a two different drive now. We already did have the drive there and we put it to a level. So we now fight your drive, but do your drive. We only can gear the pathway and then you go do it. I just that me I try to right now and push.
And there you go. And there you go. Very important too. With bringing the new persons, I've seen. There's no doubt that Johnny does that. I mean, endorse it as you say. Johnny can speak to all the female who has been in our circle, who basically have put themselves out there. You have Kathy, you have then.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not gonna start even talking about them, but I
remember
can talk
from people.
It's not. We should talk about them.
Okay. All right. So let me tell you. Johnny's gonna mention them. I'm just gonna say.
Carly, just a minute. Just in the interest of time that you just named them, Black, I'm gonna throw to you to wrap this section for us. We have 4 minutes to go. It feels like we need to continue this conversation with all of you at some point, but I'm going to leave that to you, Blacker, to arrange.
Absolutely. And Curtis started, but Kathy Grant, Malika Bryce, Delia Harris, a few of the names.
Alexis Stewart out of Montego Bay. Don't forget Lexi.
Definitely. So there are women players out in the field.
If I may interrupt to say that I have a flyer for every show I put on for Comedy Cook-Up with both of us, Blacker. I mean, of course, me in the latter years, but you in those substantive years. Every time you look on the flyer, there's a female. You can never look on that flyer Christmas Comedy Cook-Up and you don't see a female face.
One time we had 11 men and Wally British one time. One woman.
But guess what? Guess what? That is not the fault of the producers now. At the end of the day, is who come and who have the talent. At the end of the day, if 10 men come and 10 women, but the 10 men good and 2 women alone really choose to fight same way, it'll be 10 man and 2 women. So at the end of the day, you know, a year talent count, you know, once your talent say if you dead, you have a dead. So the producers them, nobody now fight whether man
we need more females. We need more females.
Yeah, and them to come out.
Women out there. But
because
part of the reason is that comedy is about putting yourself out there.
Yes.
Self-deprecating comedy. Diego make a killing laughing at himself and his strange eyes looking. Well, women are perhaps less inclined to want to go out there and make fun of themselves. That's part of the challenge. But women are certainly very active in the field, and it does provide more space for them. But at the panel shows, you have Johnny who grew up on TV, you have Curly who's taking it outside of Kingston in Montego Bay, you have Diego who's producing content every single day, you have IT who's constantly intersecting investment, promoting, and doing the work, and you have Johnny who basically as well. So the comedy.
Excuse me 1 minute there, please. I just want to get this out of the way too, so that everybody can see. Like how I have you, IT, and Johnny right here, so at the same time, 3 big gun in the game. People know me now and me I get famous, but you know me not have no vehicle and me not really at work right now. So I don't know if you can just put a little money together for me so I can buy a nice car. Because it's not easy for famous and broke. So
Diego, I totally understand. It's just the problem is your ambition, Diego. You know what? Nothing less than a BMW, and we know in that. Daka, also Diego.
Johnny.
Colleen, I just want to say, no, listen, Curly, you know your BMW at a different level. Colleen, just to say that it's just for the women again, and Blacka knows this too, but a couple of years ago in the 90s, there was a group of women who started their own comedic movement.
Yes.
And we have to talk about Dorothy Cunningham.
Claudette Pius.
Miss
Upton.
Miss Upton. And so the women have always been there, just that we need to encourage them some more to really put themselves out there. Because remember that there was also Elva Ruddock, who
big up Elva. Rest in peace, Elva.
And Claudette Pius too. Don't forget Claudette Pius.
No man, him say Claudette Pius.
But as I always say, and coming on the time, and if you know me, you know I say this all the time, to be continued.
Absolutely.
To be continued, because this discourse must continue.
Diego, thank God for them carry come to comedy bar. Them could have make a ton of constable.
Yes, because I want to realize
your colleagues are out of control. Can we just mute those mics, please?
Because comedy is a disruptive art. So we have to disrupt, deconstruct, and reconstruct.
Like Diego could be a constable, you know. A good thing like a joke.
No, but guess what, Johnny? Guess what? When I realize that's why the crime rate go up, because police going down.
Good afternoon, everyone.
You don't cross up the people them ticket, Diego.
Don't bother with that crisscross in YouTube, mute mic, please. I love Zoom for this because, you know, we'd have to be asking an engineer to shut the mics off. Blacko, you are wonderful. I know that you're not responsible for any of your friends and their particular outbursts. And so I forgive you. I also forgive them because they do not know better. But we thank you for the laughs that you always give us. Perhaps I could do stand-up one day, who knows?
I'll write for you.
I may come in for some training, but thank you so much. I did note in YouTube that Patrick Prendergast, I saw your comment about the archiving issue that we should really follow up on and give it some serious consideration. So we thank you for that kind of input. We thank all of you, Chris, IT, Dale, Curly, bless upon yourself. Keep in touch, you're part of this family. So we always want you here. Blacko, it's time for you to go and have some food to eat. And by the way, for those of you who are watching, please support the arts. The Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts would love for Blacko not to have a mic in hand. We would love to have some lapels, but we need some support. So just to make us look better on camera, please, you may call us at 619, so that's 876-619-3362 via telephone, or website emc.edu.jm, and you can ask how you can donate to the college, give back to the arts, whether it's through scholarship, whether it's through partnership, whether it's through mentorship at some level. Yes, Curly, blessed love. Black, I just want to, before we come out of this section, it is 12:32. So I want to thank you very much for leading this session. I know you have to go eat to come back. reminding everyone that there is still time to view and like the 3-minute challenge, and that person with the most likes gets the People's Choice Prize. The link to the Facebook, IG, and YouTube comments are in the YouTube comments section. Tech people, make sure that make me say that and not do it. So make sure that we have the link for individuals to like, so that we can have our students feel rewarded for their hard work. Black, I'm going to permit you. Did you have any closing thought?
Just want to close by saying that the School of Arts Management and Humanities is the school that can. And an important part of making the arts grow is to put some value and investment in management. And we have that to share with the world.
You actually do my work, the marketer Blacker. So he just reminded you. So for those of you who on YouTube who might not be very aware, the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts is a visual and performing arts institution. We have the schools of Visual Arts, School of Music, School of Drama, School of Dance, and of course the School of Arts Management and Humanities for those who are not necessarily practicing artists, but who are interested in artist management, museum management, anything to do in the creative industries. This is the place for you, and we know that we're a work in progress. So we continue to improve the program as we go along. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Owen Blacker Ellis, past student of drama school, now School of Drama, current lecturer. Isn't that rude to show the bottom of your shoe? At least in some cultures. Please control him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a break for 26 minutes, just so you can stretch and keep healthy, just so you can walk for a minute. Take the masks off if you're in the company, if you're alone, and breathe, and then you return to us, get something to fill you up, so that you can join us for our third and our final session, which commences at 1 o'clock. It has been my pleasure. I am Colleen Douglas, and I am the Director of Marketing right here at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. And Research Day is brought to you by the School of Arts Management and Humanities, a part of our Founders Week celebrations here at the college, as we celebrate the founders from all the schools and those stalwarts who are responsible for what we are today. We give thanks, enjoy lunch, stay tuned with us, and we return. I shouldn't say we return, we continue by sharing our students' research pitches on your screen. Until then.
My name is Sasha K. Hines, a final year interdisciplinary studies student from School of Visual Arts, and this is my project for Research in the Arts Day 2021. My project is entitled Black Women's Oceanality in Popular Visual Culture, the representation of Black women's sexuality in the media. Colonial stereotypes of Black women's sexuality includes Mammy and Jezebel. This project, however, focuses on the label of Black women as Jezebels. These negative stereotypes trickle down into society and affect Black women in real life. In history, these representations supported the rape and abuse of women, and it continues today. The focus of my paper, however, is to reclaim Black women's sexuality in popular culture with the use of African spiritual concept called oceanality. Black women's sexuality remains understudied, especially within an African context. Female sexuality continues to be misrepresented through a colonial lens, even by Black men in the media. So we're not going to use the master's tools, because the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. So we're going to use Black feminist discourse on eroticism and sex. And this leads me into the grand topic of oceanality. Oceanality, however, is a post-colonial feminist term that encourages sexual diversity among Black people and provides a lens to view sexuality from an African spiritual context with references to Oshun, the Yoruba god of sexuality. This concept of oceanality will be used to analyze the way how Black women in popular culture choose to represent themselves erotically. Black women who embrace and promote themselves erotically every day through social media tools and are in control of images of themselves. The method of analysis I'll be using include contextual analysis on the theory of oceanality and scholarship surrounding the issues on the representation of Black women in the media. I'll be using images and videos from the internet to analyze and basically get a deep understanding and compare them to African spirituality, right? And then I'll be using discourse analysis to get understanding of how people are reacting to these images. Then I'll be using all this information in my final year project, which is basically an interdisciplinary experience, photography, projection, sound art, and it's all been encapsulated into an art installation. The project doesn't aim to just re-represent images I've seen sexually, but provide a safe space for Black women to heal through self-representation, eroticism, and spirituality. Currently in Jamaican art, Black women's body has been used negatively to critique dancehall popular culture using the male gaze. These negative stereotypes and systematic biases has created challenges for Black women that they will struggle with their whole lives. By interjecting positive representation into society, it not just helped the upbringing of confident Black women, but also helped to destroy racial, gender, and sexual biases worldwide. Thank you for listening to my project.
Come on, let's see 1 second. How are you? Hello? Hey, Sister Olivia, how are you doing?
Hello everyone, my name is Torian King. I'm a fourth-year student at the School of Drama, and today my research is on institutionalized oppression and the effects it has on one's perception of self and others. And so to break this down, the 3 main institutions that we will be looking at today are the school, the church, and the home. And what is oppression? Oppression is the social act of placing severe restrictions on an individual group or basically what we're saying is that these institutions have the possibility of indoctrinating individuals, which basically means to force them to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. So if you look at this image representing the education,
it was kind of nasty because the lady called my friend.
System, and they are disciplined. They have creative juices flowing through them, and they're
She called my friend to ask her if that.
You see how they come out almost romantic. We see that the life and the stuff that they have going in is sucked out of them. And so look at this one, which represents the church. You see that this is using the Bible. This is how they
so
and they are fully.
Oh yeah, she called and had a long conversation. My friend said she wanted to hear, so she listened.
So that he can also see this.
Then
they ask him if he wanted to?
So then she said, what do you want me to?
Find out. This image represents the home. And so we see mom and dad, they are strolling, and these halos basically represent their mindset. And we see that it is this same mindset that they are holding this child accountable by. This is what is guiding him. This is what is leading him. And it is on a chain around his neck. That alone speaks a lot. So if we ask ourselves what the big question is, the question is, who am I? How much of who we are is actually determined by us? What are the effects of institutionalized oppression in these institutions? What is the effect that has on how we perceive ourselves and others? How can society effectively socialize us without negating a fully conscious human experience? And this image on the left is of an automaton, which is basically a machine that is made to imitate human beings and to function like a human being, but without the aspect of being conscious. And so how is it that I'm planning to do all of this? I plan to use mixed research methods. So the quantitative and the qualitative will work hand in hand for me to gather my data. And so the quantitative will ask the questions, how much and how many? And the qualitative is where I will gather experiences and thoughts and use that to fully inform the drama, which is the ultimate aim, to come up with a piece that will portray all of these things. So why? Why is this research important? It is because, like the picture says, the oppressed of today often become the oppressors of tomorrow. And that is what we do not want to happen. We actually want to come to a place of understanding and distinguishing the difference between education and indoctrination. So through the arts, through the drama, a mirror will be placed before us so that we can critically look at ourselves to truly answer the question, who am I thank you so much. These are the works that were cited today, and thank you for listening.
Good day. My name is Owen Lloyd, and I'm a fourth-year painting student, and I'd like to introduce you to my research. My research topic is the body in orientation to technology. Jamaicans are becoming heavily dependent on high-tech gadgets to accomplish things in many aspects of their daily lives. This project will focus on the complex nature of humans' relationship with modern technology. That observation gives the sense that Jamaicans are like cyborgs, combinations of biology and technology, hybrid entities whose minds and bodies are increasingly exposed to the use and misuse of technology. The critical question is, where should humans go from here? The cyborg is a new manifestation of being human in the 21st century, and how technology is used will determine the quality of life for the future. The focus of my research. The focus of my research will be on paintings, cyborg images specifically. No genre of the arts better reflect how technology is imagined, celebrated, and resisted better than the cyborg. According to Bio, the cyborg epitomizes humans' deepest and most intimate technological aspirations and fears. This work will analyze a number of artworks within art, science, popular culture, and reflect a conscious or subconscious recognition of cyborg. These artworks are Neil Arbison, A Cyborg Synthetic Pedicure, Stellarch, The Third Hand, and Wangeshu Muta, Untitled and Unbeaten. Examples are my method of analysis. The concept of the cyborg is relatively unexplored area in art history, and as such, this research will employ a multidisciplinary methodology. It will explore a number of cyborg ideologies presented in Neil Postman's, Dana Haraway's, Martin Heidegger's, and Andy Clark's writing to create a theoretical framework through which to analyze the artworks that will be discussed. My studio work. I will create a body of painting, and this research will function as a critical theoretical framework that will inform my creative process. My work will portray the negative implications of integrating high-tech gadgets with the human flesh, specifically the brain. Hence, I will paint grotesque representations of the brain motive to play on the idea that the brain and artificial objects are incompatible, and this will allude to the potential dangers of integrating high-tech gadgets with the human body. This is an example of one of my work. It is a cross section of the brain motive, and it's rather grotesque and sort of repulsive, and that would question the nature of why it is so decadent and repulsive, making one want to question the potential dangers of using technology. The significance of the research. The purpose of this research, therefore, is to reevaluate humans' perceptions, and not just the technology, but how they have changed human lives. Society is at a point where technology is becoming more sophisticated, and the scope of things that it can be applied to is expanded. Many critical thinkers have argued that human lives are at the mercy of technology. But there is even a more provoking thought. Like intoxicated addicts, they continue to immerse themselves into the very thing that led to their subordination, and this may lead to further impoverishment. Thank you.
Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Hello, my name is Kiza Smith, a fourth-year drama in education student, and I'd like to welcome you to the pitch of my research. My topic is exploring the use of Gary to enhance the teaching and learning process in the blended drama classroom. It is my aim to prove that the inclusion of this cultural form will aid drastically in students' personal and academic development in the blended drama classroom. My main objectives for this research is to outline how can Gary be used in the drama classroom to promote collaborative learning and demonstrate the use of Gary to develop public speaking, critical thinking, and communication skills in the drama classroom, guided by two research questions. How can Gary be used in the drama classroom to promote collaborative learning? And how can Gary in the drama classroom develop public speaking, critical thinking, and communication skills? Gary is a cultural form that is practiced mainly in the Caribbean country, Jamaica, in the parish of Westmoreland. It is an African-originated dance which is performed the exact night after the death of an individual. This cultural form aims to cheer up the bereaved family as it has an upbeat and cheerful nature. In implementing Gary in the drama classroom, which is a space for students and teachers to engage, explore, and create new materials through the use of drama strategies for their own benefit, students working together in groups, whether face-to-face or online breakout rooms, will be able to critically assess the songs used in Gary, transform them into their own, and even developing their own storylines adding rhythms from the drum beats, graters, spot covers, etc. All these are materials found in the home, which will aid in enhancing their communication skills on how they can relate to each other through distance effectively while using body gestures, facial expressions, and characterization. In collecting data to support both research questions, through the use of lesson plans, I will design my lessons to incorporate this art form to test if the effectiveness in being able to achieve the objectives. Throughout that process, I will document based on observation and students' reaction to the art form, content, and intended aim I'm trying to prove. Students will then be tested through in-class assessment and journaling of their experience to help in formulating a conclusion if they felt and experienced what was intended. The significance of this research, observing the characteristics of online space now, such as exclusion, self-isolation, social distancing, and lack of interaction. Implementing this art form in the classroom will allow students not to feel as though they don't have a space to explore and express themselves. Gere is an art form that consists of dance, music, and drama, which the nature of the drama classroom facilitates just that. The other significance of this research is to enrich a school's performance, promoting interactive learning environments, and produce critical thinkers, excellent communicators, and innovative individuals. Also, to demonstrate that the art is still of value and can be used to solve current issues of students' participation in the online classroom. Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Ricketts, a fourth-year student studying a Bachelor of Music Education. When music hits, you feel no pain. An exploration of the effects of listening to music on depressed students during COVID-19. The current student cohort for primary to secondary level is facing challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, where persons are now being forced to do online learning, which has taken away from social interactions of students. An informal survey has shown that students are very depressed. If left unresolved or undetected, these students may suffer in their personal and academic studies. They may become suicidal and at the least not perform at their best academically, particularly in the music classroom for students not to develop musically. As a student teacher, in some of my interactions with these students, I have recognized that I played music at the beginning of the class and at the end of the class, and students' mood changed dramatically. For this research, my objectives are identify the preferred genres of students, explore some of these genres that affect students' feelings and thoughts, suggest the incorporation of music activities into students' everyday life to lower the causes of depression. Questions. What are students' preferred genres? What are some of the feelings and thoughts identified when students listen to these genres? What are the social effects of engaging in musical activities among adolescents? My current literature is based on studies that have already been conducted that looks at musical preferences and depression in adolescents, the effects of music therapy on depression among students, the impact of group therapy on depression, mood of college students. It is something that has already been done, but is even more critical in the COVID-19 pandemic. Within all these literature, the main focus was on students who displayed signs of depression, and what was used is not necessarily music education, but just listening to music and discussing music. These literatures found that there have been positive effects on musical preferences on depressed students. I have recognized that people are not really looking at depression as an effect of this COVID-19 online learning platform, and the severity of this issue is being taken for granted. Yes, this study has already been done, and I strongly believe that this particular situation is being overlooked because of other issues that are being taken for that aren't being taken light. Finding the resources for students to be able to go online, right? This emotional issue is being neglected in favor of academic performance. Methodology. The main activity in this methodology is having group and individual listening session using several genres: classical, reggae, K-pop, dancehall, and heavy metal. The assistance of a psychologist will be engaged in some of these sessions. So the data collection method that will be used for all these questions: interview, group and individual music listening sessions, observation, journaling. The data analysis, content analysis. Content analysis is the study of documents and communications, which might be text or various formats, photos, audios, or videos. Discourse analysis. Discourse analysis is the approach to the analysis of writing, vocals, or sign language used in any significant semantic or emotional events. Music analysis. Music analysis is basically students are given music to analyze the lyrics or the rhythm. This is an example of what students will be able to do or should do. Listen to the song selected by teachers at certain points or certain times of the day. Write down their thoughts and feelings. Listen to music before certain events. Students will analyze the lyrics and the rhythms of these songs and state what they understand from the lyrics and how it makes them feel. Significance. Contribute to the dialogue of pedagogical intervention of the arts in online learning, particularly in music. Also to continue to show the value of the arts in academic, even in this online dispensation, expose and expand students' musical literacy in relation to their mental health, have a long-term effects on the nation and the population. I am interested in this topic of research because I found that while on teaching practice, the students displayed signs of depression, such as feeling of sadness, loss of interest, and having negative outlook on life in general. Having been exposed to music for over several years and acquiring both the knowledge and skill, I will be testing the pre-assumption that music can and will have a positive impact on students' mood while going through COVID-19. Thank you.
Do forgive us for, well, it's me, completely missing the time. Thank you, Dr. Octave. I saw that I've been having some technical difficulties. But yes, we're back with you for good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts for our Research Day 2021, brought to you virtually based on what's happening. We're grateful that in as much as we couldn't see you in person, that we remain connected this way. We're grateful that we were able to still present. We're grateful for the opportunities that the COVID-19 pandemic has thrown us. And we're just happy that we are sharing our annual Research Day, an initiative of the School of Arts Management and Humanities, which is an opportunity for faculty to share their work with students and each other. We expanded the work in 2017 to include work of students and non-teaching staff. And the aim is to continue to build a culture of research among faculty and students with a specific affinity to the frameworks that facilitate discussions and presentations of practice-based led research. It is our Founders Week, and so we continue to celebrate our founders. Tomorrow we have our Gender and Development lecture. Yesterday we launched the School of Visual Arts virtual exhibition. So we invite you to tune into that on our YouTube channel as well. We invite you to stay connected with us on our Facebook, IG, and Twitter platforms, and also to stay attuned to our website, emc.edu.jm. And if you want to reach us for anything, it's 619-EDNA, that's 876-619-3362. You may also contact us by sending a message to marketing@emc.edu.jm. For those who are just joining us, you've missed two fabulous sessions, two fabulous panels. We started with dance and the moving image, video screen as the new stage and studio, and we had that led by Neela Banks with panelists Dashawn Prince and January Johnson, who were students, and our faculty, Lee Rose, Sophia McCain, and Orville McFarlane, which was followed by our 12:30 session, our session that ended at 12:30, Cooking Up Comedy, serving the echoes of laughter in Jamaica, historical perspective and comedic reflections. We had IT, we have Johnny, some of the names I'm forgetting, so clear, so I'm not going on a comedy show a long time, but that was led by Owen Ellis, lecturer in the School of Arts Management and Humanities, our own comedian. For those of you on YouTube, keep sending in your comments. Keep sending in your comments and share with us. I apologize, I heard earlier on that you were hearing all of my business and perhaps people's business with my mute, my mic not muted. Neela pointed out that we need some Zoom lessons. We want to thank our technical team, Jesse Kamoa, Danielle McPherson, second year arts management students, and the entire Research Day committee led by Dr. Anthea Octave. We also heard earlier from the Dean of the School of Arts Management and Humanities, Dr. Kina Senior. I know that our acting principal, Dr. Trudy Barrett, is tuned in, our VP, Kerry Ann Henry, VP of Administrative and Resource Development, as well as our acting VP of Academics, Mr. Roger Williams, who we know to be a fabulous pianist and of the School of Music. For all the deans, for all the faculty who encourage your students to participate, we thank you. I hope you've been watching the 3-minute challenge, and you can converse with the challengers, by the way, by providing them with feedback and guidance. We will also facilitate a general discussion on research in and about the arts. So this is later on in the afternoon. So right now, it is my pleasure to, again, I don't need to introduce him since I just did earlier on, but the third segment called Masquerade, a presentation and roundtable discussion on the Masquerade traditions of the Caribbean, the motherland, and the diaspora with representatives from across the region. And in studio, we have Owen Blacker Ellis and Susan Beadle, who will be moderating this session, and they will introduce our panelists. So thank you very much for tuning in. I will share with you throughout between Beadle and Blacker, we will come in with the questions from YouTube. So we invite those on our YouTube platform to remain tuned in. Over to you, lady and gentlemen. I love the balance of energies, given especially what just happened with the comedians. Big up yourself, Nabeedle. We are having some sound issues. Could you speak, Blacker? Let's see if that's fixed. No, we're not hearing you. If you can read my lips, we're not hearing you. Beadle, could you do a mic check for me? We're not hearing you either. Can we get tech to sort that out? And if you want us not to wait on the tech, I can start this section off by asking us to bring up our panelists for this section, which includes Marvin George. I'm not looking at it and my brain is not that good. You can see from the gray hairs in my head. So while we wait on the tech to come up, I'm gonna ask on the technical issues to be resolved. I'm gonna kindly ask that we bring up the panelists so that they could start, and as soon as we finish. Me know you not hear me on YouTube. I know we're hearing me, but you are not hearing. Are you hearing Blacker and Suzanne? Can somebody in the YouTube platform say that? Yes, Camille, I agree with you. The Alpha and the Omega, the energy has been restored. Dr. Octav, if I answer your phone, it's gonna go, but I guess it's live production, so I'm answering you anyway. You can speak.
Check. Okay, I think you can hear me now.
We're hearing a little now.
Can you hear me now?
A little echo. Echoes of Fire, by the way, is our theme for this year's Research Day. There is something particularly special about 1976. It's perhaps the best year ever, but 1976, because all of the schools were brought together on one campus at one Arthurwin Drive as the VP Hamilton, Miss in there, and it just gone out of my head. But it wasn't yet Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. Cultural Training Center in 1976, the same year that we had Carifesta in Jamaica. Janet Muirhead is saying that we are hearing you, Blacker.
Are you hearing me as well?
Can you take off the mask and stop going like you near to Suzanne?
Okay,
could you test the mic again, please?
Thank you so much. Apparently you can't hear me, but I can hear me hearing me.
I'm hearing you now, faintly.
And I think Dr. Hunt is hearing me. So is my beloved friend June Fredericks. They're hearing me. So we can now go ahead. And I am very pleased to introduce this panel, which will really begin with a presentation by Susan Beadle, who will set the foundation, and then we'll invite the panelists to respond to Susan's presentation, and then link it to the intersection, the reverberations and renewals within their own unique context.
Okay, thank you. So my apologies for misleading the public that Susan was co-hosting. My apologies, Dr. Octav, for not reading your notes. She is actually a presenter. Thank you. I am hearing you, Blacker. Over to you, and until I need to come on again, give thanks.
So I will begin by introducing my colleague, Susan Beadle, who has years of established reputation as an outstanding drama educator, theater producer, writer, and performer herself. I met her first as an educator, one of the few who does interesting and exciting work training young people at the very outstanding Arden High School. And she just returned from completing her master's at the Errol Barrow Center for Creative Imagination at the Caville campus of UWI. She's gonna share her very, shall I say, her very pivotal paper on that looks at the connection between Janko Masquerade traditions as it manifests in a Jamaican theatrical production. And that will then set the framework for our open convo, which will include Dr. Nashuko, Dr. Hunt, June Frederick, and Daniel Elliott out of Toronto. So Susan Beadle, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. So I'm going to be speaking a little bit just before we get started into our conversation about Jonkono and its relevance today and its emergence within a contemporary dancehall space. So my topic is Jonkono dead, or does it continue to exist within a dancehall space? And we'll be looking at this through a reading of Aston Cook's Jonkono Jamboree. We'll be looking at questions such as, can Jonkono Jamboree be used as a metaphoric proof that Jonkono is not dead, but lives on within the dancehall space? And does life imitate art? And does the literary existence of Jonkono transcend from the pages of Aston Cook's Jonkono Jamboree to the literal dancehall space? Within the Jamaican cultural space, there has been a decline in interactions with traditional folk forms over recent years, as a result of which there have been concerted efforts within the local ministries of culture and education to engage the youth with the traditional cultural forms through various activities and academic school programs. Of the many traditional folk forms that exist in Jamaica, this situation is particularly true of the Jonkono folk form. Articles in the online versions of national newspapers such as Where Has Jonkono Gone? And Why is Mr. Jonkono Disappearing Down the Road? Would lend credence to the claim of this decline. Even in the annual Jamaica Cultural Development Commission's JCDC Traditional Folk Form Competition, which is tasked with unearthing, developing, showcasing, and preserving Jamaica's culture, there is little presentation that highlights Jonkono as a form to be showcased or preserved or developed. Is Jonkono dead? This is the question to be answered through the lens of Aston Cook's Jonkono Jamboree. And you can go all the way down to number 5, Daniel. That's where we are now. All right. So according to George Beckford, every society is a product of the particular historical forces that give it shape and form. The same is true for Jamaica. As a part of the unique history that makes up the Caribbean, Jamaica has come about, in part, as a result of the unique history that makes up, as a result of syncretism, the merging together of two or more separate things to create a new thing. Having been created, that new thing stands on its own and it cannot simply be done away with, even if the original sources are removed or gotten rid of. Jamaica is a melting pot of cultures. There are influences from all corners of the world that make Jamaica, Jamaica. However, the major elements that make up the fabric of Jamaican culture are Afrocentric and Eurocentric pretensions. This syncretic nature of Jamaica is evident in its folk forms as well. Most traditional folk forms in Jamaica are an amalgamation of several African as well as European elements. Jonkono is no different. Jonkono grew out of African dance and masquerade combined with English folk festivals such as mumming, and is usually celebrated around Christmas and the New Year holidays. And we're just seeing some pictures now of the original costuming and props of original Jonkono and comparing it with the modern day contemporary version. Let's move on to dancehall now. Dancehall is Jamaica's primary popular street theater that first flourished around the 1950s, but with unique manifestations of sonic dominance, dance, fashion, and lyrical content since 1980. Its antecedents are popular sacred and secular forms such as the slave ship limbo, Jonkono, Dinky Mini, Gere, Revival, and Brookings Party, among others. This quote from dancehall scholar Sonia Stanley Nair sums up nicely the idea that is posited in this paper. Through the lens of Jonkono Jamboree, we will address the issue of the attempted whitewashing of Jamaican culture using Jonkono as an example. We will also investigate whether or not this attempt can actually be successful.
Oh.
house.
Celebrate, hope you stay, my friend. Jump all the time again. Jump to the village is going home. I'm not commuting with people. We can stay shamble, jump to the dance. We can fight the shadow of the cross. Jump to the again. Jump to the time again. Celebrate, hope you stay, my friend. Jump all the time again. We are not growing up to party, that's in a jump. Stand up that one jump, live with love. We are not growing up to party, that's in a jump. Stand up that one jump, live with love. Jump to the jump all the time again. Celebrate, hope you stay, my friend. Jump all the time again. Which one of us is? 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 Hero, 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 hero. Policeman. European sector.
All right, that was the opening number of Aston Cook's Jonkona Jamboree. Jonkona Jamboree is a story of the decline in Afrocentric traditions against the more readily acceptable Eurocentric traditions. It is also a story of contemporary versus traditional. However, it is ultimately a story of the resurgence of Jonkona within the dancehall space. According to Susumba magazine, Jonkona Jamboree is an allegorical exploration of class and race, using the Jonkona as a trope for life as a masquerade. In Jonkona Jamboree, Jonkona Village is a sleepy fishing village in the center of a tourist area. The residents are, for the most part, proud of their Jonkona heritage. The village, as well as the form of Jonkona itself, are looked down upon by the more affluent adjoining community of Quadrille Heights. Residents there look down on their neighbor, scorning base traditions and longing for the upliftment of the space. They're interested in maintaining culture, but only what they refer to as high culture. This high culture versus low culture conflict speaks to the relations of tension between this mostly lower class performance practice and the middle class status quo. This tension is seen in the uptown versus downtown conflict that permeates Jamaica. Uptown versus downtown in this context may be read as Europe versus Africa, or more specifically, quadrille versus jonkono. The literature regarding these two folk forms also reflects this conflict of forms. Quadrille is described in terms of refinement and enlightenment. Quote, the quadrille was danced throughout the 18th century and became a symbol of European refinement and enlightenment. While jonkono is seen as problematic, quote, these outdoor performances by enslaved Africans amused, mystified, and discomfited the Europeans who observed loud drumming and singing, wild dancing, suggesting to them something inscrutably and dangerously African. Therefore, in the literature, we already see a discrepancy in the language and expression used for descriptions of both forms. Early in the script, we catch a glimpse of the resistance to jonkono in favor of the more highly esteemed quadrille. Members of the Quadrille Heights community, although forced to come to Jonkono village for the best fish, want a more decent and customer-friendly environment, one fitting for the tourists they depend heavily on. The citizens of Jonkono village are given notice to leave their homes upon which they have settled informally, albeit with the permission of the legal owner. A secondary conflict in Jonkono Jamboree plays out between the opposing generations of the Jonkono village citizens. The retaliation against Jonkono by the young people of the village is seen through the vocalized complaints as the youths consider Jonkono to be old, dead, irrelevant, and outdated. They see no future in that tradition, but see the way forward as through the live, relevant, contemporary dancehall form. Here we see another dichotomy, the old versus the new, which can also be read as the traditional versus the contemporary, or more specifically, Jonkono versus dancehall. These young people are berated for wanting to turn their back on their history, as a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots.
You don't know me as the girl them serve me, huh?
Yeah, me, it's all sweet like sugar and coconut. Can I shut out, don't it? I don't look like that and strike it out.
Mama, just cool on.
Trevor. You good?
Yeah.
You look good.
True.
Trevor! Don't look in that direction. Trevor, Miss Precious, me a good girl, man. I'm gonna look good to don't take Trevor. Me not let no jump to the career come look better. I mean the skill. You like the outfit, mom? See that? Now try jump on the costume pool. Picture fashion and I say.
Yeah. Mama, jump to the body of my phone. Well, you're really jumping. Jumper that you know gives that. Make me show them some of them get this. Yo, give me the career. Now this one is wrong. Jump. Tell them, Trevor, this is the same jump for your grandpa used to that. Right here in jump for the beach.
It's jump for the used to say in that school, you know. It's jump for the make this stage.
Jump for my back bodies. And jump for the better wake up now. If it's dance, you want to dance. You better put on that and follow me and learn the latest steps. Follow me now. Jump. What you know about that? You don't know me originates all of the latest dancing in this country.
Then
if you know so much about that, why you don't come join the band? After my Jonkono. That's a phone.
Yo, Salama.
No, make him stay here. Jack will go come back and make this village proud I can watch. It's alright, my friend. Him just a talk. You see me? Me see you, but me don't see them. All chat about them. Don't know what them want. See, you have all our support here. I will fix this Jack man and make it one for the Jack man and beside that. Preach it, Patty. You just want some more liquid in your then some more fluid in the body. See that? Put some more liquid in the body.
What we need is a drink, a white smash.
All right, so we're going to move on, Danielle. All right, yes. So just pause that for me, please. Thank you. As asked above, can a simple resistance against or retaliation towards Junkanoo be enough to get rid of the form? Jamaica, and by extension, Jamaican culture, is Creole and therefore syncretic in nature. It is a fabric of what it means to be Jamaican. Can a piece of Jamaican fabric simply be removed? It is my belief that the elements of Jamaicanness will always re-emerge in another way or space. It is therefore unlikely that it is possible to eliminate a part of what it means to be Jamaican by simply removing it. In Junkanoo Jamboree, the solution to their conflicts comes through the merging of both the traditional and the contemporary. And Daniel, we're having some glitches with the videos, so we're gonna just skip over the others. All right, I'll just continue reading. Thank you. In Junkanoo Jamboree, the solution to their conflicts comes through the merging of both the traditional and the contemporary, the merging of Junkanoo and dancehall. This is able to be achieved because of the fact that there are many overlapping elements in both the forms, and so the merging of the two becomes seamless. The difficulty of simply removing a part of what it means to be Jamaican as it relates to Junkanoo Jamboree is made clear in another way as well. Although quadrille, read Uptown/Europe, does not come out on top, the solution of their main problem in the story comes about from the assistance of this form as well. We see where Mrs. Buckingsworth, a citizen of Quadrille Heights, switches sides, so to speak, and provides a partial solution to the problem. The entire community is held together in part by Mrs. Terrelong, who, although an original member of Junkanoo Village and legal owner of the land, has returned from England to solve the problems of the villagers. So although the purpose is to stop the diminishing of the African side of Jamaica, it cannot, based on this particular story, be done without the intervention of the European side. As mentioned before, there are similarities and overlapping elements between both Junkanoo and dancehall, which we will look at some right now. Music and movement, the use of drums is a major component of both Junkanoo and dancehall. Both forms also utilize and wind instruments. Costumes, and I'm going to read an experience from Sonia Stanley within the dancehall space. A woman about 45 years old wearing a dark colored t-shirt and skirt, dancing intermittently to her favorite tunes, did something at first unfathomable. She proceeded to remove her t-shirt, which she then used to wrap her head. With the brassiere now revealed, she untied the front of what I thought was a skirt to reveal a black formal dress with puff sleeves. As she stood up, pulled the dress to its full height and placed the puff sleeves on her shoulder, she signaled that her dancehall outfit was not the mere t-shirt and skirt she was previously wearing. She then turned the dress back to front, leaving the top unzipped, and revealed a pair of shorts, which were vital to her ensemble. So the idea of costuming within dancehall is not just from the onlooker's perspective, but also from the point of view of the participants. Masking. I consider the use of wigs and elaborate makeup, which are part of the dancehall scene, to be akin to the masking that takes place in Junkanoo. Characters. The various characters of Junkanoo are repeated throughout the dancehall culture. In the dancehall, there are DJs like Ninja Man, the original gold teeth, front teeth, gun pan teeth, Don Gargan. Should I try that again? Anyway, Super Cat, the wild Apache Don Dada, Josie Wales, the bad boy colonel, and Bounty Killer, the warlord, poor people defender. So we have several pictures here. We have the Queen. Can you just go back for me a little bit, Danielle? Go back. Okay, so we have the Queen, and then of course we have its concept, you know, the Queen of the dancehall. We also have the King character and the King of the dancehall. We have the Devil and the Warlord. We have the Wild Apache and the Wild Apache.
What, Wild Apache?
Okay.
Wild Apache.
Then finally we have Pitchy Patchy, the Peacemaker, and I'm calling Luciana the Messenger. That's the same thing. And so what we're seeing is a resurgence of the various Junkanoo characters within the dancehall space. Aston Cook's Junkanoo Jamboree, while bemoaning the depression of Junkanoo as an important traditional form in the Jamaican cultural landscape, suggests that in spite of efforts to erase the elements of Jamaican culture that are seen to be more Afrocentric in presentation, the innate Jamaicanness, which comes out of our syncretic fabric, cannot be killed. It is a part of what it means to be Jamaican, a part of the Jamaican DNA. Because of that DNA characteristic, the elements of what makes up Jamaica will find ways to return to the fore. As we see within the dancehall space, according to Cook, the merging of all elements of Jamaican culture, high and low, old and young, are necessary for the continued success of the Jamaican cultural landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So, wow, Junkanoo Jamboree, a wonderful example of the manifestations or continuation of that tradition within the theater space in Aston Cook's production. And I think it's a wonderful jump off point for us to look at, to broaden it beyond Jamaica, to include the wider Caribbean region, and to look at some connections and reverberations and intersections with this traditional masquerade tradition in our various contexts. It's a good time now to introduce our friends and family from outside Jamaica, the rest of the region, and in the diaspora. We can then now extend this conversation, right? So I'm gonna announce the names, and Susan can read the bio as we welcome our panel now to help us broaden the conversation about the tradition, the masquerade tradition as it manifests within the wider Caribbean. So we have from Nigeria, Dr. Emmanuel Nashuku.
Okay, Dr. Emmanuel Nachuku is the head of the Department of Technical Theatre and Design at the School of Drama here at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. He is a widely published and highly regarded practitioner with over 22 years of experience as a lecturer, as well as being a pioneer in makeup, special effects, life-size puppetry, and design for stage and film and television in Nigeria.
We also have Dr. John Hunt.
Educator, researcher, and multi-dimensional artist, and one of my personal favorites, Dr. John Hunt is a vibrant and visionary practitioner of the performing arts and a creative, cultural, and gender studies activist from Barbados. He is a lecturer at the Errol Barrow Center for the Creative Imagination in the Faculty of Culture and Creative Arts at the UWKville campus.
And over in St. Lucia, we have June Frederick.
June Frederick is a writer, teacher, producer, and cultural activist who is deeply passionate about sharing her love for Caribbean culture and very purposeful in her work to maintain the masquerade practices of St. Lucia. She has worked with adults, children, and youth, and has been pivotal in the creation of resource material and the formation of institutions dedicated to the preservation of traditional masquerade culture.
And the man with the big mug, Marvin George.
Dean at the School of Drama here at the Edna Manley College, Marvin George is a dynamic theater performance maker and a teaching artist interested in traditional Caribbean performance in education and development. He has and continues to serve as director for the Juve Haiti Caribbean Yard Campus and Arts in Action in his native Trinidad and Tobago.
And we have outside a cold Toronto, Daniel Jelani Ellis.
A graduate of the National Theatre School of Canada, Daniel Jelani Ellis is multidisciplinary artist based in Toronto, Canada. His varied arts practice includes performance, installation creation, playwriting, dub poetry, and acting. He's currently the artistic programs manager at the Paprika Festival and resident artist at the Theatre Center.
So John, Marvin, Emmanuel, Daniel, June, Susan set a foundation with her connection to dancehall as an example of how traditional masquerade customs seem to be echoing in contemporary culture. What is, from where you sit and from where you stand, how do you see these connections, intersections, or reverberations from your particular unique context? We could perhaps start with Dr. Emmanuel Nashuku, who's coming from the motherland, to see how it links to origins from your perspective. Emmanuel.
Well, I have listened to the presentation, and I will say the first thing is she commented largely on the Jamaicanness and Africanness. And there is a need to upplay the African and the Jamaican because the Jamaican is predominantly African. In listening to her, I find that she looked at the Eurocentric dominance on the Afrocentric aspects of the performance. And I think that is because the contact with Mother Africa was relatively cut off. And so we could not rejuvenate the ideas and the concepts. Most young Jamaicans today do not even know some of the origins of the cultures that they are holding on to. I could see in those costumes Viking horns, and I could distinguish that from African horns being worn by the characters. I could see some of the costumes. You know, there was a part of her presentation where she pointed out that they saw the African performance as something devilish, something to be feared. And this has been the concept. They come and they tell us our masquerades, our cultures are dangerous, and so we should imbibe theirs. They say the masquerading is a sin and it should be done away with, but they turn around and they give us Santa Claus, which is another masquerade. You know, so we really have to remember who we are. We are Africans, whether in Nigeria or in Jamaica. I think when you look at the origins of the Jamaican, from where did the Jamaican come, you find that he came primarily from Nigeria, from Ghana, and from Kenya, perhaps, and Congo. These are the basic places, but Nigeria and Ghana have the majority of the original roots of Jamaicans. And these cultures, as she spoke, I could see the reflection of some of our masquerades. The predominant costume worn in the Jankunu by the masqueraders is the costume worn by the Agaba masquerade of the Igbo tribe. If I am, maybe later I might share my screen and show you this masquerade and its body adornments. You know, I could also see a bit of the Pioru masquerade of the Rivers tribes. I could see a little bit of the Gelede concept of the Yoruba tribes. But they were not being held onto in their original forms. This is where the problem lies. First, we need to identify what are the problems that needs to be looked at. You know, there needs to be a break in the break in contact with motherland has to be identified as a problem. The predominance of the Eurocentric culture over the Afrocentric culture is a problem that needs to be reversed. We in theater, we are told, for instance, that theater began in Greece in 5th century BC. But further research has shown us today that 2,600 years before that, there was theater in Egypt. And that theater introduced the proscenium. And that is the Abydos Passion Plays, as they titled it and pushed it aside. But evidence which abound in 1987 when the tomb of the first female pharaoh, who was not really a pharaoh, wife to Pharaoh Memose, the 10th pharaoh, and mother to Pharaoh Temose, the 11th pharaoh, was exhumed. And we got enough evidence to show that this event took place in Thebes every 2 years. Special effects was even used, something that the Greek classical and the Roman classical theater did not think about, did not even get to. So why is it always that everything Africa must be played down to celebrate what is European? As Africans, I think we need to retrace our roots. I think this paper has made me, I'm particularly happy about the recent direct flights from Nigeria to Jamaica, which will help us have a lot more communication, and I hope transfer our culture and research our culture and really take on the Pan-Africanist view of things. I'll stop here for now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Nashuko. So we're seeing some ideas now about origin and the tension between Eurocentric and Afrocentric manifestations, and how we tend to be almost be forced to deny the origins of these traditions. Let's just jump over now to TNT and hear how this resonant idea of the conflict between the Caribbean, the Africa and Europe in the Caribbean, and the manifest in the traditions, speak to you, Marvin.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks, Suzanne, for the paper. This is important work, right? This morning, some people spoke about being our own first world. It came up in a panel, being our own first world. Echoing work about best, who also spoke about epistemic sovereignty. And up in the North here in Jamaica, Professor Netofad talking about cultural certitude. I want to put that out there as the basis for this, where this conversation might go, as something that is grounding what this thing might be about. So one, what our family here in Jamaica, and then the Bahamas, and to a lesser extent, Belize, referred to as Jonkanu. People in Trinidad call traditional mass.
Repeat.
What our family here in Jamaica call Jonkanu, and to a lesser extent, the people in Belize, because they refer to it as Wanaragua, but they also call it Jonkanu. And then in Belize, that is, and then in the Bahamas, they use the word Jonkanu as well. What is referred to as Jonkanu here in the north of the Caribbean is referred to in Trinidad, which is the southernmost island in the Caribbean, as traditional mass.
Okay.
Now, in other parts of the Caribbean, it will probably be called Masquerade, and June and John will talk about that. All right. I want to say that when we say traditional mass, because George Lamming teaches us a word is a word, but a word is more than a word, because every word has baggage.
Yep.
When we say traditional mass, we mean traditional mass, and we don't mean mask. And we also might not mean masquerade, even though masquerade is closer to what we probably mean when we say mass. Two, in both the writings of Cheryl Ryman, who has papers on Jonkanu, and in the writings from Maureen Warner-Lewis, Ryman dealing with the Jonkanu specifically in Jamaica, Warner-Lewis dealing with what she calls African dynamics in Trinidad culture, but also reaching out and making comparisons with the rest of the Caribbean. There's a suggestion, or perhaps an argument, because suggestion feel like if you slip in a team, but it's a point. That there are African ancestral roots governing the performances of these traditional masquerades. In fact, Maureen Warner-Lewis's work goes as far as to put Jonkanu not as John Kanu, as some kind of English word, but because she's a cultural linguist, but link Jonkanu as a word as a word in and of itself that has roots to other African languages, and literally, like the Trinidad word Cambule, which, because we spend so much time paying attention to our traditions coming from Europe, referred to as Pan, because God is a comedian too. So in Trinidad, you have both Cambule, K-A-M-B-U-L-E, and you have Canbules, C-A-N-N-E-S-B-R-U-L-E-E-S, the latter being French. There's some suggestion that the mass in Trinidad is somehow linked to the French because the second one is a French word. But we forget but we forget that Kambule, K-A-M-B-U-L-E, is literally a Kikongo word that explains masquerade procession in the road. It literally explains that.
Okay.
And in Warner Lewis's work, she suggests also that the word Jonkonu, right? Because over time it has gone through various conjugations, like the Kikongo root word Kambule, also means masquerade procession in the road. So there's no need to anglicize or Europeanize the words that were, right?
So that
and already a whole capture.
So Marvin, to that dispute.
I'm just sharing the screen quickly.
The other notion,
I'm sorry,
that said it's really the French Jean Zinconou, as in the unseen people. So it's give them back to that. Okay.
Well, it problematizes it. It problematizes it because what we're dealing with, and it's largely because of how we read culture, how we've been taught to read the culture. That is to say that the forms that we have here in the Caribbean are syncretic forms, and syncretic for us usually mostly meaning African and Europe, without ever asking, because we pack up so many Africans on this ship from different nations, what syncretisms emerge from Africans talking to themselves.
Okay. To each other,
and creating to each other and creating new meanings as a result. It also has to do with the fact that Africans were not people. Africans were brought here as cargo, hence the slaves, and so on and so on and so on, right? So we're not necessarily taught to interrogate our own contributions, right? Our own contributions to the things that we have made while we were here on the plantation, right? So I'm throwing that out there as something to consider. These images that you're looking at were from a presentation that I did earlier this week. That's part of some ongoing research that I'm doing. I'm interested in Masquerade, and I'm interested in Masquerade not as a Trinidad thing, but as a Caribbean thing. Because if there's anything Cheryl Ryman and Maureen Warner Lewis has taught by their own arguments, is that we have to shift the lens a little bit from nation to region, or perhaps the Americas, to try to understand what in fact is happening in Masquerade with us. Now, in this camera, I'm wrapping this up now. In this particular presentation, what I was working out as the argument is the question of blackness in mass, because blackness for me is not simply about the blackening, but it's an important beginning point to start to discuss our presence in the masquerades that we produce here in the region. And if we shifted it from blackening, which is about the bedaubing of the skin, but understanding mass as blackness, which is the presence of African people and those people who were othered by the arrival of Europe, then we'll probably begin to see the ways in which traditional mass / Jonkonus / Wanaragua, etc., seek to capture the things that we tried to say about our context using the traditions that we came here with, because we are people. We didn't simply mimic. So it was looking therefore at blackening as a thing, and there are other modes of masquerade or mass throughout the region that look just like what Jamaican call pichi pachi. In Barbados, you have Shaggy Bear, in Trinidad, you have Pero Grenade, or Pero, and so on and so on. And those similarities happen over and over and over and over, repeating themselves. So I'm putting it out there that one, the cosmology, the history tells us that there are people who came here with their own traditions that have commonalities. And because they were transplanted or planted in different places, that it may be useful for us to look at different places in the region as a conversation on continuity rather than death. Two, that because Maureen Warner Lewis and Cheryl Ryman have already said to us that the root ROUTE or the ROOT to what we are manifesting now might also African, the voice that we historically have negated, that there is scope for us to examine the cosmology that produces the work, to understand also that cosmology does not believe in death, perhaps why it keeps manifesting in different ways. And so we can't look for this thing in the same place all the time to get the answer. And three, that because in our various spaces, something has accounted for us continuing these practices, or either as they are or in other ways, that it may be important for us to see how they continue, in what ways they continue. In Trinidad, perhaps it continues as mass. In Jamaica, perhaps it continues less as mass. And it might have to do, you know, from my conversations with Roy Gibbons, who is really my teacher, it might be about the newness of the plantation. Trinidad being the newest, perhaps, of the plantations, you know? And so new arrivants plant things as original. And so our impulse is to festival rather than to making art, which seems to be the impulse here in Jamaica, where the longer history of the plantation has now afforded us here in Jamaica to distill some of these traditions into other spaces, right? And I'll stop there for now and see where it goes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Marvin. Oh, this is getting richer, richer, richer by the moment, by the minute. Let's now jump in quickly now, June, and let me hear your response. I read the resonance, and then we're gonna go to John and then Daniel, how it reflects and continues to manifest and renew itself over there in the cold climes. June, then John, then Daniel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very humbled and honored to be here. In terms of our traditional masquerade, I am involved with Masquerade simply from a wonderful childhood experience. Masquerade in St. Lucia happens at Christmas time. And like Marvin said, we know it as traditional masquerade with different groups. Our history is very, very similar throughout the Caribbean. And the manifestations of our history are also very similar. It was interesting to hear Dr. Emmanuel talk about the African connection. And one of our characters, we have two groups. We have a group that performs to music and a group that performs to the rhythm of chants and performs death and resurrection rituals on the streets. That latter group, it was amazing to hear Dr. Emmanuel speak about the Santa Claus, because we have learned through our as we went along through our research that Papa Java, who is the king of our traditional masquerade and whose group performs death and resurrection rituals on the streets, and a very powerful man. His costume was a rebellious, I don't know what to call it, a rebellious portrayal of the European culture, Santa Claus. So in his costume, we have the red, we have the white beard. His sack, however, becomes a money sack, which looks like a phallic symbol when the money goes in there. And he has in his bidding the T-Jabs, who represent the blackness, our Africanness, who did all his bidding. His face is painted white. So that particular group is a very historical group in terms of the syncretism of the two, of African and European. I must also admit to you that when I first started with my love for masquerade, like I said, developed as a child. And my whole aim was to put masquerade back on the street, because when I was growing up, if there was no masquerade, there was no Christmas, right? You could have all your sorrel, all your presents, everything else. But if there was no masquerade, there was no Christmas. So my whole main aim when I came back to St. Lucia after 12 years of being away and could not find it, my whole aim was to get it back on the streets, because there were about 3 generations of people who did not know of our masquerade. And that was my intention. I do agree with you that we need to change our rhetoric. Sadly, our colonial history killed anything and everything, well, not kill, but tried to kill anything and everything African. We still have very powerful remnants of our African culture in St. Lucia, but too many people generations of people do not know the history of our African connection. And that is one of the things I'm hoping to do through. Now I have put the Masquerade on the streets and I'm trying to get more and more people into it. I now want to be able to teach through the Masquerade the actual connection to Africa. We know what there is to know about our connection to Europe. And now we have to change the rhetoric. I do agree with that. When I came back to St. Lucia in the 1990s, there was no Masquerade, it had died. And as head of Folk Research Center, I did a project with 2 other countries, Dominica and St. Kitts Nevis, for the actual revival of the Masquerade. And we're looking at the documentation of costuming, but ours was even more important because there was nothing. And we went out in the communities and we recognized that there were a lot of people out there who were still involved in the Masquerade. And when we first put Masquerade back in the street, it was the original elders of the Masquerade from the communities who have all died, sadly. At the time we were putting them out there, there was not much recording going on. So we do not have very much recording of the elders, except the little that we had in the project. And sadly, everything burnt in the Folk Research Center fire. But I mean, it is ongoing. It is something that we so desperately want to keep. And now what I'm looking at are 2 things. Okay, it died. We've managed to put it back on the street. What happened next? COVID almost killed us last year because there was no street performance. The place was locked down. And so I resorted to putting stuff out in electronic media, just putting as much stuff as possible as I could get to put out there. And it has actually opened new avenues for us. But I do not want our cultural connections to get lost in just the performance of the Masquerade. I want to strengthen it with the continuation of our research into our African connection. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you so much, June. I'm getting goosebumps. It is just wonderful. And I'm seeing the connection and the resonance and the cross-cultural link and the fact that we just one region. And all of us are a representation of that Afro-Euro conflict in our culture. John, jump in.
Thank you, Edna College, for inviting me back to my alma mater. Thank you for being part of this rich and esteemed panel. Thank you, Suzanne, for your wonderful provocation with your presentation. And I just think I can only continue the conversation that has already started because I think we're all on a similar thread. I loved you're being summoned as Dr. Emmanuel, so I'll continue. Your call for us to think of ourselves as African because it is indeed that subversive which fuels my imagination or my thought around what happens to all of us in the Caribbean and especially what happens to us here in Barbados. I am very much a believer in everything that Dr. George said, and I love what June said as well. When I listened to Susan Beadle's reading of John Canoe through the lens of Ashton Cook's play, it reminds me very much of the ways in which, even when the situation is most hostile for us in the Caribbean, in terms of upholding ourselves as Africans or as descendants of African people, there are ways in which we submerge, or sometimes, according to Dr. Marcia Burroughs and others in Barbados, cloak our culture so that it can go through that hostile time and then come out at another point where we can be able to reclaim it, to reemerge, or even, dare I say, resurrect from the dead in certain cases. So when I think about how Suzanne's addressing John Canoe, I think about the landship in Barbados. Now the landship has a particular notion in Barbados because it is the single most cultural form that has lasted throughout the 159 official years of its official establishment, but has been part of the African experience from before emancipation. It has survived because it took a decision to embrace the creolization. So take some aspects of it out, retain its essential parts, and cloak the heritage. So one of the ways it cloaked its heritage is in the ways that it would transcribe African rhythms into its music structure. So on bass drums, on snare drums, on flutes, you would hear very much West African tonalities and rhythm patterns, but they're being played on European drums. So that hostile colonial environment may assume that this is something that's emergent out of their experience, but not really understanding that for those of us who are coming from an African heritage experience, that was in fact part of how we were celebrating and retaining our identity. The other way in which we would have done it is in the way we would have taken on the structures and the formations and even the dress that was ascribed to naval uniforms, pretty much like how we see sailor masks coming through in Trinidad, where people would dress in sailor costumes. The mask then became the hat. Everyone wore some kind of headdress. There would be some kind of plumage that would adorn what would be a naval uniform, which you would never see in a formal European or English detail. And they will do what we call maneuvers, dances, within which, even though they were performing in lines, they would have the concept of circling in the way they would do their movements. You will still see African retentions in the elements that they would perform. And in that regard, this element of what was retained within a hostile environment became the space for low-income African heritage people to retain their sense of identity, not only as a performing group, but also as a community that would sustain themselves against the hostile experiences of poverty, of rituals, of parts of different aspects of their lives. And they became so much of a threat to the economic elite that certain people started to denigrate and marginalize these people and have them demonized or put in jail because they were unable to break them down, to have them follow these particular things. So the notion then of what Suzanne is coming up with in terms of the class dynamic was a very real aspect of what happened with us in Barbados as well. The idea that the narratives, even now in landship, being very much sanitized, what we call sanitized throughout the period of time. At every moment in time, aspects of our maneuvers are lost for various reasons. And it's very interesting because in the moments that they are lost, there is always an opportunity for landship to be retained, not as a maneuver or a cultural form in its traditional sense, but captured as a dance in its contemporary sense. So at each moment in time, there are particular groups in Barbados that perform dances that reflect this reality, but also captures at the particular time the reality of the landship in those particular periods. So dance then, in its contemporary sense, in its concert sense, becomes a way to archive parts of our heritage. So the whole notion of theater then being that way to archive then becomes very significant. And of course, very dynamic within the Jamaican landscape is the idea of the dance hall as a way to archive our heritage. So I found that was very dynamic. I found it was very, it was a good comparative analysis, and we could also see this happening across the Caribbean, across languages, across spaces. The other thing that occurred to me as I was listening to Suzanne was also the ways in which we would use that iconography or that metaphor of landship or of masquerade to speak to film or to speak to theater. So I remember Winston Farrell, who engaged with concept of the House of Landship that was presented at CARIFEST in Suriname. And then we have various students at the university campus now who are also engaging with landship as metaphors to create work that speak to us as Barbadians and as Caribbean people. I also think about the whole concept of masquerade itself, the history of masquerade, where as Marvin George and June Frederick had said, pretty much part of traditional mass in the Caribbean, it's pretty much part of how we experience in the Southern Caribbean. So I grew up with a concept of John Canoe, the actual two words, John Canoe, and seeing at Christmas characters like the Mother Sally, who we connect with Dame Loren, the Shaggy Bear, who we connect with Pitchy Patchy, and the Houseboat, who we connect with Houseboy, and all those, and still people, as well as still workers, as part of that tradition. And so those traditions and what happened to the landship was very much a part of the African experiences in the Caribbean space from the post-emancipation period right up until independence. And still we see it persisting. We see it engaging. It's modified because we have lost some of the cultural context, but ever so often something comes up to disturb us, right? What I would like to preserve as a bubble. So I love Dr. Emmanuel's concept of embracing what is our Africanness. I love the idea of how we would have maybe in an effort to survive to a more affluent time, we would have taken decisions. So if it is that we changed our costumes slightly, or we changed the masks on our head to houseboats so that we could still venerate our generations in our family, if we were able to get rid of the shag and use pieces of cloth because it was more economical, we were always thinking of how to persist and keep our continuity with Africa present so that there would come a time when we could resurrect and re-emerge and come back together. So I find that what is very useful about this particular conversation is the ways in which we can all gain like credit and inspiration from listening to each other's stories and the ways that we have been fortunate to be at what could be the beginning of a resurgence of our African presence in the Caribbean.
Wonderful, thank you so much, Dr. John. So we'll look at Dr. Nwachukwu established what we all agree on as the history, and we're looking at deconstructing the mystery and seeing the connectedness, the rich resonance of how it resonates across the region, St. Lucia, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Daniel, you living in North America up there, standing up for the Caribbean, for a new generation. How all of this resonate with you, and why you into this masquerade thing in North America? I mean, when you were born, there was no masquerade on the streets in Jamaica. So talk to me. Jump in.
Hello, greetings. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to firstly give thanks to the planning committee for this invitation. I would have been happily sitting in the audience, but to be a part of this conversation is a distinct honor as a young person, as someone from the diaspora. I also have to acknowledge and big up my namesake, Mr. Ellis. Believe it or not, he is my father, not my older brother. But it is your influence and inspiration that has led me to a life in the arts and here. So thank you. Yeah, so Suzanne's, one of the things I was struck by too from the reading is the tension between high art or high culture and low art, low culture. Yeah, in my experience at the National Theatre School here, we are introduced to, and this is how I came into mask or Junkuno. In our training, we do masks. So there's neutral mask, expressive mask, clown, what else? Yeah, and it's the pedagogy firstly is Eurocentric and Euromanticized. As a teacher and artistic leader here has dubbed it Euromanticized. So I always felt a sort of disconnect and dissonance, but I was experiencing in my neutral mask and expressive mask an ease and a ease and interest and excitement about this form. And then it led me to, research my own, it just reminded me of John Kuno and led me down to some research. Yeah, so for me, it's about reclaiming this, it's been spoken about here, the Africanness. I'm so glad that you called Cheryl Ryman's name, Marvin, because in my research, she came up as someone who was going back to the origins of it being a spiritual practice of ancestor veneration, which is what it feels like for me as someone who is, an immigrant here. Yes, yeah.
Share your plans with us, Daniel. What you're hoping to do with Masquerade in Toronto.
So I Before I share my plans though, I want to talk about like my own practice of it. There's a festival here called Long Winter. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, it not work. It's an inter-arts festival, and let's try that again. Share application. There we go. Yeah, so I'm in these high art space, and I said I'm going to do a presentation of John Kuno. So a solo masquerade performance.
Wonderful.
So there I am as Pitchy Patchy.
Whoa.
And I'm, you know, casting spells, and these people are looking at me as this foreigner doing this weird cultural cutesy wootsy thing. And for me, it is a disruption of this high art space. It's me bringing my quote unquote low form. Here I am as the queen, and the queen is traditionally related to royalty, you know, the Queen of England. But the queen that I am embodying here is a bit dotish and lost in this space. So she have her rum, and she perhaps got into the rum and is struggling here. Yeah, so that's just my own personal explorations of John Kuno, which I've been doing in the last 5 years or so every once in a while. And I've been thinking that to further this connection to the Africanness and to go back to the roots of it, it's not practiced solo by a singular person. So I'm interested in develop or using John Kuno as a tool to teach performance. I'm also interested in it as a way of community development. So connecting with other artists, other young people who have an interest in performance and the arts, who, like me, in my experience of training, find this dissonance. So in particular, African, Black, people from the Caribbean, people of color here, to use this form that has very deep cultural significance as a way of teaching them performance, you know. So yeah, I'm in the beginning stages of that, you know, building my infrastructure. I've connected to people here who have been doing that kind of work, and that will be coming up in the fall.
Thanks, Daniel. So something that June said has struck with kind of like the stuck in my claw, in my craw. She said, in her growing up in St. Lucia, if there was no mass, there was no Christmas. And that was part of my Jamaican as a child growing up as well. When Christmas time, John Kuno appeared on the street. Yeah. And it was so linked to a part of our understanding of ourselves and our culture that this thing occurs and we're part of it. And so I just want to open up now, you know, as we in the Caribbean here, and it includes you, Dr. Emmanuel, because you're now Jamaican, whether you like it or not. How, you know, how do we as a Caribbean people now continue, maintain and reverence this echo in the bone that we're almost being told to release ourselves from? Yeah. You know, so I want
let me just ask a very specific question to start that conversation off, because you're speaking about how do we maintain, but some of us don't have it, because I hear June speaking and I'm like, that's where we are now. Where is John Kuno? No, it's not here.
It's not here.
So I would love if I don't know if she's still here, if her camera is just off, but how did she, because when she went back to St. Lucia, it did not exist.
Right.
How did she reestablish it? What did she do? And how can we, because it's not just about continuing in some of the territories, it's about re-establishing, because it has completely disappeared.
And so our role here at Edna as well, how do we?
Yes, what is our, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. So I don't know if we can start with June to tell us what her process was in re-establishing, and then everybody can jump in terms of how do we continue, how do we make it relevant to the youth, how do we connect it to who they are as Caribbean people?
Yeah, well, one of the first things I did was I used the Folk Research Center platform. That is one of the foremost institutions for research and documentation of folk culture in St. Lucia. Sadly, we've had to start from scratch for a lot because of the fire. But I used that platform and I came up with this project on the revival of the Masquerade because I didn't know how else to do it. I mean, I knew I wanted to do it, but I figured let me do it right and let me try and get as much information as I could. And Alwyn Bully, foremost Caribbean dramatist and so on, he was at the UNESCO desk in Jamaica, in the Caribbean desk, and he's the one who helped us put this together. And after we put it together and we got all the information, I then I am very passionate also about the development of children, especially where culture is concerned. And I started with a television program for children by children called kiddygoo.com. And what I did, I used that as the other platform to get children involved and children to appreciate, to understand and appreciate this art form that we had lost, right? And following that, I went and I did a book for kids based on the traditional masquerade of St. Lucia. And the anchors, my little anchors from my television program made up the first performers who actually did the masquerade on the street together with the elders. So that is where I started. And I think what I'm going to suggest is that we do not think too hard about it. We know what we want to do. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Because I think a lot of times we put ourselves in this box where we think there are certain ways we can do it. No, just do it. And then the formalities will come. Like I like what Dan Jelani, I think that's the name. I like what he's done in Canada. He's gone alone, he's gone solo, but at least it's starting the thought process. And I think also we've had a dance company in St. Lucia called Silver Shadows. They're running for almost 40 years now. And one of the things that they did was they had created a stage performance of the St. Lucia Masquerade. And whenever they did their annual performances, there was always a traditional masquerade performance there. So, I mean, we tapped as many people and places as we could have so that we could have put this thing together. I have since written another book. I just launched a book in December on the characters, the costumes, the rituals, the language and so on of the traditional masquerade, because the language spoken in the Papa Jab and his entourage is our St. Lucian Creole. So it was also a way for me to teach the kids Creole. And then there is this blog that I created called Culture Corner St. Lucia. And basically it is a blog that teaches the history of our country through the masquerade characters. Hey. So it's just that I've attacked it from all possible sides. And that's what we've done, as well as I also have a theater company, and we have got stuff written based on the masquerade characters. So we used Papa Jab, the Devil at Christmas, written by the late playwright Roderick Walcott, who is a twin brother of our Nobel laureate, Sir Derek Walcott. We did that in 1 year. And there is also a young writer called Drenia Frederick, who wrote a musical called Masquerade Master. And we performed that again. We performed it twice. So we did a rebranding of it and we performed it again. So I think, and now we're looking at using masquerade in film. So right now we are preparing a media series called Murder in the Masquerade. It's going to run for 6 months on social media. And the audience they become the detectives. And what happens is there is a performance of the masquerade and somebody gets killed. And all the different leads up have to find who they think killed and why. So I think if you're really doing this, not only do you have to try it the traditional way, but you also have to use things that the youngsters are interested in. And I think once we bring the youngsters in, because the young lady who wrote Our Murder in the Masquerade was an original actor in our first theater piece, and she's now writing and directing. So I think, and then the other thing I really want to say is documentation. I think in a lot of some of the Caribbean islands, we do not document our traditional forms. And even if we document them, they are not user-friendly, they are not available to the public. Well, now Folk Research Center has to start from scratch. It's going to be easier, but I beg you, regardless of what we do, make sure it is always documented and available for use. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. If I may, Blacka, just to share from our YouTube audience, a question for Dr. Hunt. Do you think the troop band that accompanies the landship is similar to the other musical forms that accompany other masquerades in the Caribbean?
There's certainly a similarity between what we hear in Tuk and what we hear in certain bands, especially in the rhythmic patterns, and also the use of European instruments that carry these Afrocentric sensibilities. So yes, but there are also things that are very specific to Tuk that may not necessarily resonate in other spaces. But there are similarities.
Thank you.
But before, with your permission, Owen, another question, sort of a comment. How do we make it relevant to the youth? And just want to draw some comments. I like Daniel's reference of his low form in high art space. It's this perspective that makes a Junkanoo high art as it fits into any space and disrupts existing narratives while creating change. Shanique Benjamin is sharing, I would love to also see the original form, the root Africans, and to how it became through process of cloaking preservation. A part of the relevance for youth lies in the juxtaposition of the masquerade to dancehall or other pop culture modes. This would help with placement of the form is coming from your YouTube audience. So I'll throw that Blacka to the round table for them to share their own thoughts about passing this on to our young people.
I would just want to start because I'm just here already. That this is part of a project that I am on where we have been quote unquote challenged by not having a continuity with our African past or African origins, but that doesn't mean we don't have access to it. So there's a level of decolonization, there's a level of deconstruction, there's a level of reconstruction, there's a level of reimagining, there's a level of almost a spiritual inspiration that comes from allowing yourself to as Dr. Wanchuku said, to think of ourselves as African and then reimagine how these processes got laid in the first place. And then in its uncovering, see what is left. And then let that take us on a journey or on a trajectory, on a ROUTE, back to where our origins may be. We know that we come from aspect West Africa. And we know that we are coming from it at a particular point in time. But we seem to be always caught up in colonial expressions, colonial narratives, or stories that kept it together for the time period, but may no longer be relevant. And we need to continue to always deconstruct, decolonize, really get to the root of that. So I think that once we set that in motion and really focus on those aesthetics, that we are on the way to making those connections that will emerge in the process of time. I was also saying that for me, a lot of the young people that I teach don't even know. So it's my opportunity to teach, to talk about it, to tell the narratives, to tell the stories, and to watch them get excited that they could actually be connected to something that is indigenous, something that is a part of them, that is not somebody else's story or something they have to see on Hollywood or read in a book. I think that is where I see those sparks, and I see people get excited, and I tell them, go with it. I think that is what we need to encourage, that creative process as a weapon to change.
All right, so I have a question, a piggybacking on the comment from, I think it was Shanique on YouTube, and I want Dr. Nachuko and Janjalani to speak to this, because the question I have is, I think John spoke about the cloaking and the fact that there are dance versions of the forms, of the authentic forms. And I think here as well, we have a lot of traditional folk forms, which are really performance elements or performance-based versions of the authentic traditional practice. And I want to know if using those forms are in any way, or is in any way watering down the value of the authentic practice. So when our children are only exposed to this kind of performance-based, entertainment-based version of it, they're not really learning where it comes from. They're not learning what the truth of it is. And I want to know if we're doing them a disservice. But, you know, as we try to engage the youth and make it more entertaining and more interesting for them, are we losing some of the value of it? Dr. Nachuko, I don't know if you can speak to that. And then Daniel,
Yes,
how do you speak about
I would like to speak to that right away. Actually, when you play down, you do some serious disservice. I will speak while I share my screen, because I think it will be unfair that the original masquerades from Africa are not seen on this program. So let's have a look at some of them while I talk about it.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel Nachuko. Take us back to West Africa now, sir. Me liking this.
Uh-oh, what's that?
Me liking that.
I want to bring in.
When you're ready, take your time.
Susan and
All
Dr.
right,
while we wait on that,
okay.
just to be mindful that we would love for the
these
panelists
are,
to chime
can
in.
you see the screen now?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
These are some of the masquerades known as the Agaba masquerade. Agaba in itself means let us be going. It has both the entertainment versions and the violent versions. Some of these you are seeing right now are relatively violent. This one on screen now is not violent, but rather entertaining. Till today, the youths in Nigeria are still performing them. This is the one that, the first one in the green and Konu, I would say. You'll find that as a child in Nigeria, I performed this masquerade. I wore the masquerade. It was compulsory. You might want to recognize that masquerading in Africa held in December. This is Europeans moved Christmas to December in order to counter our masquerade festivals. Christ was not born in December. And so that is the purpose, to keep us, to get us away from our traditional practices. Usually the December down to the 31st of December is the period till today when these masquerades come out. It forms a sort of entertainment. We'll form different age groups and we'll go out from place to place to carry out different performances. The name Jonkunu and the name is basically with the same meaning. Traveling masquerade on the streets. Then we have so many other masquerades, like among the river people, you have the Egbelegbe masquerade, you have the Pioru masquerade, you have the Sinume, you have the ones that carry whips and flog and all that. You have among the Yorubas, you have ritual masquerades like the Gelede. It looks peaceful, it's not peaceful. Only men perform it, celebration of witches. And then you'll find the masquerade, which is quite popular. This is quite interesting to watch, but don't stand too close to it. The sticks are not decorations to be used, you know. So they have to pay homage to the ancestors and all. Then, of course, you go to the southern parts of Nigeria where you see the more deadly masquerade. This is the Ekpo masquerade. This is the more entertaining one of it. But if you meet this, you are a dead person. This is a ritual version of it. And they are. And this is yet another ritual version of the Ekpo masquerade. We have the Ekpe and several others. These are the entertaining modern day Ekpo masquerades that are actually a lampoon of the coming of the white man. These are ceremonial masquerades. I don't have so much of, I think this few is just to give you an idea or a visual impression of African masquerades. What we are talking about here is how can we rejuvenate it? For instance, the masquerade. Not all masquerades are ritual. Some masquerades are entertaining. The Kwahir masquerade culture It's actually life-size puppetry. As I find, the Jugunu appears to be life-size puppetry. We won't really refer to it as masquerade because it has a purpose to cartoon, to make jest, to tell a story. Masquerades don't tell stories. It's simply ancestors coming and a performance and all that. So when you are actually acting out a dramatic sequence, you have moved from masquerading to life-size puppetry. The Kwahe puppet of the thief people in Nigeria, a forensic test was performed on one of the oldest masquerades, and it was found to be more than 2,000 years old, long before the coming of the white man to Africa. You know, so we find that our culture has deep roots, and what can be done first and foremost is to look at how do we harness the Africanness in the Caribbean culture in order to grow our tourism industry. That if there is a focus, an economic focus, we can revive it. I think the Ministry of Culture should look into how to develop it into a kind of performance. We are talking of COVID, no COVID. A little group of street performers can actually move in pockets. It can be controlled, even in COVID. That will give entertainment and people will be encouraged to watch from their windows. You know, we'll go back to the medieval era when the theater on the streets, and we have these little parties in Nigeria. Actually, that was how we did it in those days. I used to be one time the leader of Agaba 2020. There was Agaba A1. Of course, we don't make the mistake of running into Agaba 007, which usually deals with us severely and seizes our mask. So the different Agabas are going around the streets, and the stronger ones are feared by the smaller ones, and you have little groups of 10 boys, 7 boys performing their performance, and they come to you, they dance, they entertain, and just the way they will come to sing Christmas carols for you, and you will give them some money. That is how the Agaba was played. This is a way we can revive this culture. We can make it progressive, make it something that will attract some kind of funds to the youths, some kind of funds to the teenagers, and people will appreciate it. Instead of having a Halloween and having Christmas carols, let us have the masquerades on the streets, and let us recreate our African culture. That's why I'm very happy that with this direct flight, and I understand Kenya is almost concluding a similar arrangement. Ghana is on a similar arrangement. My ambassador told me so. And so I am very sure that soon we will have direct contact with Jamaica and Africa. Actually, if you as a Jamaican walk into Nigeria today, you are not seen as a visitor. We don't consider you a foreigner. You are coming home. And so really, like when I come here, they tell me, oh, Jamaica, I say, no, tell me welcome home. This is a lot they give us to compensate us for the evil against us.
I'm hearing a very clear note ringing about the value of the African traditions. Caution around the class tensions, high art and low art. I'm hearing the constant and post-colonial, anti-colonial projects that need to be given more place and validation. And spaces like Carifesta and the Edna Manley College, I think become vital. You know, we continue this Caribbean conversation, you know, around claiming and reclaiming our Africanness. I mean, Marvin and Daniel echoed that idea of it being a spiritual experience. It's not just entertainment in Emmanuel, but it's an experience that is a part of us.
Right. That so is really an assignment that is for us in the academics. We have to pick up our pen and re-energize the Pan-Africanism. Begin to find out the lies and expose them. Mungo Park discovered River Niger. Who escorted him up the river? The people there are not human beings. Christopher Columbus discovered the West Indies. When he came here, did he meet monkeys? You know, so we have to put the story, the fact that it was right. We have to tell them we are tired of being seen as things. That's why we are rest my case.
Yes.
Right.
One of the, if I could just add, one of the, with regards to the question, one of the things that we have tried to keep is that when we are doing our street performance is, we try to keep it as traditional as possible. However, when we are going to do it, when we do it otherwise, then we have creative license. But one of the things in regards to the question about getting young people interested, one of the things that we're looking at right now is to create how, okay, I'm pausing. There are some technical issues. So I'm pausing. Okay. Oops.
While we resolve the technical issue, and we go back to June, I just wanted to bring in another question so that your panelists, the round table, Suzanne and Blacker, could answer. Doesn't culture and cultural forms evolve is another question. I'm seeing some comments stemming out of that question that the history and context is important, but engagement is key at different age groups. The authenticity can be established. So just sharing some of the comments from and/or questions from our YouTube audiences. We're also curious to hear from Dr. Hunt, Mr. George, and Danielle on this matter of delivery as well. Could we hear some more? June may come back in a few minutes.
Okay, let me just finish. One of the things that we were looking at, because one of the concerns that we have is that at the music of our masquerade, we only have very few musicians playing, and only about 3 of them are very young people. And we have got into studio and we have put down the original music in studio. And what we're trying to do now to get the kids even more interested is, you know how they have the rhythms on Marvin, you know, the rhythms, everybody has their own rhythm that they can sing on. We are trying to develop a masquerade rhythm that the young people can actually sing on. So at least the music, the music is there. They will have to know what the tradition is that comes with the rhythm. And then we're going to see, we're trying to tackle this from all sides to ensure that there is some kind of survival, and more than just a survival, something that the youngsters can feel as part of them.
Yeah, the business about, I just want to jump in a little bit to deal with 2 things. The business about continuity and where we're located in the conversation. June, in response to that, since we tried to go by moto, and let moto organize the rhythm for people to ride it, right? But that thing, continuity, is that came in the YouTube chat about contemporary manifestation of a tradition. Those things have been happening all the time. TOK was riding a Junkanoo rhythm a couple of years ago. We could go back and do the research. TOK was riding a Junkanoo rhythm a couple of years ago. In Jamaica in particular, you find that in the popular space, popular culture, in the popular arts and so on, that Jamaica has been doing a lot of work, consciously or unconsciously, at turning tradition into popular modes of performance. And it's particularly present in dancehall. If you go, for example, and pull up anybody, just challenge anybody, go on YouTube right now and Google Mr. Vegas singing Dagarim. And the whole Dinkimi, the whole Kumina, Inchin vibes, everything inside of that one video, in both its traditional manifestation and the contemporary dancehall. It is all there. Dancehall has been doing that over and over and over and over. So I want to use that to just springboard into the ways in which we've been able to retain some of these things. And some of what I'm going to say is probably better articulated in the research of Dr. Octave, who's been doing research, whose PhD study on flower festivals is a study on the modes for the retention and transformation and continuity, right? But just to share quickly, one is popular culture. In our popular cultures all over the region, for whatever contact we've made with the tradition, we have interpreted and reinterpreted many of these traditions and placed them in the popular spaces for all of our children. The challenge there might be that we don't always know what the root of it is, but we're doing it nonetheless because the bodies are reproducing it, replicating it over and over and over and over and over. A few years ago in one of my classes here, Caribbean Culture and Performance, one student asked me, what is the difference between shoulder fling, or what is the distance between shoulder fling and revival, this thing and revival? What's the distance? What is the distance between a popular dance in 2018 called shoulder fling popularized by Ding Dong, and revival people trumping and flinging in their shoulder in the circle every time they go around. What is the distance there, right? So these things have been happening all the time in the popular culture. The other space which came up already in the conversation is the arts, meaning, and by the arts now I mean the ways in which the interpretive artist has been able to distill tradition to make sense of what she or he is making or creating. And I will speak specifically to theater. Walcott has done it. The two Walcotts have done it with Masquerade and St. Lucia, both Walcotts. Rollins has a whole thesis in 1972 called the Trinidad Carnival Mandate for a National Theatre that explains how a national theatre could be created as a result of understanding the modes of performance inside the Trinidad Carnival, right? And in so doing has laid down what has remained for many years as a seminal work for how people would want to read the possibilities for not only carnivals or masquerades, but traditional performances in general. That has already happened. Dr. Hunt has already said, for example, that in Barbados, Winston Farrell has done it with House of Landship, and there are others who are doing it. In Trinidad, it's been happening over and over and over. It happens in the work of Roy Gibbons, in Tony Hall's work. It happens in Tony Hall's work twice, both as plays and as mass, right? And then you have it happening again, perhaps because in Trinidad you have what is a new plantation. As mentioned earlier, the impulse is the festival. The Trinidad Carnival does all kinds of things with mass. You know, one character in a Jonkanu band is perhaps a whole band in Trinidad because it's slightly different in the Trinidad context of traditional mass. We do perform one band of various characters in the strictest sense, in the Jonkanu sense. We might perhaps have one band of a character. So a whole heap of devil, a whole heap of househead, a whole heap of cow, a whole heap of horse coming down the road, right? So, you know, there are ways in which that has happened. There's also policy, government policy, and the ways in which government policy, you know, in all our anxieties over the death of tradition, because in a way, the death of tradition has been the impulse of the plantation from the onset. Forgetting tradition is the impulse of the plantation. And so when new nations are formed, policy is around what is the nation? And people start interrogating the traditional, you know, among other things. So there's policy in our various contexts that suggests that there are ways, you know, Jamaica has JCDC that tries to put these things in competition and so on. In Trinidad, you have Prime Minister's Best Village Trophy Competition, National Carnival Commission, etc., etc. I'm sure Barbados has one and so on. June talks about Folk Research Center, you know? So policy driving how they think. And then, of course, there's education, formal education systems, and the ways in which formal curricula organizes these for young people. And you have culture bearers. Now, all of these things have been going on over and over and over. The thing is that we probably have not put all of them in conversation with each other, and we have not as a region put ourselves in conversation with each other, you know, but those.
Marvin, we really want to hear what you're saying, and you have been muted or you've muted yourself. So everything you said in the last 40 seconds, you will have to repeat it so that we don't miss anything. Thank you. So unmute and.
Sorry. All right. Is it clear now? Are you hearing me now?
We stopped hearing you when you said that the Caribbean, we've not put ourselves into conversations with each other. So you may pick up if you remember. Okay. Is that good?
Well, I'll try. Yeah. So it's about the various sectors that have been working to attend to tradition have perhaps not been in touch always formally with each other. We're sometimes competing because we're societies like that too, and we are also societies like that, right? But I'm saying that we also, as a region, don't have conversations with ourselves. We have island conversations sometimes, as opposed to regional conversations, which perhaps, if we were to have that, would help us. I want to say that in some of the work that I've been involved in, and I just want to mention 3 of them to explain how some of these things have been continuing. A mass education program. It is about bringing people in to play masquerade, to play mass, to understand how they could use the tradition to speak to contemporary experiences. And that's the stuff of the PhD work I think I want to do, or think that I am doing now. There's also Caribbean Yard Campus, which is the first institution to certify traditional mass as a design, as a course in the world, based on a standard from the CVQ, Caribbean Vocational Qualification.
Check. And can you hear me, Marvin?
Yes, I
we
hear
are
you.
hearing Blacker. We're hearing him.
We're not hearing you so clearly now. We're getting a feedback that suggests that perhaps somebody has more than one device on, and there's some internal feedback coming through.
Actually, the mic's between you and Suzanne. If Suzanne leaned to the other side.
Well,
oh, it's not the mics. The mics have been on the whole time. Somebody has two devices on close to each other and they're unmuted. So we need all the devices now to be muted so we can figure out where the challenge is coming from, because it's preventing us from being able to hear what our guests are saying.
Yeah, we missed some of what Marvin was saying just now.
On YouTube, it has seemed to have been going.
Are you hearing
through? Are you hearing me, Blacker?
I'm hearing you, but not very clearly.
Okay, so I'm not sure. There is a sound that's coming. That's
all right,
a mic
Colleen,
sound.
could you just mute for a second? The technical team is asking everybody to mute for just a moment, please.
Okay, just to do
apologize
so. Sure,
to our viewers
on
YouTube. Just give us a second. So we want you to hear the rest of the presentation. So if everybody can just mute for a second, please. Thanks.
Is that second enough, Suzanne and Blacker? I am going to say, just based on my own sound experience, that the mics were connecting and there seemed to be some challenge. Suzanne, if you switch to the other side of the chair so the mic is kind of opposite to Blacker, that probably could solve the problem for a little bit. For those who are
off and we're still getting the feedback. Both of the mics are off just now and we're still getting it. So they're trying to
I'm asking, YouTube is, Suzanne and Blacker, if you may allow me just for a minute, that YouTube is perfectly fine.
We're hearing it.
There is no problem on Zoom.
We're not hearing Colleen now.
Marvin, you so I'm just trying to get a sense of what is happening. So if the host who are in studio would just pause for a moment, that YouTube is fine. They've been hearing us quite clearly. The challenge that we're having is not in Zoom land, it's in real land where the hosts are sitting. So we want the panelists to continue the conversation because YouTube is eager. So any of the, Marvin, you may continue. I will speak to tech off air. So go ahead, Marvin, because YouTube is hearing clearly.
All right. I was just to pull it together at that point is that so some of the continuities were happening, you know, some of the questions raised in Beadle's paper was even also happening at the School of Drama. I mean, in the last 5 years at the School of Drama, right? There have been at least 4 productions in 5 years that have made use of the Masquerade as part of its concept and its aestheticizing. 2016, Euripides' The Bacchae directed it using traditional mask, using the blackening of the body. 2017, Camille Kwamina directed Royal Gibbons' Ailawa using Trinidad stick fighting, but it also carrying mass elements inside of it. 2018, we have Doreen Reed directing Omar Wright's Belly Woman, literally taking the name out of a John Canoe character and putting it in a play, and Doreen directing the play, or recognizing it and aestheticizing the production in that way. Later on in 2018, in early 2018, Eugene Williams directs Derek Walcott's, at the same time with Doreen Reed doing Belly Woman. Eugene Williams directs Derek Walcott's Tisha and His Brothers. Later on in 2018, Camille Comina directs Sister Theatre Collective's Belly Woman Bangarang, and does and aestheticizes in that production the confrontation between the tradition and its continuity. The Masquerade in Belly Woman Bangarang is literally confronting the dance hall, and is having some kind of harmonious marriage on stage in that production. That's 2018. So I'm saying therefore that kind of continuity in the work of the interpretive artist is there, and it's ongoing. And the extent to which we are able to have conversation in between sectors is the extent to which we're going to be able to register in meaningful ways the kind of continuity we seek for our children, right? Shameless plug. Later on this year, as part of my own research in mass, right? As part of my own research in mass, I'm organizing an online conversation that's called The Art of the Festival. It's potentially going to be called The Heart of the Festival, but still pronounced art using my Jamaican tongue. All right? With a view to bringing together across the region the people who are involved in mass, so we could have conversations in meaningful ways, right? Right? About what it is we think we're doing. So it's open for all of us to join, right? It's there.
Awesome, Marvin. Thank you. As the conversation is very exciting on YouTube. Leighton Giles is sharing our cultural ministry can do more. They lack continuity and consistency in regards to sustenance of the cultural forms, financing and producing enough literature for our youth. Disclaimer, the views expressed through my voice are not necessarily the views of this voice nor of the Edna Manley College. Just in case I'm reading and put myself in trouble. Carl Hamilton is saying, Marvin, I think that is the missing link in the identification of the retention. Camille Kwamina, because all our cultural policies in the region are tied to economic imperatives. Of course, somebody is speaking in the Jamaican.
I want to talk about economic.
Who is that, Marvin, or is that John?
It was Marvin. I just wanted to say the economics thing is a trap. The economics question is a trap. And I'll tell you why it's a trap. Walcott writes in one of his essays that the state is impatient with anything it cannot trade. That's a fact. That's historically been a fact for us, because the state has inherited the modes of running our societies from the plantation. They have, and we're still working those things out. That economics thing, the minute, and Lloyd Best talks about it too, the minute we put the economy before the society, we've gone back to slavery. So economics can't be the driver for the thing that we have to make. The thing Jelani doing is what we have to do. Deal with yourself and understand the ways in which we connect to the thing spiritually, understand the institutions that connect us to the thing spiritually, ancestrally, and so on. And out of that, the economics and the rest will follow. It's not economics that we learn from Bob Marley.
I'm going to pause you
here, said, Marley still.
Can you hear us?
I'm hearing the studio now. Studio, we're hearing you now. Black and not you, but I heard Suzanne. So if you have, it's 2:56. I'm going to ask studio to, I don't know why we're no longer hearing. In Zoom land, if you're hearing studio, could you nod or give me a thumbs up? Still not hearing studio. In the interest of time, could we move this table around and invite John, Danielle, June, Dr. Emmanuel, and Marvin to just give closing remarks in 1 minute each.
All right, I can try my best. I wanted to piggyback on something that Marvin had said in terms of complicating this narrative, because as much as I'm interested in uncovering the African narrative, I'm very interested in the ways that we as African people in the Caribbean were able to subvert the colonial narrative to our advantage, which is, I think, is working a lot with what Marvin is talking about in the ways at which we have to step away from this hope, this economic driver, and look at the ways in which we were able to subvert the narrative enough to preserve our identity. And I think that part of that has to do with the way that we would have been very creative in our costuming, very creative in the ways that we would have shifted certain aspects of our narratives, and to interpret ourselves in ways that are creative. We are able in this moment to archive those changes and also to give people the opportunity to make those archives relevant to this age. What we need to do is to give people enough context that as they continue to create, that it maintains this level of authenticity that we would connect to in our epic memories and in our bodies as we do this our masquerade.
Give thanks, John, and we move it along to you, Daniel.
I wanted to also talk about engaging the youth really quickly and the evolution of the tradition. So as I'm sure you've all witnessed, in North America, there's in tandem with the coronavirus is a racial reckoning, and how that manifests in theater is that, you know, because theater is also a tool of the white supremacist patriarchy. So there is, yeah, we're in a paradigm shift, also a generational shift, and the young people are speaking out about all of the injustices. So like to echo what you shared, Dr. Hunt, there is, the youth don't know, and now they just want to know. There is an eagerness, there's a hunger. So how my project will be engaging the youth is through some mask making workshops. I'm going to show some that I have made. Paper mache. This is a pitchy patchy. And while we are making the mask, doing our paper mache, I want to amplify scholarship of people like Cheryl Ryman and Sheila Barnett. You know, folks who go beyond the basic history that John Kuna is a secular form, because it's, you know, as they have discovered, it is not. So yeah, we'll be making masks, we'll learn that history, and we will devise our own John Kuna band. You know, there will be opportunities for mentorship, performance opportunities. We're going to culminate with a parade as a part of a big solstice celebration that happens here in Toronto. And so in terms of evolving it and like it being a contemporary manifestation, I'm interested in offering new characters, new spirits, Indigenous people here in Toronto.
I'm proud of you, boy.
You know, I want to invite people to yeah, envision their own spirits and characters as we devise our own Toronto John Kuna band. Big up everybody, and thank you so much again for inviting me to be here.
Big up yourself, Daniel, and big up your father, the proud father. And moving on to Dr. Emmanuel. Dr. Emmanuel, you can do this in 1 minute. Jamaican 1 minute, not Nigeria. I can say that because you won't see me on campus for a minute. You need to unmute your mic.
Basically, I would like to just start by saying, rounding up by saying, thank you for inviting me to this event. I'm quite happy I'm able to perhaps provide a connection between Africa and Jamaica in this particular discourse. I'll round up by saying, one, there's a need for collaboration through workshops between Africa and the Caribbeans. And that's talking about people like me and other people from Africa who may be within reach. We don't necessarily have to go fly in some new people. We'll look around, we'll find people who can share their ideas. Second, the Ministry of Culture should open a discourse on how to promote and enhance the culture of Masquerade, what do you call it, chant something? I can't quite pronounce that, just as my name is hard for you. Just, you know, so, yeah, that idea and think of it and turn it into a talk. Perhaps that is one reason that might make them want to invest. Although Dean Marvin is saying that the economy should be the driver, but I think the economy should be the co-pilots. Let's talk about the aircraft here, not the car. Now, number two is the academia. I think we have a responsibility to our society. We should pick up our pens. We should do more research. We should do the kind of thing you've done now. I will be most this gathering today, this lecture today does not end up in a publication. I think we should all encapsulate what we have said together and put a book out there so people can know. We have to talk and enrich the mentality of so that they can know what they are missing out on and catch up on it. I would say thank you, and that's where I rest my case for today.
Give thanks. You are becoming Jamaican, Sir Marvin George. Marvin, can you do this in not a 21 minutes? You're muted, Marvin.
Sorry, yeah, the anxiety over preservation is as old as the plantation. Because the ethos of the place is for us to forget. But we have been remembering. Let us bring into conversation all the instruments that have caused us to remember. That is later on this year. It's called the Heart of the Festival. Tune in, right? That's what we have to do. It's called the Heart of the Festival, the Art of the Festival. Bring all the practitioners together and let's work it out. Why have we been remembering?
And as he blends academia with superb PR skills, we shift to June Fredericks over there in June.
Yes, I'm in virtual agreement with just about everybody here. I just think that we need to always keep in mind, I'm so proud of you, Danjelani. I am just so proud of you. And I think that we must always keep in mind whenever we're doing our stuff, that we need to have the young people with us in many more ways than one, because they teach us much more than we can teach them. And together, I think we can make miracles happen. Marvin, I look forward to this thing that you're going to be doing. I think it is very timely. Everybody is worried in the Caribbean, at least in the Eastern Caribbean where we are. Everybody is worried about the life and death of our traditional masquerade. And I think what we're doing now is timely, and I really look forward to another one. Thank you so much for having us. And hello, Mr. Ellis. It is so lovely to see you again. Thank you.
Give thanks, June. I left you for last, Susanna. I'm hoping that you are now back on mic. Can we get some final words from you? And then Black, as soon as she's finished, could you wrap this section in also a minute? Considering we're at 3:05, and so we're 5 minutes over time.
Right. In a Trenchtown minute.
So, all right, so thank you so much, John Hunt, Danjelani, Nwachuku, Marvin, June. This has been a really robust conversation. We're grateful to have had you. I am just so excited to know that all the way from Africa and all the way to Toronto and everybody in between, from the motherland to the future, we're all concerned about this. And so we can work together to make sure that this very important part of who we are as Caribbean people, as African people, doesn't get lost in the noise. And this excites me. So thank you all very much. Mr. Ellis?
This is a wonderful, wonderful idea. And I want to thank our Director of Studies, Ante Octave, for initiating this fire. It's a great idea. The one thing I would say is that we could perhaps have each panel be an entire day. So we have some academic.
Hello, wrap this panel. You're not wrapping the day, sir.
A whole day of just masquerade, a whole day of comedy, a whole day of dance, a week, a festival really, a research festival in the Caribbean. Maybe it's Carifesta, maybe something else, but this has been wonderful. Thank you all. It is a perfect panel, I think. Perfect panel. Perfect panel. Great job. Thank you. And you're doing a marvelous job, Colleen, as our host. Brilliant.
Yes, man, give thanks. Give thanks. It's all in
Daniel,
the blood and the
love
spirit.
You, boy.
This father-son love, huh? I'm seeing the excitement on YouTube to the point where I'm not able to follow very well, and I wanted to pick up something from congratulations to groups such as Silver Shadow Performing Arts Academy in St. Lucia, who continue to keep this aspect of our culture alive. Looking for a full discourse from Dr. Emmanuel on the retention he has observed since he arrived in Jamaica through mass and otherwise. I don't want to miss most of it. It's very, very exciting conversations in here. And of course, the language of the youth. Ray, Dr. Aptar, big up yourself. Discussing John Connor drove us to reviving origins, appropriating this form, passing the passion to our youth, cultural values, etc. Thank you, Dr. Aptar, for bringing all these spirits to us. Thank you. Big up yourself, Denise Salmon, another woman who spent years, gave years of service to the college. It's all about issues surrounding cultural identity. Okay, I changed my glasses because the West Sun is now in my face. And I thought I could see better with this one, but it's not happening. Marvin is sharing. Oh, Marvin, I almost read what you're writing in the chat. I want to say thank you to all our panelists, Dr. Emmanuel Nwachuku, Dr. John Hunt, Daniel Jelani Ellis, Marvin George, Susan Beadle, June Fredericks, and our able moderator, Owen Proudfather, Blacker Ellis. Our interpreter, Amelia, I hope them feed you, and give you water for drink. But thank you. Oh, she just said what I just said. She just spoke to herself, our interpreter, Amelia Wellington Watt, who has been tremendously helpful all day. And I know she didn't get a lot of time. Miriam, you need to come in and rescue this girl. We are shifting. And for those of you in YouTube land, we give thanks for sharing the energies with us all day. It has been wonderful. It's a great space. This panel on our part of Edna Manley College now, me like, on a need to always be present with us at least once per month. So John, Danielle, June, on a part of the family. So we will continue this conversation. I want to just be thankful again for our tech team, Jesse Camore, Kimberly, Danielle McPherson, second-year arts management students who have been with us all day, those people behind the scenes. I know it is time. I'm not seeing my notes, so I don't want Dr. Aptar to say I'm winging. Stay tuned in. We should have resumed in 15 minutes. It means that we're now going to resume in 5 minutes. So again, take a stretch, breathe, do what you need to do, and we come back. We will have the results of the pitch. We will announce the winners for that. We will have a presentation from students from the School of Dance, and the assessors challenge for the 3-minute will also come up. Yeah, man, we give thanks, and we will see you in exactly 5. Greetings, everyone. On my clock, it is exactly 3:15, and we give thanks for all of you who spent the entire day with us, some who may have joined us in the afternoon. This is a section where our students will speak. I'm seeing other people who are not so students. Michael, is you may throw words at? Holgate, is everyone hearing me? His face is looking a little lost. I'm not sure if everyone is hearing me. Are we hearing each other?
Yes, we are.
I'm hearing. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I can hear you. So for those who are just joining us, if you're just joining us for this specific section, I just want to remind you that it is Research in the Arts Day. It's an annual initiative put on by the School of Arts Management and Humanities. And it's an opportunity for faculty to share their work with our students and each other. We changed this 4 years ago in 2017 and expanded it to include the work of our students and non-teaching staff. And the aim is to continue to build a culture of research among faculty and students with a specific affinity to the frameworks that facilitate discussions and presentations of practice-based led research. I am Colleen Douglas. I am your host for today. Perhaps not so much this section, but I'm very, very pleased that to be a part of this presentation all day, which has been fabulous. We just finished a section, Masquerade, and we are now at our final section for the afternoon. In this segment, there will be a presentation from a student from the School of Dance, which will be followed by a presentation and discussions of the pitches, which were made by students who accepted the challenge. The assessors of the 3-minute challenge will converse with the challengers, providing feedback and guidance. We will also facilitate a general discussion on research in, on, and about the arts. The assessors will determine the winners of the challenge. We will also be awarding a prize for People's Choice, determined by the person who received the most likes on Facebook and IG. You need to tell me what happened if the person who received the most likes on Facebook different from the one who received it on IG. And so we'll work that out. I am handing over to the facilitator of this specific section, Miss Wendy Ann Brissett, who is a lecturer in the School of Arts Management. I see someone on set with her, but she will forgive me that I know your face well, but I am not able to recall the name, and Wendy will take over from here. Give thanks for joining us on YouTube. Wendy, I'm not hearing the mic at all. Okay, so with studio, can we fix that part?
Okay, so good. Thank you, Miss Douglas. Are you hearing me now?
I'm hearing you very clearly, and I'm looking on YouTube. YouTube, are you hearing her? If you're hearing her, somebody big up my cousin Wendy. That means you're hearing your cousin.
Yes, they're hearing.
All right, perfect.
All right, great. All right, so thank you, Miss Douglas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The previous presentations have been exciting, but I must say that we have saved the best for last, because we are in a segment where we are looking at student presentations. And as teachers, as lecturers, it is always heartwarming and satisfying when we see our students presenting what they have learned throughout their studies. And so in this segment, there will be a presentation from a student from the School of Dance, Miss Stacia Nelson, which will be then followed by the presentation and discussions of the pitches which were made in the 3-minute challenge. So I'm going to invite Miss Stacia Nelson. Miss Nelson? Yes, I see her. All right, Stacia is a year 2 student in the certificate in dance performance at the School of Dance. She is doing some research
on the approaches to community dance in COVID-19 and beyond. So in this time where person-to-person engagement is discouraged because of COVID-19 protocols, how can a community dance practitioner encourage connection beyond the physical? So if you were here with us earlier this morning, you would have been engaged in some of those discussions. And so we are going to ask Ms. Nelson to take us through that process as a student teacher, as a practitioner. How does she engage in this physical activity through the screen? Ms. Nelson?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, let me say thank you for having me being a part of this discussion. Well, let me just say that it all started when, as a little girl, growing up, I was always fascinated with the art form of dancing. However, I wasn't, I didn't have the facilities. I didn't have anywhere to go to practice that. And so when I stumbled upon a studio where I was living, then of course I wasn't fortunate enough because my mom could not afford to send me to that studio. And then I thought, how is it that we don't have, a dance center here in my community at that time? And that's where it all started. And then in 2009, the community got the opportunity to, of course, participate in Grand Gala, in the Grand Gala celebration, where they were supposed to recruit 200 persons. And of course, I was fortunate enough to be a part of that recruitment. And coming from a community where the stigma surrounds crime and violence, teenage pregnancy, gun trafficking, it was hard to see myself going anywhere, but I wanted something more for myself. So during the period of, the rehearsal and the enjoyment of being a part of a team, put the community out there that we as young people, we're more than what the signals, we're more than what people say we are. And so for that period of time, before August the 6th, before the celebration of August the 6th, of course, we were so engaged that there wasn't any time for error. There wasn't any time to get involved in the things that, surround our community. And so I saw the initiative and I thought, why stop here? Why kill the momentum? Why, stop being a part of something so great? Because the feeling you get from being a part of something so great. And myself and a few of the other members, we started a dance group at the community called the OHB Spud. And we formulate, of course, a group that will bring not just entertainment to the community, but unity through dance. And when I started doing community dance, I thought, well, I cannot do this. But then I'm like, I'm already a part of something so great, so of course I can. And so for me, most girls enter pageantry for various reasons. For me, it was about building a brand, taking myself away from the negativity that was surrounding my community. And I wanted to make a difference, not just to young people in my community, but Jamaica at large. And so I use pageantry as that platform to do everything that I believe that I can do. And so I volunteered, I participated in a lot of community building and leadership skills training. As a lover of the arts, when volunteering and putting myself out there on the map, I entered the Miss Universe Jamaica in 2017, and the competition gave me the opportunity to, of course, present a altruism-based project. And of course, I knew already what I wanted to do because I've been dreaming about this, and now the opportunity presented itself. Of course, I'm taking the best of it. And I started a project called Prepare for That Opportunity, which is a community-based dance project. And so I was doing community dance even before I knew I was doing community dance. And the prepare for that opportunity is a mentorship to performing arts community project created for young girls ages 10 to 18, having them engaging with themselves and their bodies in relation to others in space, guiding them to build up and seeing self-confidence and leadership skills. At first, it was pretty hard, I must say, trying to get young ladies to engage in such a project. But for the first week, I received 50 girls. And the project went on for 5 weeks, and we met 3 times a week. And of course, it was a huge success at the end. And so it gave me that value of self-belonging, because now I'm doing something great, I'm doing something different, and I'm making a difference. And so community dance, when I started community dance, I was speaking to my lecturer, and she was like, you got this. You know, as I said before, I was doing community dance even before coming to Edna, even before I knew what I was getting myself into. And so I asked, what is community dance? What exactly do you think community dance is? And for me, community dance, they expand on social and cultural interaction and providing an overall community feeling of well-being and togetherness. The motivation impacted to itself by a component full of dance provides self-discipline, which shows itself in a variety of social and beneficial ways. Community dance to me is not confined to space, any space at all. The type of, or even the type of dance, and it's concerned, it's engaging people creatively, safely in a dance style or exploring dance ideas and the form of their own. Participants' dance can help build stronger communities and enhance engagement through and with a wider social gender. And so, you know, a lot of times we see these things happening and we get ourselves involved. But for me, it was about being positive. It was about, you know, being an uplifter, not just for myself, but for others. And the question also came about, how can we measure when coming to dance is a success? And for me, I must say that believe the ones having the experience. And secondly, we need to know there is no right or wrong way of doing anything at all. As a community dance practitioner, I learned to listen to the girls, learned to listen to the girls in the program, and watch them over the weeks, over the years of doing this, evaluate, and of course, how they are building friendships, how they're working on their, you know, self-esteem and their confidence. Also, the program also helps them with, you know, connecting on multiple levels with other people. The program, I knew the program was a success when I didn't have to say what I started with to the young ladies in the end. And of course, they laugh, they sweat, they build friendship. And this is the only measurement for me to trust their thoughts and their feelings and their experience, because I don't know what they're experiencing. And at the end of the day, it is, of course, a yardstick for another experience. We do community dance for them, for the participants, not for ourselves, definitely not for ourselves. It is, of course, not about what we want them to do. It is never about what we want them to do, but it's always about what we want them to achieve as a person. And what we are there to do as community dance practitioners is provide that space, to provide a safe space for them to be themselves, to explore themselves, to be creative, and of course, to go where they think is their possibility, to reach to a higher level of, you know, I can do this, believing in themselves. And we as a practitioners, I don't believe that we are there to save anyone. We're not there to save anyone. We are there to provide them is never to go in and save someone. The girls, I don't believe that they needed to be saved. But what they needed, as I said before, was the space to create and to be themselves. And prepare for that opportunity has given the space, I've been given the space for quite some time. Supporting and building community dance using, during the period of the trauma. Having launched my community dance project, Prepare for the Opportunity in 2017, I continued working with different groups and age groups and diversity, trying to, have an impact and widen the outreach of what the project really is. So I stretch myself, of course, outside of the walls of my community. And I taught from basic schools, high school, secondary levels. And the project is not just about dancing or the performing, it's also about education and giving them a platform and giving them something that, they can use to uplift themselves. And to even, I have been coordinating with groups such as Sasamani at the time and a few other school groups and smaller groups with mixed age and mixed background. As I said, we speak about diversity. And in 2020, I was, of course, chosen to be a part of community dance and to choose a group outside of what I would normally do. And I observed and I chose the Ashe Dance Company. And here is where I had to test myself because now COVID is here. And I am freaking out because I'm saying I have all these plans, but how am I going to get it done, knowing that we cannot engage in the physical? How am I going to get all of this done? What am I going to do? And so I have to come up with a plan. I have to come up with a strategy, of course. And to test my skills as a facilitator of community dance. And for the community and stretch for what I believe in community dance and what I believe the power of community dance can do. COVID-19 brought with it more trauma than anything we have ever experienced, I must say. And I believed in what I was doing. And so why fear? Why not believe in everything that you have been taught to do, everything that you have been doing thus far? And for me, I had to test my skills. I had to reach deep into being a facilitator. And for what I believe community dance had the power to do, COVID-19 again brought so much, demotivation and all that it had come with for us as students, not just as a dance community practitioner, but for us as students at the school, and tapping into everything that we have learned and putting everything that we want to gain from our experience. And I could not, of course, do any of the things that I wanted to do to connect with the young ladies, to connect with the group. So I had to I decided to, of course, observe and ask questions as a means of research. What and how are you coping as a dancer, as a person? Had to create new links for the young ladies. I had to put everything that I can for them to stay motivated, for them to stay, confident, and for them to keep believing in themselves. Because really and truly, if you're not strong-minded in such a time as now with the pandemic and everything, it can actually damage you as a person. So I had to find means and ways to communicate with the girls, to keep them motivated, keep them going. Even with schoolwork, because man, it is a lot. It is a lot. And I try my best to be there, to be that person for them. And so believing in self, and of course, motivating them, and of course, giving them that space that, listen, we are still here, we are still alive, and we can do so much. And so my community dance project has been guiding and has been, you know, the motivation for a lot of the girls in the community. And like I said, not being able to do it in the physical, I also had to challenge not just myself, but the young ladies. What can you do to be better? What can you do to beat this? What can you do to make all the things that you want to do come through? What can you do to bring all of that to life, despite the fact that we're in a pandemic? Dancing social distantly was, it was hard at first. It was really hard at first. But as one of my lecturers said, you either get with the times or get left behind. And of course, my girls or myself, that was not something that we wanted. We weren't about to get left behind. And of course, we got on the right path. What is right, you know, in terms of what we're doing, how can we do it and stay safely? So dancing virtually is all, it can be fun. And I had to find means and ways for them to dance. I had to find means and ways for them to stay engaged in the sessions of, you know, having different persons engaging them on a daily basis. And it was a challenge, but like I said before, it's always come back to what you want as a person, what you want to gain as a person. And the success of the project was tremendous. And I thank, of course, my lecturer, Ms. Kimberly Campbell, who was on the panel of discussion this morning, because she has taught me so. She has taught me a lot, and not just as a dancer, but as a person. And because I saw what needed to be done and how much positivity can come from what I need to do and the impact that it can bring, I, of course, gave it my best and did what I need to do as a community dance practitioner. And I must say that I am grateful that I was able to do all I need to do for the course and for the project. And I will continue. Of course, I will not stop here. I will continue to be a community dance practitioner even after COVID and beyond.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you, Stacey-Ann. Stacey-Ann's project is really an example of how our students are able to unpack the issues that they face on a daily basis and how to use what they have learned at Edna Manley College and in their courses and in their fields to create interventions for their students or other persons that they're interacting with. So Stacey, and just before I go into the next segment, can you say what are the specific dance interventions that you used in addition to the soft skills, you know, being there for the students, motivating, etc. What sort of dance specific actions did you engage in?
Well, for one, we created, not for the students, but for my project, we created something called I Am Here For You. And so that was something that the girls can use at any time. Somebody will always be available to, you know, be there with them. And the dance skill that I engaged in was released because that platform gives them, you know, that voice that they can release, that they can be themselves, and that can keep them together in the pandemic and throughout the pandemic.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. All right, so thank you, Stacey-Ann, for that presentation. We are going to hear more from more of our students, but this time we are going to hear from them through the panel of assessors that judged their 3-minute videos. So just to tell you a little more about this section, the college offers education degrees and fine arts degrees. So our students that attend Edna Manley College, they're either becoming artist teachers, or they're becoming performers or otherwise involved in the arts. And as a part of their year 4 curriculum, they are expected to be engaged in research. So if they're doing the education degree, they're involved in research in their schools, on their teaching practice. If they're doing the fine arts degree, they're involved in research in their student practice or their performance research. And so 5 brave students took up our challenge for this year. And as I call their name, well, everybody can turn on their video now. So I'm going to introduce them. We have Daniel Ricketts, who is a 4th year Bachelor of Music Education student. We have Torian King, who is on set with me here. Hi, Tori.
Hi.
Who is a 4th year BFA Theatre Arts student. Then we have Owen Lloyd. I'm not seeing him yet online. Owen is a 4th year BFA painting student. Kezia Smith, a 4th year BA Drama in Education student, and Sasha K. Hines, a 4th year BFA Interdisciplinary Studies student from the School of Visual Arts. So in their 3-minute challenge, the students were given a task of pitching their research, right? In 3 minutes. What is your big idea? What is the problem? What do you want to solve? How are you going to solve it? What questions are you going to ask? What are the answers that you expect to find? And what will be the significance of your research? What methodology will you engage in? What types of data collection methods? And what will be the significance of your research? And so these students, if you have been participating since morning, you would have seen the videos being played. And so we have an esteemed panel of judges from the Caribbean, Mrs. Michelle Cox, Mr. Kenwin Murray, and Mr. Michael Holgate, who formed the panel to assess these videos. So I'm not sure that we're going to show the videos again. No, we're not. But before the judges engage with the students, just want to tell you a little bit more about our judges. So Mrs. Cox has been involved in theater for over 30 years. She is a playwright, producer, director, entrepreneur, and artist researcher. She is presently the coordinator for the Associate Degree in Theatre Arts at the Barbados Community College and a part-time lecturer at UWI's Cave Hill campus, where she is also working towards her PhD. Thank you for joining us, Mrs. Cox, and we look forward to hearing from you in a bit.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. Mr. Michael Holgate, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, great. So Mr. Michael Holgate has spent over 2 decades exploring the world of theater, dance, music, film, and writing. He is currently the head of the Philip Sherlock Center for the Creative Arts at the University of the West Indies and also artistic director of the Ashe Company. Holgate is also a part-time lecturer and external examiner here at the Edna Manley College. He is a prolific creative artist and is consistently producing works in multiple disciplines. So again, another highly esteemed judge, artist, wears a lot of caps, but most importantly, they are artists and they are researchers, all right? And then we have Mr. Kenwin Murray, who is with us from Trinidad. However, he prefers to be known as a Caribbean artist and arts educator. Born in Trinidad, his career is currently distinguished between his work as a professional painter and his engagement with carnival arts. The expression of a Caribbean aesthetic is very important to Mr. Murray and has been a major focus within his work as he continues to strive for his art to be representative of a space that he sees as myriad, rich, vibrant, and beautiful. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Murray. Okay, so that was a test for the mic. We're testing again. We're not hearing you, Mr. Murray.
I'm glad to be here. You hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you. Thank you. And so to start off our discussion, I would invite the judges to, as they discuss with the students, you may choose one student and continue, right? After which I will announce the popular votes and then come back to the judges for you to announce the winners. And just a reminder, these students would have entered the competition to showcase their work, to highlight their work, to, you know, for another opportunity to speak about their work, but them also entered for money, right? So our first prize is $10,000. Little chupunts, but still some money, right? Second prize is $8,000. And the third prize is 5,000 Jamaican dollars, I must say, right? All right, so I'm going to hand over to our judges. Is there any order in which you would like to speak to the students? You can go ahead.
We were just thinking that the students want to hear from the regional people first.
Okay. We'll do it students. We'll do it one student at a time, hearing from all three of you.
Okay.
All right. So let me start with Sasha K.
Okay. I just want to say,
Hi.
Sasha, so your project was the one on oceanality.
Yes.
I was really quite happy with the depth of research that you put into that presentation.
Could you repeat that, please? I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
Sure. I was saying that I was very happy with the depth of research that you put into the presentation. I really felt that within the concept, you took the oceanality concept and you really mapped it out nicely, so we were able to see exactly how you were approaching the research, but also how you were planning to use it beyond the research itself. And I thought that was quite impressive. Kevin, I don't know if you want to jump in here.
Yeah, well, jumping is the correct phrase because it's really right where you left off is to continue that, probably stretch out what you said. That it is a very thoughtful project to embark upon. And it is thoughtful, it is sophisticated, and it's clever, and it's timely, right? It touches on it touches on the space. It goes very deep, and it addresses many things that we are faced with right now. What I also found impressive about it, and I'm sorry for singing your praises to put you on the spot. What I also found impressive about it is that, one, it seemed very grounded in the research content.
Yes,
right?
it is.
Right?
It is.
So from the title to the points of reference, and very specifically to how you designed harvesting the information or attempting to harvest the information. So your research design is manageable, and it addressed multiple areas where we could really flesh out what your topic is.
Yeah.
So I quite liked it.
Thank you.
Can I say, Kenwin, in addition to being manageable, it is also scalable in
Yes.
the sense that you can absolutely apply this in the Jamaican context, but
Yes.
the description that you've given us is one that, I think all three of us agreed we can easily see it being applied in any context throughout the region.
Yes.
So, we really felt that the scope of research was but then what you're doing in this particular project, you may have to restrict it to Jamaica, but I would encourage you to even go further if you intend to take your research further. There is a vast
That's the
field.
plan. That's the plan. That is the plan.
I loved it. I loved it, Sasha. I loved it from the title, as Kemi said. I loved it from the title. I loved how it flowed. It was very clear. You articulated clearly what it is that you wanted to look at and how you would go about looking at it, and share the significance of it. And that was clear, and we could immediately get the significance as well, you know. And so it was a good, and it was good that you did it in that short space of time. You know, you got that clearly said in a short space of time. You did need a little bit more energy, my girl.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm
I
sorry.
said the same thing.
I'm so sorry. It's just. I'm sorry. It's just that I feel like I was trying to get it into the 3 minute slot.
You
So
were
it's
trying to sound
like.
academic, man. Trying to sound academic, and you just needed a little boom or something like a, you
Yeah.
know. Really well done. Let's not take
I
away
will
from
work on it. I'll work on the presentation energy.
Yes, great, great. Thank you, Sasha K. Thank you, judges. Just to note,
Thank you.
all of these students, you know, they have extended papers, and it was really a challenge to get it in
To
the
get
3
it down.
minutes. Really, and you know, I just want to applaud that. All right, so we're going to move on to Kezia. Kezia, you're with us? Yes, thank you. All right, so again, we'll start with Michelle, then Kenwin, and Michael for Kezia.
Kezia, so I was struggling a little bit this morning when we were talking about it together. Is it Garrett?
Garrett.
Garrett, okay. I'm working on the pronunciation, Mike. We all love the idea of using a folk form to essentially address personal development issues. And of course, looking at the relevance in this time of COVID. One of the things that I wanted to hear a little bit more of, particularly in your research, and I suppose a part of it is because Gare is not familiar to me. I really wanted to hear more about why you chose that particular folk form as opposed to a Kumina folk form or Dinky Mini 9 Nights. Why Gare in particular?
Okay, so thank you for that question. Hello, everyone. Why Gary in particular? So while developing the research, I had a numerous amount of forms as I have been doing cultural forms since prep school, right? However, I'm from the parish of Westmoreland in Jamaica, which practice Gary totally, right? And we do quadrille and ballroom, but then when I went more in depth in research, I realized that Gere facilitates a numerous amount of components such as dance, music, and drama. And when I speak of dance, the form involves the body. And when I speak of music, it has the drums, the great or the singers accompanying the dance. And then it facilitates drama where it allows you to express yourself with emotions based on the songs. You develop characters and, you know, you get into it. So I see where, and it's vibrant, it's fun, right? So it will key to students' participation and still facilitate learning. That's the reason I chose that form.
Thank you for that. I think that's really critical. Is this a project that you were looking at specifically targeting Westmoreland, or were you going to be looking at wider Jamaica?
Well, coming from the parish of Westmoreland, traveling to Kingston to study, meeting different people from different parishes, I have realized that, as you said, they mostly know the Kumina, the Dinkinini, and the other art forms. However, this art form has such deep value that we overlook, right? So I intend to use it across the entire Jamaica and even the wider Caribbean, as it is relatable, it is understandable, and you can use it, and it's easy to extract to do what you want it. So you don't have to use it as a whole performance, but it can extract into smaller parts. Understand? Right. So
Thank you so much for that.
That's what we would use it for, everything.
Well, I have to tell you that I'm now interested in Gary. I want to know more about it. It is one of the, I've heard of it before, but I am not familiar with it. And I think reading your project really stirred my interest in the form. And I think that's a good start for sure for any project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cox. Mr. Murray?
Yeah, and I think we have to also thank Michelle for Mrs. Cox for
Michelle is fine.
for opening that part of it, opening that line of questioning, because I approach it from a totally different angle, and I was stimulated by your introduction, right? So boom, and you had me, and then everything connected from there in terms of what this thing was about in delivery of a lesson, in teaching and learning. And that was very, very interesting for me, because in the Caribbean, we face those challenges of reaching inside the classroom, right? And the numbers are not good. The numbers are really not good. We underperform globally. I know we think we're up there,
Right.
but really, when we scale it, in terms of reading, and like we're underperforming. And in communities, rural communities, more so, right? So anything that creates those bridges, that creates those linkages, that allows teaching and learning to happen at a rate and at with an efficacy, that allows the student to achieve, I think is meaningful and powerful, which is the lens through which I view your research, right? So inside of that, there are issues of how you could modify inside the classroom, how you could create adaptations, how you could build a lesson plan, lesson design, right? Where a teacher now could say, these are the components that if you are struggling to reach your student, you could pull this and utilize this form, right? Keep the Gary and utilize this form in order to make your classroom come alive and reach them. Because
I can speak? Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I must say that I'm actually utilizing it now in my classroom as I'm on teaching practice, and that's what I'm using to do my service learning project, and I've compiled a play utilizing it, and I would like for you guys to see it eventually because it's really nice.
Yeah. One thing, Kezia,
yes,
we discussed this morning, that there was no, back to the hard research part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're approaching that, you have to have some kind of data on how the students perform without that intervention, so that we could measure whether this intervention is effective. I mean, because we might love the idea, but then you might realize that, listen, this is not reaching any way you think is reaching.
Right. So I'm currently doing that also in the teaching practice. So it's a 2-part program where I have to do the research proposal and then we conduct the research. So currently in my teaching practice, I'm testing to see how they operate in the online space without that. And then I'm working on implementing it into the classroom to find the findings, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Helen. Thank you, Kezia. Michael.
So Kezia, I really like the research. I like the idea. I love what you intend to investigate. And research has been done on folk culture before. But I think in the way that you are doing it and looking how you pair that with the class, it's really an interesting link. And I wondered if you thought through, you said you're doing it now already. What kind of impact is that having on these 21st century kids or young people who are not used to that kind of, they're used to the fast-paced thing, and you have to be able to touch it and play with it. And is there a gap? Is it like, everybody have to have a tablet. So, especially in this COVID era, is there a difference between, would you have done the same thing 3 years ago before everybody had a tablet? Would it have been the same type of, relevance for this generation of young people?
Repeat the last thing you asked before I answer.
All right, so let me ask a more specific question.
Yeah.
How are you finding that teaching Gere, which is folk culture, to these modern day kids? How is that working out?
All right, so to start, when you asked how are they doing with the upbeat music opposed to the cultural one? So I started my classes by them telling me their favorite modern day song, right? And I played it various weeks and say, all right, we're gonna warm up to them here every week. But every week them come, sorry for the Creole, every week they come, they are that just rocking to it, right? And then one week I just said, all right, let me use the instrument, the drum rhythm from the Gary, just the drum alone. And I said, all right, guys, today we're going to warm up. Everybody stand. And trust me, they were so much more engaged in the drum beat than the actual songs because they know the songs, so they're singing along, right? But because they don't know the drum beat, they are doing the motions. And when they finish, they say, Miss, me would do it again, me would do it again. And I say, whoa, interesting, right? So I started to know because before, we weren't using it so much because we were just getting into the teaching. So I just started using it about 2 to 3 weeks ago and it's going good. So I'm starting now to implement. I'm showing them videos and extracting the components of it so they can know the different parts of it. And then we utilize that, the instruments in the class and the movements, because I've realized that they don't like to turn on their camera and their mic in the class, and I'm testing online engagement in schools, right? So to do that, to do that, I have to give them something to want to turn on their camera for. So I use the drums, and then I said, all right, run go get one pot cover because my classes, them don't really talk the English. A straight pot what them talk, them understand better when you talk to them in a pot, all right? So I said, run go get the pot cover one great and come back, me show no where go there. Understand? So they are very much getting into it. So it's not the entire dance itself, but the components to engage them. You understand?
What's the age group?
Grade 7 to 9.
That's what age again? Forgive.
11 to 13 or somewhere there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Good job.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kezia. Thank you for that explanation. All right, I'm going to move on to Torian, who is with me on set. So Torian is a BFA in theater arts, right? And so we'll open the comments from Michelle and continue as we have.
Hi, Torian.
Hi.
I have to say that your project is right up my alley. Because my specialty is also drama and theater and education, applied theater. So I was really interested in, what you wanted to do with the project and addressing oppression. I'm actually going to defer a little bit here, if I can, Wendy, to Kenwin or Michael. Just this one time. I'll let them start.
Yes.
I think they had quite a number of good comments as well this morning that I would like them to share.
Okay, so I can start. I just would want to say that I found it very interesting as well, and most of my productions look at the very same topic that that you're dealing with. My concern is that it felt like a lot of your opinions were already framed, and we all approach research with things in our minds already. But I felt like there needed to be more of an open questioning. Yes, you have your objectives but you also have your questions that it felt a little set, like you had already made up your mind and you were presenting what was there from a made up mind. So now we know that it is almost a foregone conclusion. Yes, there was oppression. These things happen, some really serious things. We have internalized self-hatred. Hegemony is taking place. Various things are taking place. But as a researcher, you also need to step back a little bit from it, be a little bit more objective to say, all right, I'm interested in that. It seems like this is happening and I want to investigate this for myself to say that this is what is really happening. So I felt like it was a little bit more set already. Let me see if there's anything else. And right, so I wasn't sure of the question. I wasn't sure who your subject was? Who was the target audience? Who were you going to be asking these questions? Who was the investigation centered around? And that wasn't very clear to me.
Okay, thank you so much for that note, by the way. The research is centered around, I honestly have realized that, as I found in the research, at some point in time, you're in a home, you're at school, you've been to church. And so because of that, it's very wide. I started with people as young as 13, going up to people as old as mid-40s. And so it's a very wide target audience.
And how are you going to target them? So you said, I believe you said mixed methods, but what methods, what were you going to do to target them, to get a response, to get responses, and how are you going to present those? That aspect of it wasn't that very clear for me.
So forum, in first semester, what we had to do is, based on the research, the ultimate aim is to come up with a play that will showcase these things. And so from that, I had a scene developed that would basically act as the prologue. And so from that scene, it would show perspectives on the topic, which I would show to the audience in a forum setting that would engage a discussion to get feedback on that. I also did a questionnaire. There were, because of mixed methods, quantitative and qualitative, I had one with, it was basically a poll, so yes or no questions, gathered information from that, and I also sent out a questionnaire to individuals to get feedback on that as well.
Okay.
I think that was one of my questions, Tori, because I felt that, as I said, once I see anything with drama or theater and education, my ears kind of prick up, because that's my area. And my question was, I wasn't sure from the presentation where the drama part fell for you, whether it was going to be, and you've just clarified it, but whether it was going to be a script that you have prepared as researcher, or if it was going to be a process-based development that you were doing in terms of the group that you're working with. So I wasn't sure which one it was. So thank you for that clarity as well just now.
Okay, and any comments from Kenwin? 2 minutes, Kenwin. We're going back to
let me say, Tori, and your presentation was extremely effective in terms of its delivery. It was well crafted and delivered. It was a very strong presentation. In probably the last 30 seconds, I have to echo Michael and Michelle in that despite its delivery, it lacked focus. Like, everything was still broad. I kind of knew what you're doing, but not really. I had to go back and try to figure it out.
Okay, all right. Thank you for those comments. Tori, you have any questions?
No,
for the
thank you.
assessors?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is Owen Lloyd on? I see Danielle.
Yes, I am on.
Oh, you're on. Okay, so we have Danielle and Owen left. We're going to ask, it's 4:08, we're going to ask for the comments to be a little more shorter,
Concise?
or precise, or concise, yes. All right, so we'll go with Danielle. Can we get your comments for Danielle? In any order?
Let me go in first, because I feel like I'm more verbal, so this is a challenge. Danielle, I really liked your topic because of the dive into not Afrofuturism, but the dive into futurism, right? And that mix between man and machine, or man and AI.
No, that wasn't Daniel. That's Owen.
Oh, sorry.
Daniel is depression.
He's talking about Owen. I mean,
right,
he's
sorry. Well, then,
it's just a missing of the name.
So we're going with Daniel.
Yes.
Oh, you're going with Daniel first?
Yes, Daniel first.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, well, let me ask someone else to start on that one. Sorry.
I thought you had said Owen as well. All right, so Daniel.
Good day, sir.
I'm looking at my notes. I hope you can hear me because I'm not seeing the screen. I'm just looking at notes. I found your research interesting. I also at some point in time began to feel that your objectives suggested that you had this clear idea of what it is and you were just going to tell us what it is as opposed to go and do research. But then when you got to your research questions, I had a question about your third objective, but your third research question opened it up to make it something that you're not so clear about, and yet and it's worth investigating. I hope that makes sense. So I appreciated that. You were also clear, and for your methodology, you're going to do interviews, listening sessions, observation, journaling. You know, it was a well-rounded, well-constructed design, so to speak. And you were clear on your contribution. You were going to contribute to dialogue. And what's especially important is that your research is timely. It's timely. It's important. It's significant. And yet you go over the time. You don't know what I think there is, sir. You don't know what the time limit is.
Yes, sir. I thought.
I was very excited.
Aren't you a musician?
Yes, sir.
So you're one of the musicians that don't know how to just set the applause and leave. You want encore upon encore upon encore. The thing said 3 minutes and you went way past the limit. But it was well constructed, it was thoughtfully done, and you know, well designed. Could have do it a little bit better presentation, I would say, but it was yes. You did some. You thought about it, and you it's something that you should really pursue.
Yes, sir.
I think, Daniel, you know, as Michael said, the time. So your management of time in the presentation, I think, was everyone's biggest challenge. So yes, you had so much information that you wanted to present, but being able to decide, okay, for the purpose of this 3-minute challenge, what are the critical elements that I need to show at this point in time? This is a comment really for everybody, not just for Daniel, but I think everyone had these very text-heavy slides where you were essentially reading off of the slides. And I think in some ways that also took away, and it would have, you know, complicated your challenge with the time as well, Daniel. So you need to be able to edit yourself. If it's a 3-minute challenge, you have to stick as close to that 3 minutes as possible. All right. But as Michael said, I echo his comments. It's a very timely and relevant research, especially, you know, this past year that we've been going through.
Yeah, and Daniel was an incredibly empathetic research or exploration. It's something I wanted to say to Torian as well. And you youths are impressing me in how you are, in the lens you are putting on to look at the world and to, you know, assess the world. Extremely empathetic, and as they say, timely, because when you look at the YouTube views of some of these artists that we might have known during this lockdown and the pandemic, those numbers skyrocketed. So it means that people really leaned on music to have some kind of effective change within them, right? So your research hits the nail right there.
Great, thank you. Thank you for those comments. And so we have Owen left for his feedback. Owen, can we see you on the video? Is that possible?
Not at the moment. Yes.
Not at the moment. Okay, all right. So we'll take the comments for Owen.
Let me dive back.
And then you can jump off.
Yeah. So Owen, I love where you're going, because that's where all of us are going, whether we know it or not, and whether we want it or not, right? That mix between technology and humanity, AI, machine, is upon us. And in fact, we will quickly find ourselves playing catch up. So it really is incumbent on artists like yourself to explore what that means and really test the borders of it. My challenge with your research pulls from that, in that you seem to have a conclusion already. And unfortunately, at least in my mind, the conclusion is more of a doomsday kind of conclusion, right? And if that direction is inevitable, it cannot be that, well, I shouldn't say it cannot be. It's unfortunate if we embrace doomsday as opposed to synchronicity, as opposed to how this thing might work. And I would have loved to see more of that exploration in your research design.
Okay.
And because I would agree and say that because it seemed as if you had a conclusion already. I'm not sure that you were sure who the participants would be. Is it you? Is it autoethnographic? Is it? I never got that clearly, and I looked 2 times. So I don't know if I'm not so bright, if I wasn't so bright last night when I was watching it, but I mean, I never got that. So I think that might have been because you were already so clear that you were really just coming to say something as opposed to come and research to investigate something to find out if what you think is correct, because essentially that's what we're doing. We don't investigate things that we have no idea about. You know, we investigate because something has piqued our interest, so to speak.
And I think all of the presentations do have some elements of autoethnography embedded in them. I got the sense from all 5 of you that you were starting with your experience, what you have, what you know. And I think especially because we are artists, that's a very important and validated approach to take. I want to see all of you push that some more, you know, because it is a valid research methodology. So push it some more, put yourself in the research, but also be objective enough as the researcher to pull yourself out of it and to look at it from that other perspective.
Be open.
Right? So you have to be open to the possible conflicts. You have to be open to the possible challenges that will come to the conclusions that you might make. And you have to be able to openly declare, this is my bias in the research process. This is where I stand because it is a part of me in this research. This is my bias, and this is how I'm going to address it. But I just want to say overall to everybody, it was really well done. We were quite impressed by all of the projects that were presented. If I had the money, I would send it on up to Jamaica so that everybody would get a little prize. If I had the money. I think all of these projects are worth pursuing, all of them. Some may need a little bit more development in some areas, but I do think that all of them are worth pursuing, and I want to congratulate all of the participants in this challenge.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Owen.
Okay, all right. The first point where it was mentioned that I was leaning to one angle. I mean, you are right. I am, generally concerned with the potential implication, but, maybe it's because of the 3-minute limitation why I didn't get to carry the idea out there that, there are both positive and negative implications. However, because, sometimes technology in and of itself, it has a contradictory nature, and it seems as if we, as, a people, not just locally, but internationally, are blindly embracing technology. So, that's my critical concern.
Owen, if that is your critical concern, I think your research has to reflect more of that grounding. So it's just to move it away from just being an opinion and pull what the data outside is saying, right? Okay. And let that be part of the voice that's speaking to what you want to explore.
Okay.
Okay, great. So thank you for those comments. Thank you, students, for taking part in this challenge. I want to ask Ms. Douglas, if you're still on YouTube, are there any comments or questions for the students before we go into announcing the prizes?
No, I actually think we can go right into announcing the prizes.
Okay, great.
Hold on, because I'm not wearing my hat. No, I'm getting comments. So unless it is that you want to share the comments.
Okay. Yes,
Marvin George is saying, Danielle, as it is with Tori, it's also okay to begin where you are. In art, we may begin the research out of curiosities rather than the social sciences styled problem to be solved, empathy forward. He continues, in the strength of the work is the very idea for Afrofuturism in our Caribbean conceptualization of the world. We live from Rasta to revival, Shango to Santeria. We live up. Stacy Miller Banton, it would be good to teach an African language at the tertiary level and not just Spanish and French as the main options. Would be interesting to see that. I think the Western sun is in my eyes. I'm going to shift, Wendy,
Yes,
so go ahead, let me just shift.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we promised you that we had 2 announcements. We have the popular votes, and then we have the judges who will be announcing the prize winners. And so the popular vote was culminated from votes or likes on Instagram and Facebook. And we have 1 student being awarded, is that the word? Or getting 346 likes. Can we guess who? I see people raising hands in there and dancing and them don't know who it is. All right. So Torian King, for her research or her pitch on oppression, institutionalization, oppression, Torian, you got the popular vote. Can we online give a round of applause to Torian? Yay. All right. Great. So Torian has a lot of friends, right? And also, persons were interested in your research. Very well done, Torian.
Thank you
and
so
thank
much.
you again for taking part in the challenge. All right, so I will now pass it over to the judges for you to announce our prize winners. So starting with the 3rd prize winner.
Okay, so our 3rd prize winner is Owen Lloyd.
Woo. Okay, congratulations, Owen.
Congratulations to Owen.
Thank you.
For our 2nd prize winner, we have Kezia Smith.
Woo! Go, Kezia. Kezia, where's the Gary dance? I don't see it. And the Gary song. What's in our song, man? All right. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
Miss, then I want me to sing, I mute me. Tell me when the fire go burn down low. Tell me when the fire go burn down low. I make it burn down high.
And Kezia, please don't ever apologize again for using your nation language.
No problem.
Don't ever apologize for that. That is our language, okay?
Good. All right, thank you, Kezia. And then our first prize winner of a whopping 10,000 Jamaican dollars. I probably should have said that out too loud, you know. I don't, where to live? I hope everybody.
Our first prize winner is Sasha K. Hines.
Go, Sasha K.
Congratulations to all of you.
All right, great. Thank you. So
thank you so much. Oh, wow.
Congratulations, Sasha K. Congratulations to Kezia, Torian, and Owen and Daniel. Thank you so much for taking part in the challenge. They all did good work. They are in process now, so they have the time to fix, correct what needs to be corrected, to engage in more research. Thank you, Michael, Michelle, and Kenwin, for your time as well, for your feedback, and for just joining us today on Research Day, and to just always being available to the Edna Manley College and our interests and our works. Thank you very much. All right, so we end in a few minutes, but just before we leave, I would like to invite, or should I pass over to Miss Douglas? All right, I will just hand over to Miss Douglas as my time has expired here. And I thank you for joining us for this segment. Thank you.
And you did a great job, Wendy, moderating this section. Just in case our judges decide to leave, I just want to say thank you to Kenwin Murray, Michelle Cox, Michael Holgate. You know, Michael is a member of staff. I'm just not knowing. And to our student participants, we give thanks for your input. Torian King, 4th year student at the School of Music. Owen Lloyd, BFA Theatre Arts and Drama. Kezia Smith, 4th year BA Drama Education, and Sasha K. Hines, 4th year BFA Interdisciplinary Studies at the School of Visual Arts. I want to use this opportunity before I go to you, Mr. Williams, because in your thank you, you have to thank me. So I'm deliberately waiting, putting you after me. So I'm using this opportunity to say thank you for our panelists all day. Our first panel was moderated by Neela Bangs, our students, Jonoy Johnson, Deshaun Prince, our faculty, Sophia McCain, Orville McFarlane, Lee Rose, completed that first panel, and which was followed by a very exciting panel of comedians. Some of the names I'm forgetting, so forgive me. I remember Christopher Johnny Bailey, IT Ellis, that was moderated by Owen Blacker Ellis, and our last panel before now with Dr. Emmanuel Nuchuku, Susan Beadle, John Hunt, Dr. John Hunt, Mr. Marvin George, June Fredericks, and Dean Jelani Ellis, and his proud father, Blacker Ellis, was the moderator for that session as well. Thank you, Wendy, for guiding this through. I also want to use the opportunity to thank the wider Research Day Committee, which includes Wendy and Brissett you see on set, Miss Janice Gore, who is always hiding, works hard but hides all the time, Miss Renee Kitson, who is trying to hide too, Mr. Owen Ellis, you know him, you've seen him, Miss Susan Beadle, who you've met as well. And this team was led by Dr. Anthea Octav, big up on herself, our student assistant, Simone Harrison, Rebecca Summeroo, our streaming, our tech, Danielle McPherson. She was our streaming tech. In multimedia, Kamau Williams, Jesse Golding, Kimberly Hyatt from marketing, who manage the YouTube platform with assistance from Stacey and Lewis in terms of monitoring the comment from the department, and you notice which department I belong to. The wider Special Functions Committee, who is responsible for spearheading Founders Week events, led by our Vice Principal of Administration and Resource Development, Ms. Kerry Ann Henry. We give thanks for all the energies that have come together to create what the spirit needed. The spirit needed this, the college space needed this, Jamaica needed this, the Caribbean needed this, the world needed it. Arts to the world. That is what the only answer to everybody's COVID-19 pandemic prayers. Arts is it. I am going to invite Mr. Roger Williams, who is our VP of Academic Affairs, to, is he handing over or is he just speaking? Roger may be just speaking. Roger, are you there?
Yes, I am. I think we got our wires crossed a little bit because I was supposed to speak to the students just now. But good afternoon, everybody. And I must say my own personal welcome to all. This has been a phenomenal day. And I think I want to congratulate Dr. Octav and her team from the School of Arts, Management and Humanities and the wider community, and certainly the Dean, Dr. Senior, who is the Dean for the School of Arts, Management and Humanities. It has been you organized a day that had tremendous presentations and discussions and well-chosen panels. I am very impressed with the entire day, very, very impressed. I want to say thanks though to Stacey and Nelson for sharing her community dance presentation with us. I thought that was quite interesting and gave us an insight into what is possible when we are doing community outreach in the arts, and in her case specifically, community dance. I am supposed to say thanks, and I want to say thanks to all of the panelists who were in this last session, you know, Kenwin Murray, Michelle Cox, Michael Holgate, or should I say, speak it into being, you know, Dr. Michelle Cox and Dr. Michael Holgate. I'm not sure about Kenwin's position, so I will find out afterwards. Yeah, soon to come. Yeah, so thank you very much for sharing with us and sharing with the students your ideas and concepts of where their project is at, the research project is at, and how it can be developed and become something that blooms into a research that will benefit us in the arts in this country and throughout the region. But most of all, congratulations to all the students who presented. Daniel Ricketts, Torian, they didn't put a number on yours, but it doesn't matter. The number is that whether you came fourth, fifth, or whatever, you would have been fourth or fifth out of 500 and odd students in the college. So congratulations to you both. And third place winner, Mr. Lloyd and Kezia Smith, second. And certainly Sasha K. Hines, who was the top one for this year. But I am looking forward to the final product. I'm looking forward to see where your research goes. I'm looking forward to the completed research study so that the arts and the society can benefit from your work. So congratulations to everybody and best wishes. Thank you all for joining the Edna College of the Visual and Performing Arts in this wonderful research day. Over to you, Colleen.
Thank you so much, Roger. I know that our audience has dwindled a bit, but we've been Edna strong, we've been very strong all day, over 90 for the most part. So those of you who stayed, we appreciate you. Echoes of Fire, the theme for Founders Week or events continue. On YouTube, we have the Visual Arts Faculty Exhibition streaming. We will have rather tomorrow our Gender and Development lecture. So we invite you to tune into that at 6 p.m. We also have a session, our Talking on Purpose, which we had last week Friday. We are going to have a repeat of it for this week for those students who would have missed it on Jamaica Day. So we'll share that with you in the afternoon, led by College Orator Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks. And we continue our Thanksgiving services still up on the YouTube. And I just want to use this opportunity to say that tell your friends that this is the place. The Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, the first and remains the only one of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. It doesn't matter what they say. We know what we are. We know what we offer to the world. They will come to the fullness. We're here, and if those students who want to be a part of the college community for the 2021-2022 academic year, applications are still open up to March. You can still apply for your chance to be at the place. This is home. So we invite you to visit our website at www.emc.edu.jm, or you may call for more information at 876-619-EDNA or 876-619-3362, or email us at marketing@emc.edu.jm. You may even send a WhatsApp to 876-468-5409. My name is Colleen Douglas. It has been my pleasure being your host for the day. Until next year, when we meet again, perhaps in a kind of hybrid way, in this way and in person, face-to-face. Until then, Research Day coming at you through the School of Arts Management and Humanities. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you.